Day 2 of the Causeway Challenge is officially underway as it is 8:32 a.m. here in Bangkok. Matt Canick and Robin Pollock-Daniel bringing you the action once again. This is just day 2 out of 4, but we've already got some incredible matchups that we've seen here on the stream. And boy, I know we're going to capture plenty more today. So let's take a peek at the standings to see where the dust has settled after day 1. But Robin, it's been a kind of a one-man show so far. Tell us about it.
Well, we certainly have seen a lot of Napat, and I'm not even going to try to say his last name. He's a wonderful young man, very, very humble, spoke to him, said he feels he's overrated. But lo and behold, in front of this, I don't even know if the word stacked is enough, Matt. This level of play is utterly ridiculous. He stands atop at 9-1. He finally hit a wall of not so good tiles. I'm not going to say his tiles were so superlative that that's the reason he's in first place. He played very well with what he had. Just the last game he couldn't. Josh Watt, a bit of an unknown to us, played very beautifully, defeated the 9-0 at the time Napat, and Andrew Fisher, always a severe weapon in any tournament he's in.
All right, so Napat versus Josh Watt is the matchup we're going to have today. We're doing close to King of the Hill pairings with a slight preference to avoid some repeats. But there we go. As Robin said, Josh defeated Napat in round 10, the only player in the room who's been able to do so today. So we'll cut over to the board. Can Napat exact some revenge on Josh Watt? Or will Josh Watt prove himself to be the Napat kryptonite? We'll find out right now. Josh to play first, Napat to respond. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, everybody. Let's play Scrabble. We appreciate all of our viewers tuning in, whether you're joining us from Southeast Asia, Australia, where it's a nice early morning to you, whether you're joining us from Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, Europe, where it's some insane hour, what are you doing with yourself, or from North or South America, where it's a nice evening for you. Hope we got some entertainment for you here in Bangkok. EIIOPUW, not too much entertainment for us on this opening rack, Robin. Is this rack so bad that Josh should consider an exchange, or should he play Owie to try to get through?
I think Owie's okay. I think you have to be careful where you put it because it takes so many letters in front of it. He's one away from wipeout if he wishes he had a little bit of wipe out. Oh. And he could put a line on top of the I to make it a T. He's elected not to play, and that could rebound against him. But I see that Napat has just a bound and he does not have another bingo. So it might work out very well for him.
Yeah, I think exchanging there was right. Whether you keep the E or the E and the P, maybe even throw back all 7 is kind of splitting hairs at that point. But exchanging looks right to me for Josh on that first move. So Napat will actually get to score first. ABDNOOU. This looks to be a pretty straightforward rack for him. Just play a bound. And Robin, you would never consider holding the A off of a bound to set up that hook, would you?
I especially would not do that when I saved another vowel. So I'm not going to save AO. There's no reason giving your opponent the hook when you have nothing juicy to get rid of. And also very early in the game, one of your goals, aside always a goal. Oh, Budon's nice as well. One goal is always to score as many points as possible, but certainly also to get rid of as many tiles as possible if they're not bingo prone, because you want to get first crack at those blanks and S's.
Budon is not great for Napat. It is not an acceptable word. We've been baited into that. Abound would be the only 6-letter word for Napat to play here. He's now looking at adobo. This is a different line, maybe a little bit more defensive, but it does hold that U tile back. And here comes Napat, not abound, but just bound, holding the 2 vowels together. He sort of cocked his head as he made this play, as if, this doesn't feel quite right to me. I agree, Napat. This doesn't feel quite right. I would put the A down.
Yeah, I think there's 2 reasons why he did that. One is he simply doesn't know the word, or number 2, he decided to hold it for himself. But again, very dangerous holding 2 vowels. And we see what happened with Josh. I mean, I totally understand why he kept the E. I think everybody would have just kept an E, but because it's so early in the game and the bag is completely full of all those vowels, holding on to the E might have been a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, so Josh exchanging down to the E, finding a blank on the exchange, but 5 vowels to go with it. A-E-E-E-I-U blank, and this is the play here. E-A-U, pretty straightforward. You should not exchange a second consecutive time when you have 14 points available, at least in the eyes of this washed up has-been. So E-A-U for 14 sounds good to me. Robin, are you in agreement there?
I'm very good with it. And it's another perfect example of why he should not have held back the A. And now we look at his rack, he picked up yet another A. That would have been now a difficulty for Josh. He might have played EAU to the left or the right of a bound at the end, over the N and the D. Interestingly, for people who play the North American dictionary, O, EAU takes not just the X afterwards, but it also takes the S. So that's something that needs to be kept in mind. Whereas those who use the North American dictionary cannot stick an S at the end of EAU. And of course, we have the B in front that goes a bow. A lot of French words today, but I saw the boudin, and to me, that's a French word, so I thought it was good, but it's not acceptable.
Yeah, so a lot of French is snuck into the lexicon, but not that one, at least not yet. We'll see what Josh is able to do as he's found the game's second blank after his 3-tile play. Almost definitely be bingoing, but it's going to be a real cheapie for him. Not pot on turn, Val treble after holding A-O on the previous turn. He's going to play P-O-A. Keeping AEOS together. This looks pretty solid to me. He had the nice 5-letter play of PSOAE in the same spot. That would be 5 extra points, but the S is a very strong tile and now even stronger on this board. Robin, POA gets a thumbs up from you?
I think that's absolutely fine. Undo your O, undo your A, muck up the board a little bit, make it a bit more difficult for Josh to play through. He didn't really have a lot of choices. I wouldn't have blown the S for that if I'm going to save another 2 vowels. In fact, in this case, when you're saving the S, you're not just saving the pluralizer, you're saving a consonant with a rack full of vowels. So that's the right play. I think so.
All right. Well, now EEEIT blank blank for Josh Watt. He'll be bingoing on this turn almost certainly, but this turn looks like a major time trap. If you're Josh, you have to think, okay, I've got some nice defensive bingo that stacks alongside the POA. No such play really seems to exist here. Nothing beyond Sweetie, blank blank EETIE, making ups now and day. You also want to look for 9-letter bingos here if you're Josh, through the DA, through the NO, through the UP. And none of those available either. The highest Josh could possibly score on this move, just 69 points. And that's playing Beastie, Beheestie, from the B in a bound. That play looks crazy to me, Robin, putting an E in the 4th spot of a triple. So I think we're going to see Josh have a little bit of a meltdown here, take over 5 minutes, and then make a play that he feels like is terrible, but really it's all he's got.
This is a nightmare situation at the first game of the day and the last game of the day.
Yes.
You're not fresh at either of them. Clearly, the most he's going to score without opening a triple is going to be to the right of up, no, and DA. With this Collins dictionary, absolutely quite easy to do it. A word like sweetie would do the job, as Matt mentioned, but considering one of the blanks as a W is not something that is really on your list right now, but looks like he's made a decision. Good on him, because as Matt very correctly said, as I was thinking at it, this is a major time chomping rack. And there are just so many different possibility bonuses that you could just spend the whole time there. So he's not choosing to parallel as well as he could. There are a lot of words that he could have done, sweetie, steely, but he's made the decision to open the board even more.
So it looks like he's going to go with Eliest, Eeliest. Thanks to Josh Greenway on the ground for giving us blank cam there, as this could have been Eeriest as well. But for those of you annotating along at home, Eliest, the play from Josh Watt, 61 points there. Playing a little bit of offense, giving a lot of floaters back, but Nopot's not going to be able to do much damage with them. ADEEJOS, the rack for him. Nopot's going to have to decide if he wants to play some defense obstruct some of those floaters, or if he wants to ride the equity train and just kind of make what looks like his best play. He's already spotted it. JAUPED through the UP at the top of the board. 34 points. This looks like the best option in a vacuum, but not great for the defense here. Robin, are you playing Jopt here, or are you trying to block?
Well, I don't see any point in blocking when I'm behind. Jopt scores a nice 34 points, puts me up to 72, just 3 off the lead. I think that's the way to go. And another issue I just point out to people who are learning how to play. Yes, I agree with Josh not to spend too much time on that other rack, but certainly to try to spend at least a little time so that you're not putting one of your blanks on the triple letter score. Yes, it's only 3 points that he gave up, but those 3 points can determine the game. So just take another few seconds and try to find something that will make sure that you at least get your point tiles. Even though they're 1 point tiles, you're going to get those 3 points. So he just sacrificed 3 points.
Yeah, he did indeed, but he did save some time on the clock. We'll see if it works out for Josh Watt, who's now got a rack of 6 consonants, FLMPRNU, on his rack. A little word knowledge check for him here. Frumple, FRUMPLE, plays into the E in E list. This looks to be the strongest option for him if he knows the word. But I'm not sure if he was looking at frumple or just frump on the top of this board. Instead, he's going to opt for plum. And this looks like a strong play, but frumple, I think, substantially stronger should he know the word. So a little bit of a misplay here from Josh on a deep, low probability, and obscure Collins only 7.
Yeah, especially when you get an F and P together. For me, that's a really bad combination. Even though there are plenty of words with F and P together, they just don't go very well together. So he did the correct thing in uncoupling that F and that P. But between the two tiles, and as much as I'm not a fan of the P, I am more fan of it than I am of the F. So to take a little bit of time and try to find a word that might have gotten rid of his F instead of the P.
Well, plum, the play we see from Josh, his lead now 29 points, 101 to 72. And Napot, if you've seen this before, has vowel trouble yet again. He's yet to have a rack with more consonants than vowels on it this game. He's looking at playing YEA, stacking these letters on the board. AIYEE would be a more aggressive option, playing above the ED of Jopt, reaching out to the right side of this board. But I think defense probably appropriate here. YEA a little bit tighter. Robin, are you playing YEA? And if so, where are you playing it? On the right side of this board above ED and Jopt, or the left side of this board?
I'm going to play it more on the left side of the board. Let me see the point. It's a 3-point differential. The trouble putting it to the right over Jopt is that it takes a lot of back hooks, right?
Yes.
R, N, et cetera, S, and keep going. So you don't want to give your opponent really simple, easy hooks, number one. Number two, another suggestion, as Matt mentioned, is IE over that same Jopt space. Now, the problem is this. We're now at the point where there are 23 vowels on C and 44 consonants. So it's almost a 2-to-1 ratio. As much as he has a lot of vowels, I would agree that getting rid of 4 of them right now would be a bit of an error, because you're almost guaranteed to be picking a clump of consonants after this. So don't get rid of 4 vowels, get rid of 2 to 3. And I think that is the safest way to do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
he caught himself.
He caught himself.
YEA coming, as Robin said, on the left side of this board, a 3-point sacrifice over slotting this over to the right side of the board. I think if you're going to play on the right, you play maybe YAE over YEA to avoid giving those hooks up, but Napot playing a bit of defense here. Now he needs to connect on the second part of this plan. He's about a coin flip to bingo next turn. He needs to find some good consonants to do some damage. So we'll see what Napot draws. Josh on turn DEF in RRX. He could do some damage now with that X tile. Yeah, we've seen Fixer and Refix come up on stream yesterday. Those look like they might be the plays again. Josh already finding Refix through the eye. How do you feel about this, Robin?
Yeah, you've got 2 R's. I mean, you might want to just play Fix, although it takes a T afterwards. So I'm in agreement that I'm liking Refix over Fixer. Why give your opponent an easy S hook? The P that goes in front of it is not going to hit the double letter. So I think this is the correct play.
Yeah, looks very good, pretty straightforward, and Josh is not going to waste any more of his clock on it. Look, gets a thumbs up from both of these commentators. Notpot was about a coin flip to bingo into EIOS. He did find consonants, but the bad news for him is those consonants were an F and a V. He will not be bingoing again on this turn. And when you've got an F, two I's, and a V, you're almost always going to play this word here, 5. And Notpot's got one place to play it for 31.
He needs to think about it a little faster, a little more, because he's got the lovely philo on top of refix. It scores 25 points. It's 6 less, but it retains the E, which are starting to get scarce. It doesn't make an easy R hook. Not that you should infer from the fact that Josh played refix that he has a second R, but he's given him a very easy R hook.
Ooh, yeah, philo does look quite good down through that blank L. I wonder if it was a blank blindness situation, but while it does score 6 fewer points, it does have a lot more merit, both in terms of leave and in terms of defense. Instead, he gives up the 5-er hook to Josh, who does indeed have that letter on his rack, A, D, E, and R, R, V. So Josh could play with the 5-er spot now. VERRA looks to be the biggest punish he can do there, but I think he'll actually leave that spot alone. He can play through the E in refix, hit a triple word square with several different options there. So, Robin, are you knocking out the 5-er hook and playing a 5-letter word up in the top right of this board, or are you hitting that triple word at the bottom?
I would hit that R hook if I had a good word to play there, especially if I had like a Y to go after the R, so I could triple it and then double the whole word. Then absolutely I would burn that hook. But because I have two R's, what I would do is what he's doing now, playing vendor or nerved, undouble the R, and save the R with a vowel, because they are going to be scarce very soon. Keep that to hook onto fiber afterwards. So I'm in complete agreement with this play.
Yeah, I like this from Josh, and I think a lot of players would play REAVED there. In a vacuum, it's better to keep RN than AR, but in this game where Notpot has already played so many of the vowels and the distribution is skewed heavily towards consonants remaining, you actually do want to keep that A to avoid consonant-heavy racks. So a good choice there from Josh, and yeah, to your credit, Robin, I love it. Keep 1 R for 5-er, play 1 now, and see if you can do some damage again next turn. Notpot has another tough rack, but there is one high degree of difficulty standout play available for him. These are the positions that separate 2,000 from 2,100. Boy, this is a toughie, but if he's able to find a 30-point play on this board, that would be incredible for him.
It will involve burning the S, but frankly, that's okay. It would be better if both blanks were, one of the two blanks were unseen. They are seen. So burning an S to score the 30 points. The trouble with that is you burn the S and you're still 11 points behind your opponent, whose turn it now is. So I might consider doing something a little more conservatory within the board rather than blowing it open, putting an S in the middle of the board for the person. The word, I don't think you've mentioned the word yet.
Not yet, no.
Yeah, the word is Bushidos, which is a lovely find. And it's something that you might see when you, I mean, this is a rack like, how many years I've been playing this game, Matt? I've never seen this rack in my life to look like this. One possibility is to play BOOH from underneath Yay on the left side of the board.
He'll play just BOH.
But he's going to play BOH, which I think is better. I don't see the point of burning all these vowels when, as I said, they are getting more and more scarce. This scores the most. It saves the U. We haven't seen the Q yet. If Josh wants to play under it, he's going to open up a triple word. So let's see where this develops.
Yeah, BOH was an option. Bushido's also good play there for Notpot. They're on a simulation, they're actually almost identical. So maybe not a misplay there from Notpot as much as a stylistic decision. One other play that stood out there for Notpot was playing from that third E in Eliast, EUOI, everybody's favorite cry of Bacchic Frenzy. That would hold the synergistic BOSH just 17 points. But it avoids situations like this for Notpot, drawing into IOSU. And now you've got this weird looking rack where you can't really score or do much of anything. So an interesting turn for Notpot. He did play it kind of quickly. I don't think Bo was as forced as it felt for him. Josh on turn now, 14 points is his lead. AAILLRZ is his rack. And the play that jumps out to me immediately, Robin, is Lizard into the D of Vendor. Does that look good, or are you going to keep looking for other options here?
Yeah, Lizard is good. You're in the lead. It blocks the one of the most viable bingo lanes. It still keeps the R exposed. That's fine. You just played off your R, so now you can play into it a little bit easier. The other possibility, and a bit more volatile, is to play Lazar, 2-5er. Let's get rid of that hook already, and save AL, which is very, very nice. There's also at 14D, there's AIZLE, which doesn't hit any double words, but it also creates a very dangerous hook underneath the A to the triple from the bottom left.
So that would play into the E of vendors for those who don't understand or don't know the Scrabble coordinate system we use. So AIZLE, it gives up a huge hotspot at the bottom of the board, but it's a strong play. Would you play that, Robin?
No, I would play Lizard.
Okay.
I think I'm liking Lizard. I think Lazar is a bit too volatile, although there aren't that many high point tiles left to play to the L into the triple. I can understand with 4 S's unseen the hesitancy of Josh Watt to play 5er, because those S's will hook onto 5er to make 5ers very, very easily. So this avoids it by playing Lizard. It would be nice if you could play Izard, if you can believe it, Izard, which takes the L in front and the L in front and the W in front. But he's decided to hold on to the high point tiles and see maybe if he can score more on a subsequent turn. He's undoubling his L's and he's doubling the A's.
Just lacks 13 points. Did not see that one coming. So we'll look at Napat's rack now. IOORSSU.
He's unbelievably, he picked up more vowels, which is, I know that feeling. I know a game where the vowels are almost completely exhausted. You have 4 on your rack, 3 on your rack, and you pick up more vowels, and you say, when is this going to end? And of course, it's going to end in the end game when you have no vowels, and it's just a very, very painful game.
Yeah, you're going to have vowels, and then they're all going to be gone, and you're going to wish you had them. You can see the distribution is 2-1 in favor of consonants now. That is skewed consonant heavy. Napat did hold IOSU, only drew 1 more vowel, but these racks are quite tough. Napat looking at OUS. This would play beneath the BOH on the left side of the board, 24 points. IORS, this almost feels like a forced play. The only real other option that makes sense for Napat here is to throw all of this rack down onto the board, play the 6-letter Eurosis, UROSIS, making 5s. But
No.
yeah, Robin, I think that speaks for itself. We don't like that.
It is a really tough one. You definitely want to get rid of one of the O's. You definitely want to get rid of the U. And as again, when you have so many vowels on your rack, the S's don't become just multipliers to a letter, to a word. They also become just consonants that you seriously need. So the trouble is, and OU is a word in this dictionary. The trouble is, where can I put it that actually doesn't create volatility? You can score the most underneath BO, making BO and YOU, but there's a lot of letters left that still go in front of OU, and you're just opening up a triple row for absolutely nothing. So it's a difficult play, this one for Napat, and I think he's going to go with, it is his best play. It is his most, I don't know if it's his best play, but it's his most highest scoring play.
I think it is pretty clear in a way your best play. It does have some major warts. OUS takes a number of front hooks, F, L, M, N, S, and Y. And Josh Watt has to feel great about this, as he's got Lizard set up on his rack, and he's going to play Lizard and LOUS, I suspect, pretty quickly here. You don't like having to hold the Q back when you've got Kadi or Cade, but Lizard for 58, yeah. You play that, right, Robin?
Yeah, and all the user unseen now. Of course you play Lizard. So good on him for holding back. And he gave him, Napat gave him the opening that he needed. And we'll see what happens with that Q. And we'll see what happens with the consonants, because it's going to get ugly soon.
It's Scrabble Nirvana, when you got Lizard, and then all of a sudden your opponent just gives you a place to play it for 58.
Yeah.
Oh, thank goodness. I thought I was going to have to think on this turn, but
without opening the board too.
Don't. All right, Napot has
Yes,
finally found a rack with
Yeah.
more consonants than vowels, and he's found a bingo on it as well. There's one 7-letter bingo
Yeah.
as well as a 9-letter bingo available to Napot, but likely the 7 gyrosol, Girosol. 81 points, plays with fives. Looks like that's what we're going to see from Napot, and he'll somehow miraculously pull ahead in a game where he's drawn complete dreck consistently.
Well, I think it's been pretty consistent on both sides. Nobody's had, you have both blanks early in the game with 4 vowels. Nobody's running away with the best tiles of the game award on this one.
All right, so the 9-letter word, as we see Napot pick the highest scoring bingo of gyrosol, was grueliest, Grooliest, through the disconnected ES at the bottom. That would score 7 fewer points than gyrosol here. So even if you see grueliest, this looks good. You do have to hold your breath and hope you don't get hit by a triple, but you can't be playing so paranoid that you just don't ever open the board up. And Josh is not going to have a big punish. You see into the Q that he kept last turn, EGNOOT. That Q is going to be a big issue for Josh. As Robin mentioned, all of the U's gone. I'm not seeing a great spot to drop QI anywhere on this board. So this is looking all of a sudden bad for Josh Watt. I think exchanging the Q is not insane here, but he does have go through the G at the top of the board.
Oh, that's insane as well. Because let's have a look at the vowel count, 10 to 20. And you're going to get rid of 2 of your 3 vowels, and you are retaining the Q, and you're blocking your QI. So I appreciate the fact that it's going to score points, but it's going to do everything wrong for your rack.
Yeah, I think you have to exchange. The Q is not just bad this turn. The Q is awful, and it will be awful the rest of the game. You're probably going to have to play it for 11, or maybe QAID into the ID on this board for 14. Okay, he's going to eject the Q right now. I'm not a fan of this. I think it's actually better here to just throw back GOOQ and try again next turn. Josh is going to get hit hard now. Harry, HAIRY for Napot is so easy, so high scoring. I think that was a very poor decision from Josh.
I can understand it because not only does it rid yourself of the Q, it forces Napot to have an I, and it prevents Napot from taking that G spot himself, where he had, without even thinking, Yagi and other high scoring points. So I can understand it. Josh going, there's so few vowels left. I'm going to take a chance that he doesn't have an I. Maybe I will pick one up. Oh my goodness.
What? Napot. Okay.
Yes.
He might have fish, and he might be playing some big fin here after fish, but I disagree. Adam, you're right. I'm taking the game to be a little bit challenging, but Harry was just much stronger in this game. Not much lead, not so much just playing whack-a-mole. You do need points. A 7-point sacrifice out of this, and that makes well.
Well, maybe thinking is I'm going to go that way now. So if he's going to bingo, he's going to have to open a triple row for me. He's going to score a lot less than being on a triple row. And I'm retaining one of the 2 remaining eyes, or 2 remaining. No, there's how many eyes retained? There are 3 unseen. So I have one of them at least. So I can understand what he's doing. They're playing very, very quick.
Apologies for everybody. Little audio difficulty there, but we fixed the hiccup now, and we've seen some crazy plays back to back. Josh's QI. I see now he was trying to set up the ON or ONE afterneath. HIYA, a very strange play from Napot with Harry available, and then ONE coming down pretty quickly for Josh. So thanks for bearing with us through those technical difficulties. We are back. I don't know what words we have for the sequence we just saw, but interesting stuff. And all of a sudden now we're back on Napot's turn, AIKNNST. Robin, what are you thinking here?
I'm thinking he's almost got inkstand, but it's blocked with lizard.
Oof.
Oh God. Oh, could you imagine being able to play that? Oh my goodness. Tankini's not playable. Tanking's not available. Inkstain not available. Stanking not available. But he's got very, very nice tiles. So how can he undouble the N, get rid of the K because it's not bingo prone, and hold on to the stunning STAIN in a board in a game with much fewer vowels and a G still unseen. Haya actually opened up a bingo lane for him with, as we can see, much better tiles than Josh has. So he could just play ink underneath LOUS to make Bon and Uke, which I think would be a very, very strong play.
Ink does look good playing into AINST with and looking at the pool, you got to wonder, how does my leave synergize with what's left? Obviously, AINST is going to be great with an E, going to be great with one of those G's, going to be pretty strong with an R. I'm a little worried about the number of T's and W's unseen, but playing ink, keeping stain feels strong here. The one wart on that play is Napot is only ahead by 14. And maybe you want to score a little bit more. This is not the way to do it, though. Refix does not take the back T. Josh says hold immediately. This is an invalid play, and Napot looks like he's going to lose a turn here unless he's able to sneak a phony by on Josh. These words, Robin, are maddening. The IX words, which ones do or don't take a T, but Napot's going to lose a turn.
I think remixed is good, but not refixed. And I wonder if we can figure out a way to remember that.
Well, Napot's never going to forget it now.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
Oof.
Very good on Josh for challenging that. That could be the game-losing play, but let's see how this plays out. Because it's not like Josh has this great rack.
No, yeah, this is not by any means game over, even though Napot has forfeited a turn here. So Tank going to come off the board for him. But yeah, as Robin said, Josh's rack not very strong at all. GENOTTT. Now, he does have a little bit of free information now about Napot's rack. But I think if you're Josh, you just need to try to unclog this rack as best as possible. Yes, there is the I or NG combination with 4 I's to go, but ING not likely going to do you much good unless you happen to draw a 7 that fits over on the right side of this board, hooking the A and Haya. So I think, Robin, you don't get caught up fishing here. You probably just play a lot of tiles.
Oh, you got to score points. You got to score points as much as you can. I'll tell you another issue with Tank is that it takes Y, but the Y's are gone. Yes, he kept the S, which is very good, but there's still S's unseen. But it also takes an A, and there still is an A unseen. So it was a bit of a risky play, aside from the fact that Refixed isn't good. He gave his opponent an opportunity to score 30, 40 points for absolutely no reason whatsoever when he had the superior tiles.
Yeah, this looks like a very good play here for Josh. Just get rid of a bunch of the garbage. I have 3 T's on my rack, and there are 2 more in the bag. No, thank you. Let's play some of them off. So a good line forward for Josh. He will, at least temporarily, take the lead again in this game.
Well, he has a much better play, actually. To the right of Lizard, he had Botone, Botone. If you're going to get rid of both of your vowels anyway, it was worth gobsmacking 13 more points. Now, in terms of leave evaluation, it's much worse. You would save GTT, which is horrendous, versus NT. So, but it was something worth considering, I think.
GTT pulling into a pool with 2 more T's could be some trouble, but 13 points, awful nice. And now Napot is able to have a much more straightforward play. SKIN underneath Gotten scores a massive 41 points. So he's going to be able to work his way out of a pretty tough rack. And now a huge pull for both of these guys. Oh, Josh has found,
lucky?
well, Tinware, Tawnier.
He's going to bingo. Oh, could you imagine a retina rack late in the game with hardly any vowels in the bag?
And here comes
Interwar without even thinking, of course.
But it's not game over. Napot's keeping ANT. If he draws a bingo back, Josh has just emptied the bag. So if Napot draws a bingo here, he wins. Or it's possible that Josh draws 6 consonants out of the bag. This is huge.
There's only consonants left?
There could be,
maybe not.
depending on what Napot draws
Yes.
here. There are 2 eyes left in the bag. If Napot draws both, Josh could be in serious trouble. If Napot draws a bingo right now, he'll just bingo out and win. So huge moment here. A T, a C. This is not looking good. Napot's going to need an I, and he won't find it.
No,
All right.
this game is done.
Yeah, Josh going to reach in and draw GIIMRW out of the bag, and that's going to give him enough flexibility. So what a steal from Josh Watt. What a fight from Napot. He fought through vowels for the entire first half of the game, but one key blunder from him looks like it's going to cost him this game. Josh Watt looks to be Napot's kryptonite. He's now 2-0 in his last 2 games against Napot, a player nobody else in the room has been able to defeat so far.
Well, interestingly, because he left the N on his rack, there were no bingos to be had that he could have picked up, I believe. So,
wow.
Yeah, I'm going through all of them, and I'm not seeing any bingos whatsoever. Yeah. If he had saved, he could have had Tic Tacs and let me see.
Oh, so with this win, Josh Watt is in first place.
Unbelievable.
You can see he's already got the spread advantage on Napot, and now he'll be ahead in the wins column, or even in the wins column as well. So we have a new leader alert early on in day 2. Congratulations to Josh Watt. You are now winning the Causeway Challenge. Napot has found his best end game, just scant. Try to go out in 2. You have nothing you can really do to block Josh's strongest play of Wire, W-I-R-E, in the top right of this board, making QI. But yeah, best end game for Napot. He'll go out next turn with the CST combination. But too little, too late for Napot on his home turf. Josh Watt, our leader now.
That's got to go down as one of the most unexpected picks in a game that I have seen, where the vowels are played heavy and furiously in the early parts of the game. Very much expected, rack after rack of heavy consonants. Never really happened. Yes, there was GTTEN, but there wasn't like XJZ, MW racks like that. The V's had already been played. And to pick up a retina rack with an available R, so it couldn't even be blocked. He could have had Tinware and Tonier to the right, to the left of Haya, and he very, very quickly found Interwar. Kudos to Josh for finding his best bingo. But unbelievable pick at the end of a game with hardly any vowels left. So, this is how you win major tournaments, and we'll see if it continues for him. But still very, very early. We're only in game 1 of day 2, and days where we have 10 game days, which is, I can't even believe I'm saying it. It's not even rolling off my tongue because it seems unbelievable to me, but we are playing that many games a day. So we'll see how this plays out, but really, really very interesting game for the first one.
Yeah, this was a kind of back and forwards affair. We really did not know who was going to win until that very, very, very last turn. And that is what we are all rooting for here. Napot going to play out with Cats for 14, highest scoring out, and we are going to cut to overhead mic and see what we hear from these players.
Yeah, 416 plays 374.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, thank you. I think only unfixed, right? Just take the T. So maybe a little bit get confused on that.
I'm rusty on my words as well. Just didn't look right.
Yeah, only unfixed take the T. So
Sure. Yeah.
What did you keep on this one?
NT.
Oh man, yeah. Should I had I played like Sting first, maybe I would be really in a good shape. But yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think you would have had the S if you were playing over here. I guess setting it up. Trying to set up the next one.
Yeah, right. But so actually, I do have some chance of joining now before, but yeah, I guess finished or something.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know if I had anything really worth talking about. Oh, I kept Z, either Z, an A, an L, and I. Um, but I couldn't say anywhere because that worked productively. I mean, the highest score I could see was something like Malaysia, but obviously you can't do that in the books.
Right.
Sort of just hope that I drew into something. Here at Q,
Oh,
which was risky because you played the last U,
yeah.
but you just have to do it for points.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of desperate. I keep holding 1 point ties at almost the whole game for just maybe just to do that. Yeah. Okay, but lucky that to connect with that. And, yeah, maybe it's just that for me Causeway. So
Sure. Yeah. Cool. Thank you.
yeah, thank you.
Lots of
All right, we'll let these gents do their paperwork, but you can see Napot pointing right at fixed or refixed and saying, I think it's just unfixed, UNFIXT. There's one other fixed word that takes the back T, transfixed, TRANSFIXT. But knowing these subtle nuances, which of the fixed words do and don't take the T, so tedious to try to keep it all straight, so hard to try to keep it all straight, but you never know when that's going to be the difference in a game. And it was here, wasn't it, Robin?
This was really a bit of a heartbreaker. I think Napot had enough to win. I think he had enough of the good tiles. I think if he had just played off the NK, also very, very dangerous, as I said, because there were still A's unseen that he could have given a 40-point comeback and then really had nothing for himself. So good on Josh. He played a very patient game. He took a chance with the QI. I didn't have my headphones on fast enough. Did you hear anything about Harry versus Hyatt? Did they mention anything yet?
I didn't hear him talk about that one, no. But I did hear them talking about Lizard, and Josh was very worried about the Q when he played Lizard, but he knew he had to. It was just too many points. That game did wrap up rather quickly. Both players had over 6 minutes left on their clock. So that means you at home should probably take this opportunity to check out our second and third live streams, because at the Causeway Challenge, it's not enough to have 440 players, 17 of the world's top 20 players in the room at once live stream. We need 3 live streams. So on the Let's Play Scrabble channel on YouTube, if that's where you're joining us from, check out Table 2, or I'm hearing there's a very tight end game on board 3 right now. If you're a diehard, like several of the players I've spoken to here, you're going to have all 3 streams open at once and just unmute the one that seems the most fun. But consider checking out Table 2 or Table 3 on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel, or switch over on MeWatch OTT, our other media partner, and soak in some more Scrabble. If watching that much Scrabble is intimidating, or you're saving those streams for next weekend or something like that, there's also a whole lot of annotated games you can click through from yesterday, as well as games happening live right now. Tables 4 through 10 are all being live annotated on our partner site, woogles.io. That's WOOGLES.io. You can watch games there. You can even play some games there if you're getting the itch. So check all of that out during this intermission. We are going to cut to a little bit of a break, but if you need one portal for all the action, it is causeway-challenge.com. Check all of that out. Everything is available on the front page, all of the coverage, all of the just everything. So check that out, causeway-challenge.com. Robin, what are you going to do with our little 10-minute intermission?
I'm going to be real honest with you. My hockey team in Canada is facing elimination, and I don't think they're doing real well. So I'm going to go take a quick look at the score and say goodbye to mes habitants de Canada, and wish them a great thanks for a fantastic season. But the lucky news is I've got a little something to keep me occupied over the next couple of days, Matt, and to mend my broken heart over my beloved hockey team not making it into the Stanley Cup Finals. So I'm very grateful for all of you. I'm very grateful for you, Matt. I'm grateful to our producer, Josh, and I know that you're going to stick with us, and I can't wait to spend the rest of the day with you.
All right. Well, we will see y'all soon. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble.
See you soon. Don't go away. We're right here, and so should you be.
Welcome back, folks. Round 12 of the Causeway Challenge coming your way right now. We're going to see a very familiar face in Napat and a familiar matchup as well, as he's paired again with Andrew Fisher of Australia. So Napat and Andrew, let's take a peek at our standings as things are getting spicy here. Looks like this not quite updated, but we just saw Josh Watt defeat Napat on board one last round. Each of those players now 9-2. Andrew narrowly lost his last round, so he is down to 8-3. Things are already getting so tight here, just a third of the way through the Causeway Challenge. So a big matchup here between two players who have just lost in Napat and Andrew Fisher. We're going to cut over to the board. You see Napat on the left, Andrew Fisher on the right. Napat grabbed me as soon as I walked out of the commentary studio, shaking his head about that refixed mistake, saying, I can't blame the tiles. That game was on me. I made a mistake. I did ask him about the HIYA versus HAIRY decision. And it seems like he did not even see or consider playing Harry and QI for 7 additional points, but his spidey senses went off. He said after QI for 11, he thought his opponent was going to bingo and he needed to block. So he just immediately thought about blocking and then said, I guess Harry probably better, huh? And I'm like, well, I think so. But that's the weird thing about being the commentator is you have insanely good players like Napat, and they're asking me what I would have done. Like, bro, I'm asking you. I'm trying to learn, but players do make mistakes over the board. And Napat, I think, agreeing that maybe that was an oversight. He's going to play this immediately. Bland is definitely his top option. 34 seconds is all it took for him to identify that. And Robin, spot on, right?
Spot on. I still disagree with his placement of it vertically, but I'm going to keep my mouth shut about that.
Oh boy, here we go. The Verdi Wars begin anew. There are only 3 certainties in life: death, taxes, and Scrabble players arguing about whether you open horizontally or vertically. I myself am a Verdi, and I am pleased when others are as well. So good job, Napat, or bad job, depending on your perspective. Andrew to respond, DEEGIOS. No playable bingos for him on this turn. And the play that jumps out to me, Robin, is playing BOGIE from the B in Bland. It takes both a D and an S back hook, and Andrew would retain both of those. Do you like that?
Yeah. The question becomes whether you want to take the D yourself, make sure that your opponent can't take the end hook and hook onto it, and also play off one valuable tile very early in the game where all of the major tiles are still in the bag. There might be a few things to the side. I'm looking at Geode that plays to the right of Bland, all the way off BELOAD and NE. And we're going to see now whether Mr. Fisher is more of an open board player or a closed board player. If you're more open board, you're going to play bogey or bogeyed. And if you're more closed board, you're going to probably play something like Geode, which scores the most and does not open the board and forces either to have an S for Bland or to make 9-letter bingos if that's the case.
Geode, very defensive. The wart on it is the leaves just IS, whereas after other plays you can hold ES, DES, or even shorter plays keep DEIS. So are you trying to set yourself up for next turn, or are you trying to take away options from Napat? 2 very different lines here, but both make a lot of sense. You see Andrew cocking his neck a little bit. Yeah, this is a tough one. A lot to think about here, and nothing seems clearly better than anything else. Andrew loves Scrabble strategy. He actually wrote a Scrabble strategy book in tandem with David Webb a couple decades ago. And I want to chat with him about that book because we're so lucky at this tournament to have 10 annotated or streamed games each round times 36 rounds. That's 360 games of Grandmaster Scrabble, whether it's Mr. Fisher himself or another player in the room or maybe one of us watching at home. Someone needs to write a book and take some of the coolest positions from Causeway. We'll see if I can get Andrew's thoughts later on, but you can find that book a little bit obsolete now with some of the updated words, but cool stuff out there. Andrew's going to play a little offense here, GOE, keeping the synergistic DEIS, pretty intuitive play. So that's the line he's opting for. Bingo as quick as possible. Makes some sense to me. And Napot now, ADDESTX. Axed or taxed, what he's deliberating now. These are all going to play triple overlap alongside GOE, making AGA, Nox, and DEE. Robin, are you putting the T on?
Of course. There's absolutely no reason to give your opponent such an easy hook on top. So many letters go in front of AXT, and you're also saving 2 consonants. Why in the world would you save 3 of them? And as we talked about yesterday, for people who are here with us, the D and the T, although they seem synergistic, are actually quite antagonistic. So I definitely would not be keeping TDS on my rack.
Okay, now he's looking at Dex, same spot, but more defense, ADST. It's a 6-point difference between taxed and Dex, but the leave is a little bit stronger. I would take the points here, Napot reaching the same conclusion. And yeah, Robin, to your point, if Napot just plays axed here, Andrew scores on average 6 to 7 more points because he's got that hook available. So a good choice from Napot. This is by far the computer engine's preferred play. Great draw from Andrew into DEIS. He picks up an L, a Y, and a blank. He'll be bingoing this turn for sure. The maximum available to him is 79, but tons and tons of options for him. We'll see how much time he needs to find his best option here.
I'm wondering, I think he's going to be here a little while. I'm wondering whether to save my little tidbit from Seth Lipkin. So Seth Lipkin is very well known in the Scrabble community for having created crosstables.com. He's a brilliant mind, mathematical mind as well. And he did a bit of a sim for us on that Harry versus Haya play. And it turns out that they simmed almost equally, which is very interesting.
No. Read that closer, Robin. It turns out that the opponent bingoed almost the same amount of the time, but Harry scored 7 more points. So Napot thinking he's playing some defense, but not actually taking away bingo opportunity and leaving points on the table. That's what that means. Thanks, Seth, for your everything you do for Scrabble, but for the analysis in the moment here as well.
So in terms of this rack, there's a few options, one of which is to hook an S onto blend with an S and make a bingo that way, in which case you're very much opening the board and you're probably scoring a little bit less, a few points less. More likely that we're going to see is a bingo to the right of this pile of bland, go, and taxed, hooking, let's say, a D onto DEE or an S onto it, making words like sidedly or seedily, which will not take an S themselves. It sticks an E out there, which is very nice, but you're not opening up any double doubles. You're only opening it to an 8-letter word. If the person needs a D, the D is a blank. The Y, if anything you want to bingo through there, you're going to open up a triple row below. So I'm liking words like sidedly and seedily in that spot. They score 78. Just 1 point less than a play like dialyze or distyle, making D and DI, but both of those take R's or D's or S's.
All right, so sidedly is what we're going to see from Andrew, and this decision huge as he's floating an E, D, L, and Y, but crucially he is not floating an I. I is one of 2 tiles that allow Napot to bingo, despite the fact that he's got 2 on his board, and I would have given him Brindisi, Brindisi. Now, no bingo is available to Napot. So Andrew can't have known how important that decision was, but seedily would have given the bingo back. Sidedly does not. Big swing in this game.
And now what do you do? Now the obvious thing is to score points, number 1, but you also want to undouble your I's. Get rid of the B if possible, because it's not as bingo prone as the other ones. So one way to do that is to play biddy to the right of sidedly, making dib, DI, ED, and DI again. That DI is so handy, isn't it? We wish we had it in the North American Dictionary. That's going to score your most. That's going to score 30 points. Unfortunately, it's going to take away all of your vowels, but I don't think that this is something you need to be completely paranoid about this early in the game. There are plenty of vowels left.
Yeah, BD, BIDI just looks so good here.
I like it.
30 points in RS. The leave does all the things you need to do.
Gives you a second S hook for your S that you're
Yep.
leaving on your back.
Set up dibs. BD's so good. I'd be very surprised if he plays anything but BD. He is going to spend some time looking for bingos. You see, he's going back into alphagram order here, alphabetizing those letters, and it just kind of feels like I ought to have something, right? Like synergistic letters, an E on the board for me, but no bingos on the cards for Napot.
Well, what's the bingo through? And I'm going to say I didn't look this up. This is the first thing I thought of when I saw that rack. What's the bingo through discontiguous M and A? I'm sorry. It's so unfair of me to do that to you. But it's honest to God, when I saw that rack, it's the first word I thought of.
AM. Oh boy.
So ABM, ABDIIMNRS. ABDIIMNRS. It's a crazy
Sort of like
word.
mini bars and
So yeah, that's a good thinking.
Miss Brand, but with an
Yeah, Miss
I.
Brand.
Miss Brand came up yesterday too.
Miss Brand with another I.
All right, tell me, Robin.
Midbrains.
Midbrains. Very good. Our psychologist, of course, going to think of that, or psychology expert, I should say. BD is indeed the play from Napot. This looks so good, and what does not look good is Andrew's post bingo draw. KMOOTUV.
How
But
about
yeah,
outmoved? Outmoved. Oh,
outmoved is going to be
yeah.
wonderful.
I think
Wow,
that's
wow,
great.
wow.
Yeah.
Well spotted, Robin. Yep. All right, that's the play.
Saves the K, which is okay, whatever. Let's not worry about what we're saving. In this case, we're much more worried about what we're getting rid of. And we have a V and a U and two O's on our rack, and outmoved is just like, it's like butter. It just goes down so beautifully. And it gets rid of 6 tiles as well, with still a blank and 3 S's unseen. Let's see what he does. No, he's going to play KO. He's going to go straight for the points.
All right, he's going to take the points here. This just a couple points down compared to outmoved here.
Insofar, is there any place for it? Oh, it's such a lovely bingo. Insofar.
There is a spot for it. DEES does take a front eye, so insofar coming for Napot, as long as he notices that front hook. That's the only playable bingo for him on this turn, and otherwise quite the drecky turn. So it's important that he sees it, and here we go.
Speaking of butter, isn't it a pleasure as commentators when you have players who know the words, know the hooks, and play them, and they play them quickly?
Yeah, I love commentating these insanely high-level players in these insanely high-level tournaments, because you don't really have to be careful. You can just assume that they're going to see the things. It makes my job way easier and way funner. I mean, it is so tough when you're commentating players who whiff pretty consistently, and you don't want to be mean, but you also can't praise poor play. So Napot's making our job very easy. Andrew's making our job pretty easy as well. Thanks to these guys. Into MOTUV, Andrew draws QV. This rack makes me want to vom, but I don't know if that makes me want to play vom. DIV and VOM is one way forward. I might be tempted here, Robin, to just exchange. Is that crazy?
I don't think it's necessary. I mean, vom, the trouble with playing vom to the right of DI is that it makes a very hookable set of tiles to play to the right of. Dive, diva, off the O, off the M. You could score a ton of points. On the other hand, you're saving that QI. Maybe you'll get a chance to play something over there, like Quare, for example, which would just be like an 80-point play without even thinking about it. So there's something to be said for that. It's also, the question also becomes, if he passes, do you pass the QU? Do you save it? And I've spoken to a bunch of people about that, and a lot of people would say that they would hold on to that QU. What would you do?
I generally, when I'm exchanging, I try to keep the QU together. On a board like this where bingos are more important, I think about it harder, but playing through also makes some sense. Quota's 28, MVV the leave, but 28 points is 28 points, and if you draw an I, you threaten Vim underneath quota so you can work your way through. This makes sense to me. So I just want to point out for our viewers, yeah, the scores are slightly off. Napot should have 2 additional points. I think our annotation just flipped that D blank insidedly. But Napot actually at 155 to Andrew's 155. We have a tie game on the ground.
There is an insane extension available to Napa on this turn.
Oh.
See if you can find it.
All right.
Insane.
Oh, that's so sick. Yeah. Alex Seaholm in chat pointing out the possibility of Scabland earlier on, but there's another bland extension, and Napot has drawn it. Should he be able to see it? Oh, that's beautiful.
It's worth 39 points. Nothing comes close to it. In terms of balancing your rack, the very lovely one of the spellings of Guiduc is available to him through the ED. It's only 11 points, but he does have an opportunity to balance his rack with ELT, which is absolutely lovely. He could also just do something like glow for 16 points through the O in quota, but that sets up a hook for an S and a Y. Oh, not a Y. Why did I think glowy was good? Maybe I'm thinking of flowy. That's it. But he does not have an S, so what is the point?
Yeah. Robin, what percent of players in the room do you think spot Clubland here?
Very, very few.
Yeah, I think I'm right on with you. So GLOW, a far more human play that we're going to see from Napot here. Yeah, all right.
I'd say he thinks the play was cute.
Very good.
Oh.
And the leave quite cute as well. MORVVWZ. That's one of those, I hope I never draw this rack again in my life. And statistically, it would be quite hard for me to draw this rack again in my life.
But he could play Vrow, for example, which I think he's playing without even thinking. There's very little to think about on this rack. He's decided, and I've done this many times in tournaments too with very, very bad racks, where if I'm getting 20, 30 points per turn, I'm going to just stick with it and see what happens. And you know what? I think almost 100% of the time, almost, not always, I'm able to climb my way out of it. And I've scored 50, 60 points that I would not have if I had thrown away the tiles.
Yeah. If you can just keep going on through and scoring and grinding out points. Now, in NWL land where we live, 25 to 30 a turn's acceptable. In CSW, you might find yourself falling behind because scoring happens so quickly. Napot, CELNSTU, does not have a playable bingo on this turn, but does yet again have the 3-letter front extension to bland. If he missed it last turn, he likely doesn't see it again this turn. And if he doesn't see it this turn, this is a brutal turn for him. Every option just sucks.
No, I don't think he's going to see it. And I think, I've always had this little fantasy of extending waters, WATERS, with an HED to make watershed. Ooh. So, whenever you make an extension that actually changes the pronunciation of the word, or in this case, I'm not even sure about, you're adding an extra word onto it that changes how it comes out. Bland is just bland. Club bland is two different words with two different, my son, who's the linguist, would know what the word is when it changes the sound of it. It's very, very difficult to do. It's something that you have to train your brain to do. It's something as Scrabble players that you would do very well to do, to have some kind of neuroplasticity when you're looking at the board and force yourself to change the sound of words on the board for yourself. But I don't think I would have even thought of Clubland, but it's something you really do have to force yourself to do, especially for those opening plays that lend themselves to these 2 to 3 word letter extensions.
We're going to see CUL picked up, but not played in front of bland. Instead, here, CULL. I like it from Napot because this sets up a front S hook that he retains. So if you're not going to see Clubland, this looks like a very reasonable option for him. And he did not fall into the trap. He set up the 7-letter LUCENTS on his rack, Lucent, valid as a 6, but does not take an S as it's an adjective. So well done on Napot not falling into the trap on a turn where all of your plays are bad except this bingo that might be good. It can be very enticing to just roll the dice on your 80-point play. He does not fall into the trap, and he's rewarded immensely. Look at that draw, HR blank. Andrew's going to quickly play Waz, which makes a lot of sense. As he said, Robin, just keep scoring, even if your racks are ugly. And now yes. Napot's going to do some damage. EHNRST blank the rack. He's got bingos aplenty. Likely going to forego the skull front hook to play with dibs, DIBS, instead. He's got plenty of bingos there. Anthers, Thenars, Thrones, Thrinos, Threens, Hunters, all 80 points. Robin, does it matter too much which bingo you play with dibs, or should you just pick one and move on?
Well, sure, it matters because you want to see what you're giving back. You don't want to stick a vowel next to that triple letter to the right of it. Anthers would not do that. It would just have the H next to the triple letter to make it easier for you. But the first thing that you want to do is you want to see, can I put a consonant there that doesn't take another letter, like a V, for example. But because he only has the one vowel, there aren't a lot of words in there that, I don't know if there's even any words that don't have more, that only has the one vowel. So he's going to have to make it a vowel. And then the question just becomes which one. Can I make it a U? Well, I could do hunters, but shunters is good. So yes, it does matter. You can't play hunters because it takes the S hook, for example. So you want to do something that gives as little back as possible. The H is going to give you the most back if you put it towards the top of the word, because the person's going to be able to play next to it and score most points. So I like a word like anthers, but it does take the P hook, and there's still 2 P's to come. So these are the kind of things that you're going to have to think about when you're making your play. Always find something so that you put your anxiety at ease, that you found something. You know that no matter what happens, you're always going to have a bingo to play. And then breathe a few seconds, sit back, put all the vowels in there, and see which is the best one that's going to give you the least back. And he's looking right now, I think at Thrones.
All right, so here does come Thrones. The one wart on this play is it slots that blank O next to a triple letter square, but with the X already having been played. Looking at the unseen pool, it's really just an F, an H, and a Y that can hurt you there. Maybe an M and a P. Not super worried about any of those, and they'll likely give me counterplays. So Thrones makes it hard to stack back alongside this word. That's the option we see for Napat. He leads now 263 to 227, both blanks now on the board, and we'll see what players are able to do with the remaining tiles in this game. Andrew, AACEMOV, has a lot of ways to score points on this rack. Doesn't look like the best rack, but wow, are there some fun options here,
Amazing. He's got a word that's not familiar to me, Voema, Voema, to the right of D. Remember I talked to you about how that could become a very hookable area, and it is. The nice thing about it is it scores a whopping 38 points, and it gives nothing back because there are no 2-letter words with the V. But something as simple as coma, that is the trouble with that H there. This is what I told you about. You asked about it. The trouble with that H is that it takes the C in front of it. And in fact, Andrew has it. So he could just play coma, saving the very synergistic AVE, and score 37 points.
Andrew nearly made a blunder there and gave some information to Napat. I think he had a little dyslexia moment in his brain. He was setting down VOEMA to the left side of Thrones. That would make MH instead of HM. Would have scored 46 if that were right, but Andrew realized what it was. So Napat has now seen VO on Andrew's rack, and many of Andrew's top plays don't play that V tile. So I think that changes the psychology a little bit. Maybe now that Napat knows I've got it, I should put it on the board so he can't adjust accordingly.
Do we actually know if it's Thrones or Threens? Did we see that?
Oh, good question.
Yeah.
We should figure that out.
I think coma is just so special. I love it.
Oh, Kioma, though. C-A-E. Oh, we can't see the blank cam because the tile bag's on it. Woof. C-A-E-O-M-A with a bunch of overlaps alongside Thrones, I think is there. Okay, it is an O on the blank cam. This is Thrones.
Very good.
It was already shown, and I just whiffed it. All right, this is going to be Maca from Andrew, M-A-C-A, holding the EOV combination. Look at this unseen distribution, Robin. 17 vowels, 16 consonants. So we'll see if players end up in trouble. Just a ton of vowels still to come in this game, and that's going to make it interesting. A 2-point game. A lot of tiles that don't score. I think whoever hits some of these clunky consonants and does some damage with them wins this game. E-E-E-I-J-N-R, the rack for Napat. The J is this game's final high-scoring consonant. Napat can cash it in right now, or perhaps hold it for later. If he cashes the J in right now, There are two different ways to do it: JEE and dive, or JEE into the Z of Waz. JEE and dive 34, but gives a lot back on that triple word. So, Robin, are you taking a 6-point sacrifice and playing G's?
No, I'm just wondering, do we know any 8-letter words ending in Z? This would be blocking. Man, I'm just looking at that T space AR to set up something with the Z as well, but the Z is already played. But would that have been like a Nigel setup to do something like that? Like, what am I doing? The trouble with, you want to play G. I mean, that's your most balancing rack play. The trouble is the ones that are available, and the highest one would be to the right of div to make G and dive. And Andrew actually saved a no, but he actually picked up another one. There are 3 O's unseen, so I think that's a bit too volatile. Another place to put it is to the right of at and che to make 8 and che and CHE. Again, the Z is missing, is already played. It's not as worrisome, but there's still an F unseen for chef, for example. That would be devastating. And then it creates an A hook on top that I don't have. So if you are hell-bent on getting rid of JEE, G's is one way to go. It still scores 28 points versus the highest 34. But instead, he's decided to take that spot, which is such a lovely spot to score some points, holding on to the J and see what he can do on the next turn.
Yeah, and Alex C. Holm pointed out in chat for us, Maka actually held and set up VOE, where Napot just played NIE, and that spot does look very, very enticing. So Napot sees the threat, holds the J. He knows it'll do damage all over this board. I think that's a great play from Napot, one we didn't even consider in the booth, but looks better and better and better.
It's an even better play from Andrew.
Yes,
Who set it up?
Yeah, Andrew's Maka play looking quite smart now, only he's going to cross his arm and be like, oh, man, I thought so good, and then it didn't actually work out. But we applaud the effort, Andrew, and we appreciate those in chat helping us with the analysis. Thanks, Alex C. Holm. I'm really wishing you were here. Alec, one of just the 3 players in the world's top 20 who are not at this event. But, of course, he'll be watching every second in the chat. Thanks, Alec. Andrew now down by 27 points. AEOORUV on the rack. Big sad. He can play defense with that VOE, and dive knocks out the right side of this board, but it leaves pretty bad. Robin, are you doing it?
Well, I think we have a situation here. Why don't everybody come look at the board with me? We do not have a lot of places to bingo. We can bingo through the C and cull. We can bingo to the N, forcing an S hook onto bland. And we can bingo through the Q.
You can front hook cull with an S,
and
too.
You can absolutely, you can do that. There's only one S seen. So there are not a lot of places on the board to bingo, in which case the concept of rack grooming becomes less important and simply scoring becomes far more important.
Yeah, Robin taking us to school here. Your leave is not nearly as important on a board where you can't bingo. In fact, keeping a bunch of tiles that score 1, actually kind of a bad thing to do on a board where you can't bingo. I think the massive key in this game is that final S. Neither player has it right now. Each player has to be a little suspicious that their opponent already has it, but skull, that hook is going to be huge, or even the ability to play SE something and quotas going to be massive as well. So I'd be looking to try to play off a lot of tiles here if I could and try to get that S. It just seems so important. But on a board this tight, not really any good way to play a lot of tiles. I don't know. The longer I look, the better VOE and grabbing the points looks to me.
I like it too. Just very simple sims are doing FOU just to keep an AEORV rack, which is really, really lovely. You can have a play like Lota, through the just get reading of an O and an A through glow and quota, but that saves a very unwieldy VU. Vo scores the most. It doesn't give anything back. It pretty much puts you even, but he's made the decision that he wants to open up an R playable bingo, which is absolutely fine.
Well, this also mucks up the skull hook at least a little bit, and it plays off 4 tiles. So I like this play from Andrew. It feels pretty strong. Playing 4 tiles, I think the big key here. Will he draw that S? Will he be rewarded by going long? We'll find out in a moment. AEO, there's an A. There it is. There it is. That's the S. Okay, Andrew with a big pull. He does have a lot of 1-point tiles. It won't help now, but that skull hook is just going to sit there for him for the rest of this game.
Well, he does have a bingo through the R, but it's Aerostat and it won't play. Very quickly, Napat sees his best play, which is to play off the J and the duplicate E for the most point. He could play G to dive. That spot continues to exist, but of course it gives stuff back. The fact that Andrew played Vru might indicate that he's got 2 O's. So playing Jupe and has to hope that Andrew doesn't have anything too dangerous to hit the E from the Jupe that he's just created.
Okay, it's now crunch time for Andrew. He got hit hard on a board where you can't expect a lot of points to come from your opponent. Napat's got 2 of the key tiles that do score very well. And Andrew, Robin, if you're Andrew, are you starting to feel like you need to bingo to win this game?
The score is correct. So we're talking about 20 plus 16, 36-point difference. You've got 1 pointers on your rack. Yes, I'm starting to think that I need to do something a little bit volatile, possibly, because in order for me to bingo now, I have to bingo down through the R or to the R, or very difficultly through the C, forcing me to open up the triple row on the top row, or having the S in the 4th or 5th position, 4th or 5th position, yes, in order to bingo off of cull. So now all of that is happening on the left side of the board, in which case I do have to create a bit of a distraction on the right side of the board. How am I going to do that without giving too much away? So I start looking to see what's left in the bag, and he's got the final 2 A's as far, or is there 1 more A left? I think there's one more A, in which case he could do something as simple, and there's no, but there is an H left as well. So I was trying to get cutesy and off of the NE make something like at, say making ET, but there's still an A left, there's still an H left. ETS is not good here, but if you start to get desperate at some point, you are going to have to open up the board and hope that you have the case letter that allows you to be the only person to take that spot, just the way Nigel did yesterday with his Sejeant play.
Yeah, you'd love to do some kind of setup. Can I set up the S, which I know I have the last one of? Can I set up the A? There's only 1 unseen. And I don't know. Yeah, I guess Jupe would never be Puja instead, because there's 5 more unseen E's. So you can't infer Napat did not have an A last turn, but some kind of setup would be cool. And to try to think of things like that, you really need a whole lot of time. I'm looking and looking and looking and not seeing one here, but perhaps a little group think with our YouTube chat section could be cool to brainstorm something here. This is a pivotal turn for Andrew, and quite the challenging one as well.
Well, what he doesn't know is that Napat has absolutely nothing. If he were to stick that T and make ot or ta, which is what the sim is coming up with a lot of those kind of plays, he would actually have complete dibs for it. But what is coming up again is that Lota play through the LNT of Glow and Quota, saving taste. Yes, you don't want to have 2 T's, but there are worse things in life than having 2 T's on your rack. It scores 15 points. The only other thing that scores 15 points is PERT through the, again, in that same area, making EART. So this is where the sim is looking towards, but I would, even though there are 4 E's to go, I might want to hold on to that E.
Okay, so he's going to open up the side of the board with just EAT for 9. AEOST, the leave. I'm worried for Andrew. There's so many vowels left to draw. Oh, but he has found a P to help him out. Okay, this one looking interesting now. I believe this hits Apteris with an R, but that R is not in the right spot.
No.
And nothing else with an R.
Oh, Saucepot does almost plays. Oh.
Oof. Outpaces doesn't quite fit. Saucepot
So
doesn't
close.
quite fit. Apteris not there. Oh, close, but no cigar, it looks like, for Andrew. Though now Napat has a big decision to make. We've seen him play defense when he gets ahead in games like this, but now you can't block the skull spot and the T and eat at the same time. It is also pretty tough to block the T and eat without making a massive sacrifice on the scoreboard. This is a complex turn for Napat. Maybe just MOA into the A of eat for 22 points, Robin?
Yeah, I think that's okay. There is an S unseen to him, but there's mostly 1 pointers left. The highest point tile left is a Y. It's very unlikely that Andrew's going to play a Y vowel S or Y vowel something A, because Oma is good as well. So making that S hook is not as dangerous as it might seem, and it blocks what seems to be a pretty obvious setup.
Yeah, I think if Andrew makes a play like eat, you have him pegged on 1-point tiles and bingo prone range. You are worried about a big, high-scoring 6-letter word backhooking OM here, but you don't think Andrew's got F, H, Y, or at least all of those on his rack. Maybe he drew 1 on his 2-tile play, but you don't expect that he held those back. So it's more unlikely than you think to be hit by a 6 there, and we see Andrew's not going to have any major punish. So this play feels good from Napot. His lead 338 to 288. Andrew now definitely starting to feel the pressure to get a bingo down in this game. He can score 37 and cut the lead. TAUPES and ohms, but you're down 13, giving your opponent the turn, keeping 1 vowel and drawing into a pool of 10 vowels and 9 consonants. Just kind of seems like you're going to lose by 20 a lot of the time after that. And I don't think that makes sense. What do you think, Robin?
Yeah, and that was the only other tile that had any point value, but you made absolutely every excellent point. It does not put you in the lead. If it put him in the lead by 15, 20 points, I would say, let's go for it and hold our nose and see what happens when I take my hand out of the bag. But because the pool is so vowel heavy, with 5 unseen eyes, for example, I mean, the other death knell for your game, you can't do that. So what you need to be doing now is fishing, because, he's going for it. Okay. Qua, I think, would have been a very, very lovely fish on his part. Getting rid of the U. I would have preferred to hold on to the A than the O, but it gets rid of 2 vowels and keeps a very, very balanced rack. So we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Napot has a near slam dunk, kind of close to game over play.
Yeah.
Napot can score 41 on this move, but I think it's maybe Napot just looks straight to the C and skull and tries to block this board up and take the win that way. The 41, he might even be able to survive a bingo if Andrew draws one. Wow.
He could also play ripe rather than open up a triple. He could play ripe holding on to the G hook. The problem is that there's still a T unseen.
Oh, look at this. He's seen it so fast. Incredible from Napot. Gripier, 41 points. Oh, and because Andrew just played the S, GG. Wow.
What a play. How lovely is that?
Sick.
And Qua would have blocked Gripier.
Sick.
Another reason not to play it.
So Andrew does have 36 points in response to this FIGO through the G, but that's going to be just a bit too little, a bit too late. Oh, man, Napot, that was sick.
And how's he doing? And he's picked up really lovely scoring tiles, and he picked the T anyway. He would have been able to hook both of them, and he would have had like height, HYTE, possibly. He wouldn't have picked as many tiles out of the bag, so we don't know exactly. So Figo seems to be the play. It's 36 points. I don't think you have a choice but to play that. Unless and he's played off his S, so the skull isn't in play anymore. There aren't any bingos in play anymore. Let me see if there are through that C.
Even if there is a bingo through the C, there's 1 tile in the bag. So if you fish one, Napot knows your rack. Napot's going to block the bingo if you drew it. Yeah, Andrew's doing the right thing here. Just salvage the spread, take the points, and lose a narrow game. And I really do think this game goes back to Topes, TAUPES.
I think it does, yeah.
What did we say right away? It feels like you're just going to lose by 20 when you make this play.
That's exactly it. And you do it when you can go ahead. But if you're not going ahead and you've given up your best stuff and you're drawing into crap, he actually didn't pick too badly, I got to say. He could have picked a lot worse.
Yeah, definitely could have. But Andrew did play a really wonderful game.
Absolutely.
I think maybe the KO move instead of out moved a little imprecise, and then maybe Topes late in the game. But both of these guys showing why they're world-class players, why their rating is well above 2,000. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of Napot and more of Andrew here at the Causeway Challenge. If they're going to play like this, they're going to stay near the top tables.
I'm actually imagining Andrew watching this afterwards and saying, "You little twits, I knew it," because Andrew's such a good player and he's also such a confident player. And I'm sure we could have a conversation with him and he would tell us exactly why it was the correct play, and he would school us. So this is all I can do is the best that I can do, in my opinion. This was my opinion. Andrew, I bow to your very excellent knowledge, and if you feel that was the right play and you would do it the same way every time, I have something to learn from you.
Yeah, I mean, from his perspective, there were 5 unseen eyes. If Napot played MOA holding 1 or 2, if he was forced to make that block, and then he draws 1 or 2 eyes, then maybe Andrew just does outrun him. So it does make some sense. It's hard for us to see 100% clearly in the booth because we know what Napot has. I knew he didn't have an eye when he played MOA, and Andrew can't know that. So with a little bit more fog of war, yeah, that play could make more sense from Andrew. And he is a world-class player. He is very, very smart, and he's been doing it for 25 years. So we'll see. Perhaps he's got a little write-up coming about it, or maybe not.
Yeah, he's a fearsome person. He looks like a fearsome person. There's an intimidation factor. When I look at him, he's a very intense man. He's also a very lovely man. So appearances aren't everything. So, just a beautiful lesson in Scrabble, like one good decision. And you know what? Maybe he would have picked some good tiles to score with the H and the Y. And Napot would have picked up a mitt full of 1-point vowels, and Andrew might have been able to squeak a win through. So you just never know what's going to happen.
All right, Napot finding his best end game instead of stopping Andrew from going out. Andrew does have outs through using the R in Vrow, such as re-earn, or the C in regain. He's just going to score points. This is his best sequence, and now Andrew's best sequence is simply to go out, play re-earn, nearer earner, or regain for 8 points. So this will be the last move of the game, and we'll see if the players do any kind of post-mortem after this. I'll go ahead and cut to that overhead mic right now.
So 377 for OJ.
Yeah. So,
Thank you. So you give me OE, right?
yeah.
Yeah. Since you like now Bima, right?
Yeah.
So I figure out you give me OE, so I bought it first.
Yeah. Yeah.
You could play Bima here, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
But better. Okay. Good point.
Right. Yeah, but since you expose your tiles already,
Yeah.
you maybe if you played it without exposing tile, I would not block it because I have the J and the turn, but
Okay.
I can JER. Yeah.
When you play Cull, did you consider clubbing?
Oh, nah, not. I don't know that word. I don't know that word. Yeah, if I had, I know I'm definitely going to play. Yeah. Yeah. What would you pick on this one?
Just an 8.
Oh.
So it's sore spot and fit, accurate and fit.
Yeah.
Places. Yeah, so.
Đây, kiểu em luôn lúc fit em gì kiểu này fit ở here.
Do you want to get the post push?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you're hearing it from Napot. We suspected that might be the case. Andrew, on the Maka turn, first set down a V and an O, and Napot, capitalizing on that information, said, you kept VO here. That's why Napot played NIE to block. That free information Andrew gave might have just been the difference in this game. Napot able to block VOE. Just super, super high level thinking from these guys. Incredible stuff. And man, we love having that overhead mic to capture those moments. What a game, Robin.
Unbelievable. And it really, really goes to show you how one single turn can determine the entire game. In this case, Napot playing knee was deciding turn to prevent Andrew from taking the lead. And also Andrew's decision to play topes, we feel might have caused him to lose the game. We'd have to do lots of simulations to see whether that was the case, considering what tile was in the bag, what tiles were in the bag, and whether he could have pulled it off. But it's a game of millimeters, not even inches, and you have to make every turn count, do everything correctly. And also there's the luck factor in Scrabble. And sometimes you do everything correctly and have a perfect game and still lose. So games of millimeters here, and we're going to keep bringing them to you all day long.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the beauty of the game of Scrabble is Robin and I are sitting here. She's one of the greatest players in the world. We've got computer engines available in front of us, and we're still like, maybe Topes was wrong. I can't tell you for sure. And the fact that these players are doing it over the board with no engines, just their brains, 25 minutes, a piece of paper and a pen, is pretty freaking incredible. And you could debate these for minutes, for hours sometimes, some of these positions, and still maybe not get to a resolution. So that's the beauty of the game. That's why we're here. We do our best. But man, these players are so freaking good. If that game wound down too quickly for you and you want more Scrabble, I'm seeing that table 3 just wrapped up as well. But check out some of the other streams. Maybe click through some of those games. Click through annotated games on woogles.io, our partner site as well. Round 13 will be coming your way shortly. We'll drop the matchup in YouTube chat as soon as we know it. I think, Robin, we'll take just a little break, but y'all won't miss any Scrabble, I promise you.
Well, one thing that we're going to be doing, so not to interrupt you, is we're going to be walking around a bit. So if I could just play the physician here for a second. You guys are all watching. If there's nothing to watch, get up, stretch your legs, get something to drink. Make sure that you're in good shape to be able to watch the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's going to be a grind. 8 more games still coming. So use your muscles a little bit, maybe touch some grass, maybe get some sunshine if it's sunny wherever you are. Pet your dog, text your mom, and we will be back very, very shortly. You are watching Let's Play Scrabble.
Can't wait to see you when you come back.
new face coming to your Table
Yeah.
1 stream. Josh Watt will be one of the players we see in round 13 from the Causeway Challenge. But after an 0-3 start, American Ben Schonbrun has rattled off 9 straight wins. He is now in second place. So what an incredible turn of events for Ben. It'll be Josh Watt and Ben Schonbrun on board 1 this game. Check out those standings, Robin.
They're a little behind. We have played 12 games. At the time, though, when this pairing was made, Joshua was in first place. Napat holding tight at 9-2. We just saw him play, and now he's at 10-2. Akshay, I believe, has won as well. And we get to see the lovely, I knew him way back when he was Benji Schonbrun, but he now goes by the name of Ben. He is an absolutely lovely player, but you're going to see a very interesting style of tile placement. I'm going to keep you in suspense, and you're going to see how different Ben is in the way that he puts his tiles on the rack. But we'll help you with them. Let me promise you that.
And we know the cream slowly rises to the top at the Scrabble tournaments, but David Eldar, Nigel Richards, Dave Wiegand, all stalking. Ooh, it's getting fun here. Let's cut over to the board. We got Josh. We got Ben. We're about to get Scrabble. We are 1/3 of the way through the Causeway Challenge, which feels unbelievable. We've already seen 12 incredible games, and we get 24 more. Mecca for Scrabble players. Here's Ben. He gets to go first, and in just a few seconds, if you haven't seen it yet, you all will experience Benji mode. There it is, Benji mode engage. I don't care which letter or which way these letters are facing. Just whatever. They're on my rack. That's all that matters to me. ACIIMPS.
And I think it's a very easy choice of Campy. There are 2 reasons for it. There's a number of reasons why Campy is the correct play. One of them is that it undoubles the I's. Second of all, it puts a high-scoring tile on the double letter. You're going to double word it. All good. Saves the S. And guess where S sticks? In front of Campy to make Scampy.
Ooh, okay. So Campy, a great play for Ben. The front S setup does not take an S behind. This is the plural of Camp O. FLNNTWY, the opening rack for Josh. Looks ugly at first, but that A is going to give him, I think, a very straightforward Fawny, FAWNY. Yeah. How quickly should he play that, Robin?
Immediately. And I'm just thinking, oh my God, if that W was an E, he'd have fentanyl double. Oof. That would have been a very clunky rack. All of a sudden scored 98 points, something like that.
God, Ben, killing me with these tiles. GQVX, both what you're drawing and how you're putting them on your rack. So, all right, this is going to be interesting. I'm shocked.
I don't know why he's taking so long.
Yeah, I mean,
big mistake. Just play it.
Only other play you might think about here is Flanny, FLANNY, or is Flanny maybe? I don't know, but
no,
Fawny just
Flanny,
so good.
Flanny is, if you want to get rid of one more tile, the only way to do it is Flanny. But then you keep the W. So it's just a no-brainer, and it's just a complete waste of a minute of his time.
He whiffed it. Wanley instead.
Well, there you go.
Whoop.
Well, everybody has their letters that they like and don't like. Maybe he just likes the F.
Okay, well, to each their own. This looks like about a 6-point mistake from Josh Watt on turn 1, but boy, like we're gonna make this point a lot. So pardon me for waxing philosophical on the same exact point, but holy fatigue! 10 games in a day is highly unusual, and I do think we're gonna start seeing some players who are usually rock solid just making some weird choices and inexplicable misses. That's really all I got for that turn for Josh. GIQOVSX, the rack for Ben. Do you cash the S in right now? Well, VIGS and Scampy sets up QI for 31 next turn.
Yeah, I get rid of the Q. I just do Campi and QI. That's what I would do. And I'd set up another S hook.
Okay, yeah, I like it. So QI coming from Ben. EEEFINT now the rack for Josh Watt. He's looking to play off some of those E's, and it looks again like a pretty straightforward play for Josh here. FEME through that M in Campi just looks like a slam dunk play. But hey, we saw what looked like a slam dunk play last turn for Josh, and he chose another choice. No, he is going to play Feme here. Good choice from him.
And now we get to go back investigating the cryptic rack that is Ben's.
GOOSTVX. I think we're just going to see Ben play the S here. If he wants to keep it OXO and OI on top of QI is 28 points, but it just gets smashed by counterplays on top too often. So I think we've got to see him cash it, right, Robin?
Yeah, I think I would play something like GOVs and QIS, and I'm setting up my O and my X for the very next turn.
Yeah, good little X setup here. You can play, OX and OX already comes down for 40, but if you draw a better consonant to go with it, you might have some big points. So yeah, this feels very good for Ben here. What also feels very good for Josh Watt is the draw that he's had, EIILNT blank. He threatens bingos, but I think what you're looking to do is maximize your points by taking out the scampy front hook, right,
yeah.
Robin?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's absolutely no point. He might get very enticed by that G, considering he has IN on his rack. If he does that, he'll have bingos like Lignites, which opens up a triple, or he'll have something like Diligent, which is a little bit better, but it's also going to score 68 points. He's got 77 points for Liniest, and when you've got literally 6 points on your rack, to be able to score 77 is a godsend. He could also play Linties, but that has its own issues with it, and it scores less points. So I would definitely go with Liniest.
Would you consider playing Linties for 75 just to avoid opening the bottom of the board with that pesky 7-letter bingo line for the rest of the game?
As long as Linties doesn't take anything in front of it, which I don't think that it does.
It does not.
It is 2 less points. So it's actually a very, very good point. It also depends where the eyes lie as well as you play it. Liniest allows for a hook to the right of it off the eye. So maybe to some extent, Linties is a little better and sacrifice the 2 points. You have to think about it.
I'd say if the scores were flipped, if I were already up 30 and going up 100, I think I'd actually do it. But given that I'm down by 33 and this bingo is only going to put me up about 40, that's really close to a 50-50 game, maybe a 55-45 game. So I just grab every point I can. Liniest looks a little bit better to Josh.
And then there's the question of where does the eye lie to what lies to the left of the eyes? And is there going to be an X spot that it's going to hit?
He's going to play retiling here for 68. Maybe he's spooked by the X bomb possibilities, but I think maybe he's just whiffed on the scampy hook.
I think he has as well. There's no point giving up 9 points. There's no reason for it.
Unless he knows Ben has the X, which would be a crazy soul read. Like, you can't be paranoid like that. 9 points is a pretty massive sacrifice. I'm going to guess that Josh whiffed Campy to Scampy on that turn, and I wonder if he's going to continue to whiff it later on in this game. Now, Ben already has the second and third S's on his rack.
He'll take it. He'll take it at some point.
Yeah, likely so. But an interesting choice. I wonder if Ben's making any kind of read based off of that. If I'm Ben now, though, if I see that my opponents miss Scampy especially, I want to keep these S's. That's what might just be mine exclusively. TOXIN through the I and retiling looks pretty good to me, Robin.
Well, and the other question is, I've forgotten what the other question is. I'll get back to it.
All right. But do you like toxin through that I and retiling?
Yeah,
that
of
triple
course.
word?
Yeah. And actually it takes away, because there's not enough room to question whether you should blow the S on it, just to undouble your S's. So you don't have to give anything away to your opponent that you've got 2 S's on your rack.
Yeah, you don't want to play 1 S for cheap here. You don't want to play taxis just to get rid of one of them, especially with that Scampy hook hanging out for you. So this looks good for Ben, that ASS leave.
I remember what I was going to tell you.
So
I know I interrupted you. Sorry about that. It's going to go out of my head. Do you actually do do you think that Ben is sitting there going, oh, he could have played Linties or Liniest? Like he'd put the tiles down in his head or on the paper and go, oh yeah, he missed the S hook. I don't know that I ever do that. That was my point. I don't go and once my opponent plays a bingo, do I take any time out of my game to look to see if he missed something? And what would be the point of it?
I definitely used to do it. I think now I don't do it as much because it can be tilt-inducing to be like, oh my God, my opponent missed this and they're beating me right now. That's really frustrating me. But you do get some extra information. If you're able to learn my opponent missed Scampy and maybe my opponent will continue to miss Scampy, That's huge. So I think it's probably good as long as you can overcome the psychology of watching your opponent play bad. Here comes Josh out of a clunky rack. He's going to play TOLD.
Ben's going to kill him this game. He's going to kill him. This turn. Go ahead.
Looks good in a vacuum, told for 9, but ANRT on this board, like unless you draw bingo starting with an N playing QIN, I don't know that this works out. And yeah, here comes Ben's killer play, Shariah's. Big 90. And I wonder if Josh is going to realize he just whiffed Scampy.
I'm looking at his face. I'm not seeing anything.
Yeah, I don't see any kind of tell at
It's
all.
impossible that he missed it. I mean, it's just like a word you learn in your 3rd week of Scrabble. So I'm not sure why he missed it. It would be. We'll open up the mics afterwards and we'll see if anything's said about that.
Yeah, definitely one of our big question marks in this game. We'll see if it's answered later on. I will never go into the playing room and ask a player I haven't met before, hey, did you miss Scampy on purpose? But if Josh were a close friend of mine, perhaps I'd be more willing to do it, but not going to be that guy here. So Shariah's comes down for Ben. 90 points puts him commandingly ahead and into ANRT.
He's blocked his own bingo of Pronador.
Oh, Josh trying to play Patron for about 50, but that would make RA. So he's wisely picking that back up.
There's no need to play that quickly. He could play Trop to the right of Shariah's and score a lot of points as well. Undouble the R, score a lot of points, and not leave 2 R's on my rack. And set up an S hook or an O hook by playing PA. And we see that Ben has picked up Gentler. And we'll see if there's anything that he could play with it.
It doesn't look like anything's available on the board. It doesn't look like anything's going to come available unless Josh makes like an insanely weird play. Ben would bingo through an A, E, or I in the right spot on this board, but they are currently not in the right spot, and I'd be shocked if he gets one in the correct spot. Josh is going to look for stacks along Shariah's, and it just feels like there should be a way to put a 5 or a 6-letter word on the left side of Shariah's, but nothing is there for him. So
too many R's.
Too many R's indeed, yeah, and R's just don't stack on the left side of this at all. So I think it's going to end up being a forced play of Trop, TROP here. Nothing else is actually good for him.
Well, then the question though becomes that he's 82 points behind. Do I open up a triple and just give him 30 points for nothing? Pat is much more volatile, but again, it does make a very huge opening for an O or an S to make OPA or SPA. That being told, if those are not playable, what else can he do? Op to the left of Shariah's, making O and Pa is very, very dangerous. If you just Neon, making Chin and Po is a very pretty play for 22 points. I might actually think about that one. I don't, PART is not the best lead, but if you pick up a vowel or two, you're actually in pretty good shape.
If I'm going to play with QIN, I'm going to play Nor. And here comes Josh playing Nor right on. I'm not the biggest fan of this just because it doesn't score all that well. But if you're Josh, you do need to open this board. So for that reason, Nor makes a good bit of sense. He also needs to connect on a good draw here to make this play make sense, though. It's quite the point sacrifice over Trop.
Yeah, and he has not given Ben something to play because Norai is good, for example. So Ben got a little bit unlucky there that this clear attempt at clearing a rack, but which has dangerous hook, is not usable.
All right, so Ben's got a play that looks pretty straightforward. Gentler does not fit. No bingos fit for him. Glen, Glen, plays to the left side of the IAS in Shariah's. That's 19 points, holds ERT. Ben can score substantially better if he plays into the X of Toxin, either Telex for 23, holding GNR, or Regex, holding LNT for 25. And Robin, this board,
what a word, Regex, yeah.
Yeah, this board is not great for bingos. So are you looking to score a little bit more? Or would you play Glen and keep an E and try to get a bingo down anyway?
Yeah, so we're at an interesting time of the game. Because there aren't a lot of places to bingo, but that Nor has changed everything because now there is a hook for both players to play against. There's Norai and there's Norm and there's Nork. The K has not been played yet. So if he hadn't done that, I would have thought a play like Glen might have been the way to go because it blocks the most obvious place to play on the board of bingo, an 8-letter word through Sharias. But because Nor was just played, I might just take the points and play regex or rejects. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, regex. It's worth 25 points. It's the most pretty much he could score on this board. It saves a very synergistic LNT, and it doesn't give too much back. So because he played Nor, that changed the entire complexion of this board. Glenn still scores decently, doesn't give anything back, blocks up the 8-letter words, and saves the very synergistic ERT. So I see that Ben has chosen to go with that one.
Yeah, Glenn feels strong here. A pretty straightforward play. There's something to be said for playing into the X, but there's also something to be said for keeping the E on your rack. Ben showing a little bit of hesitation, putting it down, waiting to hit the clock, but he does finally commit to the play. And for those a little unfamiliar with competitive Scrabble, the play is not binding until you tap the clock. So you're allowed to put it down, look at it, think about it, pull it back up. There's nothing like chess where once you touch a piece, you have to play it. But Ben feels like there might be something weird about it. Maybe he's worried about getting a 3-letter stack on the left side of Glenn, like APO or something wouldn't feel great, but it's not going to be a mammoth play. So Glenn looks good for Ben. Now he just needs to find a vowel. And nope.
Oh my goodness.
Can't even draw.
What
Can't even buy a vowel.
Draw.
All right, here comes Josh, AAJPRTU, Jurat, or JAUP in this same spot. Both look very strong. He's going to opt for Jurat to avoid stringing the J out. Looks good to me, Robin.
It looks really good to me, and I'm still shaking at that pick that he just made, because saving RET and to pick what he did is so unexpected and so unfortunate. And they are scoring tiles, however. The point is, are there places on the board that he can score with it?
Well, now there is exactly one. Det, D-E-B-T, plays as a triple underlap beneath the RET and retiling.
Yeah.
Det is 27. It holds MRV. Looks to be a slam dunk top play for
I
Ben.
think so, yeah.
There are some players here who would look to get rid of the clunky tiles. They drew obvert from the O in Govs. But Robin, on a board with this construction, strict and tight, would you play obvert ever?
No. I don't like saving the V, but MRV is really potentially Marvy. And so, just pick a vowel or two. And are my puns getting too unpleasant early?
No, I was just hoping for a Merv pun. If you draw an I, M-I-R-V, and Nori, and you're out of this garbage immediately. But Marvy's good too.
Yeah, there's absolutely no point doing that. Not only does it not score, it also opens up a very easy S-up. It gives you some very nice letter to bingo 8-letter words through, which supposedly and presumably correctly, all of these players are going to be masters at 7 and 8-letter words. Something I have really actually quite shocked at is the paucity of challenges that has gone on during this tournament at Table 1.
Oh my God. If the S in Shariah's was left alone, if we had seen maybe Regex at the top in a different sequence, Josh Watt would have Sporozoa.
Oh my God.
Jeez. Thanks to Eric Smith for that in our YouTube chat. But wow. For the racket that terrible looking, beautiful that there's still a possible 8 for Josh. I'm not sure if Ben hasn't seen Det yet. And if you don't see Det, this turn is rough.
There's very few places to look on the board to score, and I think that one is really nice and juicy and honking. The question is, do I want to keep MRV on my rack? And I think there are a whole lot worse collection of consonants, of which 2 of them are more than 3 to 4 points that could happen. So
okay, I think he's missed Det, and if you miss Det, obvert almost feels forced. The only other real candidate play is DEV above the URA of Jurat for 19, holding BMRT. So this, I don't think, is correct for Ben. But if you miss
my
Det,
God, he's got Protozoa.
Oh my God. All right, a small misplay from Ben. Now the ultimate punish lying in wait, not just Sporozoa, but Protozoa, 110 if Josh sees it.
If anybody out there is familiar with Josh Watt and his word knowledge, let us know.
And that's not even word knowledge. That's pretty common.
His word knowledge.
If you've taken a biology class, you know Protozoa.
Oh my God. I want to give a shout out to Will Anderson, who's joined us today. Hi, Will. And thank you, Will. I didn't see your comment when I mentioned the Protozoa, but yeah, no surprise that you found it right away.
This would be a career highlight for Josh, getting on stream, crushing it at the Causeway Challenge, and then playing Protozoa for 110, and he's whiffing at Topaz coming instead.
You got to know your 3 OZ words. And believe it or not, that's something I do study.
Ah, sad.
We'll see if that makes a difference.
Sad.
52, 162-point difference. The difference in the score is an entire bingo, a baby bingo. Unbelievable.
Well, that's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see if it pays off for him. Ben has a really cool play as well. After Protozoa missed by Josh, can Ben find a 52-point play on this move? I'm not calling it out just yet, but wow, Ben with the opportunity to do some serious damage here.
Oh, and it's so pretty, and it is so unusual. But this is the beauty of this dictionary, that there are so many 3-letter words available to you. That's why when you see scores from this kind of tournament, from a Collins tournament, you will see that the average score per table is higher than it is with the North American dictionary, because there are just so many more words that you can make. In this case, he's going to be able to make 2 3-letter words that are not available to people with the North American dictionary. So it's not intuitive. Now, Ben does come from North America. He spent the majority of his fledgling career with the North American Dictionary, but he switched over to Collins. And I'm not even going to pretend to think that he would not know any of these words. He's going to know all of them. The question just becomes, can you see it? Can you actually think to put a W between the A and the L? And that's my first hint as to what that word might be.
Actually, 2 plays that make sense to make in that spot as well. 52 or 46, depending on what you want to keep. So we'll see. Can Ben notice the spot? If he can't, he's looking at HOWKED through the E and obvert, which is like a fine play. Or maybe he plays work through the R and obvert, howked 34, worked 37. But, oh man, finding the 52 would feel great for Ben here. Take a bingo lead.
Yeah, it's really, really difficult when you've got that WK combination on your rack. You see the open E, you see how easy it is to play a word like haukt, leaves a very nice MT. And, for God's sake, there's a lot of vowels left in the bag. There's 21 versus 11 consonants. So I'm going to pick up a few. So he shouldn't be afraid to play off that O, because I said there is a ton of vowels left in the bag. Although there are games where you simply just cannot pick any. It's just unbelievable. But let's see how Benji's, and I don't know how well his brain is going to work, Matt, because he's got most of the tiles in the correct configuration. I don't know what that's going to do to him.
Yeah, Ben, you need to turn those letters upside down. Get back into Benji mode. All right, he is going to miss WHOM between Shariahs and Wanley. All Rye, Geo, and Lamb was 52, but for the second straight turn, Benji's missed a tough to spot but high scoring overlap, and we've seen blunder on 3 straight games. Robin, these are 2 very strong players. I think we're starting to see some of this fatigue factor in Causeway.
Well, I'm telling you, I'm sitting here and I'm feeling it too. I mean, and I came a week early. Like, it's for some reason it's been very, very difficult for a whole bunch of us. I've been talking to a lot of people. We're having a lot of trouble getting over our jet lag or the time difference. For many of us, it's 11 hours. And for people from California, it's 14 hours, for example. So it's a really, really difficult thing. There's also, as we always say, we don't want to belabor this point. It is very difficult to play in the online. It's not an excuse. It's just a psychological thing. And also remember, this is table 1. Remember, normally when you watch a tournament, you're not always getting table 1. You're getting people who are doing very well, but we'd like to give you a variety. We have made Michael Tang has made the decision, and a very strong one, to constantly put whoever is in first place in the number 1 spot on the table. That's why you're seeing so many repeats. And the more repeats you do on table 1, I would think the more fatigued you're going to get.
Well, it's not just table 1, Robin. It's table 1, it's table 2, it's table 3, and then annotation on 4 through 10. So if you're anywhere near the top of the standings, everybody gets to see every play you make, and it's archived in perpetuity. That's huge, a crushing psychological blow. Speaking of huge, work does take a front A in Collins. And while Josh has a bad rack, OAR or ORA and a work play for 30, the leave, Robin, is EIOO.
Oh, you're never going to have a good leave in this rack.
Yeah.
Unless you play something like Uri to get rid of 5 tiles, you're never going to have a good leave. So the question becomes, what's worth it?
Yeah, 30 points I think is worth it in this situation, especially on a board that's getting pretty constricted. Just grab your points here. Nope. We're going to see OO in the bottom corner. 15 AEIOR the lead for Josh. He needs 2 consonants, and look at that unseen pool.
Unbelievable.
They're
unlikely
to come.
Unbelievable that he's still playing. Now he's got rhythmed through an H, but I don't believe there's one available. Could you believe to be able to bingo with that rack if he could? There's still that tantalizing eye hook from Nor, and the K was just played. But what are you laughing?
Josh just drew IU into AEIOR because, of course, Ben is insanely fortunate, and maybe he's noticed this, that he has 6 consonants in a pool that's a ton of vowels. And I love being in positions like this if I'm Ben. Your opponent's going to think you've got vowels. Your opponent's going to think they're going to draw some consonants at some point. And if you slow roll this, play off your vowels, keep the consonants, kind of keep them hidden from your opponent. Oh man, you can make these situations so frustrating for your opposition. So I love the idea of playing HEM, making RHYGIE LAM 38 points. Keep those consonants hiding, or HEY maybe even in the same spot. Your opponent's going to think they're in the bag. Surely I'm going to draw some at some point. And you just keep a wry smile on your face. Nope, I've got them all. They're not coming. Enjoy your vowels for the rest of the game, bud.
Well, he might be suffering what somebody in the chat called rye blindness, RHY. If you're not seeing it right away, you'd have to really configure your brain to start seeing it. There is myth as a possibility off of the Nor and then getting rid of that eye hook. But he has decided to go. And now he's going to make the A worth even more now, because Josh is going to be able to play something like HAO, HAO, and make even more points out of 1-point tiles.
Well, the logic behind this play is it sets up both the R and the T, but the problem is a work is there, and a work thwarts your setup. So this is not the right play from Ben most of the time. Maybe Ben has a read on Josh. If Josh had an A, he would have played a work last turn. And if Ben's operating with that logic, then he feels great. But we saw that Josh had a lot of vowels, including the A, and just forewent a work. We know that it's going to get thwarted here.
And we know that Josh actually has 2 choices now. He can use the R himself. He can play Uri and Reem for 28 points, saving quite a reasonable AI leave. He can also play Ori, saving IO, but he could just play HAO, as I mentioned before, and that's worth a whopping 36 points. It's 8 more points, but it leaves the horrendous EIIRU into a very busy tile pool.
Yeah, you got to play Uri here. You got to play Uri and Reem, even though it's fewer points. Like, there's so many vowels. Look how many E's and I's are unseen to Josh. You can't keep them on your rack. I feel like this is another mistake in this game.
So there's one bingo in this rack, everybody. Let's have you figure it out. It's a very obscure word, and the missing tile is an O. See if anybody out there knows that without looking it up.
Yeah, DEIIRTY, just one possible 8. Ben doesn't have it. He's just going to have to proceed forward and score some points. He's got a really good way to do so. And if I'm Ben, looking at this pool, 13 vowels, 9 consonants, I'm trying to play vowels. I'm trying to keep consonants. The play of DEVI through the V and obvert scores 33, puts me up by a bingo, and keeps some of the consonants, including the one vowel I'm keeping is the I for Nori as well. That play feels really good for Ben. He needs to play it here.
Were you suggesting Devi?
Devi, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the play. I don't think there's much to think about on this one. If it was kind of really sad is if the other I was an L, he would have deviltry.
Oh, that'd be so good. Maybe the extension coming later, but yeah, this solid play from Ben here.
That's the kind of play we'd love to see on the stream, and I know we'll get more of those when the opportunity comes up.
Yes. Okay. So there is one way for Josh to get rid of a lot of this rack. Aegiiru. He continues to fight the vowels, but there is a 7 that plays for 22 from the Y on the board here. What is it, Robin?
Well, it's a great word for me because my husband is that name, and you, Gary.
You
Me,
Gary.
Robin.
I love it. Yugarie.
Do we have a
Now-
definition? Do you have a way to look it up quick?
Yugarie is an alternate spelling of Eugarie, defined as an edible mollusk, often used as bait.
Very nice. Well, he is probably used as bait occasionally, so I think that works out pretty well.
The one big wart against Yugarie is it mostly blocks this board off for bingos. You're basically stuck looking at the T at the top of the board, or you need to draw the blank and backhook Yugarie with a blank S. So Josh does feel like he needs a bingo to catch back up in this game, and maybe Yugarie makes it less likely to happen, but I'm not seeing any other good options here for him. I mean, maybe he actually exchanges here if he doesn't notice or doesn't want to play that.
Well, yeah, if he's not going to see Gary or he doesn't want to play it, he's got Augite. I wish I've seen worse, but he's losing and he needs to keep that T open. That Nor would be haunting me if I was Benji. How can I block that? Because that really is the absolute best play to bingo on this board right now. That's not his turn right now, so he can't do that. Obviously, Josh cannot. The trouble with you, Gary, is it does block that easy eye hook. It doesn't. I wouldn't be playing you, Gary, to be super honest with you. I don't know what I would be doing. I might be passing. I might be exchanging tiles. I'm just 68 points behind. Yes, it'll put me another 80. Man, yeah. Everything's bad. It's all bad. Okay. It's just bad. It's not a good situation. It's a very bad rack. He's got Ori through the R, E. Yeah, that's maybe not so bad. Although it does block the T. Ori through the RE and Jurat and retiling. That would save a more balanced rack. And he could just play IU or IU blank RE. But I wouldn't do that. He could play IURE to the RE and Jurat and retiling. Again, so he's going to play you, Gary. Very nice find. But I don't think it's going to do for him what he needs it to do, unless it entices Ben to open the board by coming down from that A, for example. That is why you do plays like this when you're behind. He set himself up an S hook, which is fine. And he maybe is hoping that Ben will do something to open the board by playing down from that A.
All right, so Gary does come down. It feels pretty hard to win the game after this, but it feels pretty hard to win the game in almost any instance for Josh Watt. So it just kind of feels forced for him. AIRSTUY now, the rack for Ben. Ben needs to think about pacing here. Looks like he may have already checked or he may be grabbing the tile bag soon, but 7 tiles in the bag for Ben means this one's all but done. Yep, here he comes counting the tiles right now. Ben has 2 lines forwards. 1 is try to block bingo opportunities for his opponent. 2 is just try to outrun the bingos. Gary's and SAURY is 36. That'll put Ben up by so much that even if Josh bingos, he's probably going to win. Or you can try to block up the board, block up the T at the top, and just slide to a victory that way. Robin, what do you think? Points, turn on the guns, score a lot, or try to block here?
Yeah, the trouble, you don't need the points per se because you are so ahead. And if you're going to play a play like Sauri, which is worth the most, you might be very sorry that you have done so. God, that's such a Will Anderson thing to say, didn't I? Wasn't that Will Anderson? Sauri may make you sorry. He can score 31 points by playing AY to the left of Sharia's, but that has its own set of problems. His best leave is AIRST, and he could just play Guy, which pretty much negates any terrible things happening down that A from you, Gary, but it's worth absolutely nothing. So I'm not really inclined to do anything to help my opponent. I'm kind of leaning a bit towards IU and Rye and YE off of you, Gary. For 18 points, it puts me up a very comfortable bingo, makes it very difficult for my opponent to bingo. I have the last S, forcing my opponent to make his blank into an S if he has it. Oh, I'm liking IU. I think I'm leaning towards it, but I really have to think it through a bit more. What are you liking?
I just score the points. Sorry. I just,
Yeah.
unless I get tripled on, like I'm not losing the game. And okay, fine. I think Fedayin actually possible, Fedayen. Actually, that's available as a natural in this pool. Plus there's a blank. Okay. Fedayin.
Wow.
Let me rethink everything here now. Oh God.
You cannot give your opponent the possibility of a triple at the end of the game. I don't think that requires a great deal of expertise to know that. So because there's a possibility of a triple.
Oh God, yeah, Fedayin as a natural. I wish I had a stronger engine that could tell me right away with what are the odds that Fedayin is actually on my opponent's rack. But yeah, guesstimating because it's possible as a natural and there's an unseen blank, probably greater than 5%. Ben's probably more than 95% to win this game as long as he plays it correctly and straightforward. All right, looking at it longer, Robin, I agree. AYU, 18 points. Yeah.
I think it does everything.
Don't play with fire.
Yeah.
I played with fire once on a stream, and Will Anderson tripled with a 9 to ruin my life and make me just the saddest I've ever been. Don't play with fire on the stream, Ben. Don't do sorry.
I'm sorry to hear that it has stuck with you. Like
Oh
these
God,
years.
the bad beats in Scrabble haunt you for the rest of your life. And I mean, any top expert who's been in a high stakes game knows that that's the case. And please don't interpret that as me calling myself a top expert because I am not. But even me, just some scrub dude, like, oh God, those bad beats haunt you literally forever. No, sorry.
He's picking up the UI. Those are definitely his worst tiles. There's no question about it. So you start looking around the board thinking, how can I get rid of them without giving him anything and possibly even scoring a little bit? You always have to keep scoring. I mean, you could play Yuts as well. Actually, I hadn't thought about Yuts. What do you think about that? It blocks the S.
What I don't like about Yuts is, yeah, it blocks the S, but I'm a little bit more worried about the T in Toxin at the top of the board. And if Josh does bingo up there and I don't draw super well, like I might just get straight outrun by the bingo. So Ben is scoring some more points here with AY. Not committing to it, but...
Oh, he's hitting the clock.
Okay.
He did it. Oh, dear. Okay. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, and you're not going to get bingoed on very often after AY. Your opponent's going to need like
The R.
an
and the P.
AR or something.
Or AYA. No, that's not good.
No.
Yeah. Just
So this just scores enough. Yeah. Oh God, and a great pull, Icterius Curates. Okay. AY looks pretty strong to Ben.
Yeah. It's a lot of bingos. There's 4 bingos, and there's actually a 4th one from our dictionary, but two of them. But it doesn't mean you have anywhere to put it.
Okay, so Josh now has to think hard about pacing. There are 5 tiles in the bag from his perspective. DEEFIU blank. And
5 unseen. Yeah, this is a problem.
You need a bingo to win, and not just that, you need to score some points now, and you need to draw a bingo. I guess you leave the left side of the board open, bait Ben into playing there, and then try to bingo elsewhere.
That's a thought. Yeah. Then I think he's in a lot of trouble. I think he actually needs to open the board by coming down. I think maybe Adieu, playing 4 of the 5 tiles might be nice. What do you think about Adieu?
I love it. Yeah. Just get a bunch of floaters out in space, make the board as dynamic as possible, and don't quite empty the bag. Leave just enough fog of war that Ben has a tough decision to make.
Yeah.
Adieu looks pretty good to me.
Just off the top of my head, would I like to get rid of the F? You betcha. But this does everything you want it to do. It undoubles the E, gets rid of the U, opens the board. I think it does everything. You can play feud to the left of AY. You can infer from this that Benji has the last R. Absolutely. But yes, and he's looking at that. He's looking at that because it really does clean up his board, his rack very well, and it doesn't empty the bag. It leaves 1 tile in the bag, which is absolutely something that you want to do. With 5 left, you want to leave 1 in the bag at least. Can Ben bingo through the opening he made? I don't know that he can. I don't think so. No. Oh no, EAH is not good. So there you go. Cuiters is the only one that actually fits. Cuiters. So if he plays that, so he's going to play feud. He's going to play feud. If he had played if he had played adieu,
he would have just been bingoed out on with
Ukraine,
or not bingoed out on, but bingoed on, and it'd be game over. But you don't.
He had to do it. Look how behind he is.
You don't know what your opponent has. I think adieu would have maximized winning percentage there in a dire situation, but it would have ended up getting him punched in the face in this universe. So dodging a bullet is Josh. He's not going to win the game after feud pretty much ever, but he is going to save some spread.
There's no way that Benji's not going to do everything possible now to close off this board, which is not fair now, and have to hope that he doesn't bingo off the LA or to the T. So he has almost full word bag knowledge. He knows what that, and if he is tracked correctly, now he's down to 4 minutes, so he better hope he's tracked correctly. And is there anything, if he plays something just to make you Gary's, for example, is there anything that he could play crust or cursed? Cursed, I'm going to assume, so cursed, for example, seems to be a play that blocks everything. And the only question is there anything to the T that's available? And it could be, because you could play ATE. It doesn't have to be to the T. But if Josh gets a bingo through the T and making ATE through at an EL, is that bingo going to be worth enough? I don't think it will be if Benji plays 6, but cursed, for example, which is what I would play, but I'd have to think about it a lot.
I love this from Josh. He hasn't even picked up those tiles. He's not trying to give any kind of tell to his opponent.
I don't blame him.
He's got 7 minutes, and he's like, I'll find the bingo if I drew it, so I'm not even going to look. You know nothing. I know nothing. It's better this way. I think it's smart. I've seen some Nigerian players do this before, where they don't look at like 1 or 2 tiles after a fish. But I think this is actually very smart from Josh, playing poker here.
There might be a temptation to play Lun, just saving your best tiles. But there is nothing in the initial simulation that I'm doing that is giving me 100% win. But it is giving me words that are making you Gary's. It's giving me Cruci and Crucette as only winning 37% of the time. I'm not seeing my cursed there. So that's telling me that there are possibilities of bingos through that T and off the LA. So this is a very, very difficult turn, and Benji is down to just over 2 minutes.
There's tons of possibilities under you, Gary, that would fit. Bendy or Beedman, Bedouin. There's also bingos to the T, Bandalit. So here comes... we've seen now Josh's tiles. Okay, he left the D in the bag. ABEEIN blank, beanie and a blank.
Oh, he's got beaniest.
He's got beta-ine underneath you, Gary. He's got beaniest on the top. Did Josh just win this game?
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Did Josh just win this game?
So let me ask you, if he passes and lets him bingo, can he win? Can something he plays like Cruzy or Cruzette win the game for 30
I don't think
points?
You can afford to pass here, because if Josh doesn't have the bingo, then he's able to just make some sort of unblockable setup, fish on the bottom and on the top. Oh my God. Josh has drawn what he needs. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, here comes Ben. He's going to play Crusette, and he's going to get hit with the beaniest and lose, I think.
Oh my God.
I think this is the best line forward for Ben. Oh man. Wait. Beaniest is 81. Ben wins by 3. Ben wins by 3 after Beaniest. Holy crap.
Playing that extra tile. If he'd played Crust, he would have lost by 1.
Yeah, he would have lost by 1 if he played Crust. He's going to win by 3 instead. Now, Michael Tang did announce that recounts are only allowed in games that are decided by 5 or fewer points. So assuming the score is correct for both players, Josh would be able to recount this play. I'm going to say right now for all of our viewers, do not communicate with Ben or Josh if you are their friends. You are not allowed to influence a tournament that way. So don't text them if anything comes up with scoring at all. Warning you right now. But assuming they've got the scores right, Josh is going to bingo out with Beaniest and lose by 3. Don't influence the outcome, anybody.
Well, he hasn't put anything down, and the only way for him to win is to score more points than Beaniest is going to give him, and he doesn't have that. Certainly not through the T on the triple lane. He's got Iron Bite. That is the only one that will allow him to hit the double word on Crusette. And he has Banties and Crusette. Nothing will allow him to double Crusette and hit the double word score, such as bassinet or besaint or bestain. So he's going to take a few minutes to figure this out. He's going to do the math. He's going to possibly recount the entire board, which is what I would be doing right now.
Yeah, that's what you do here. He's looking at beanies and crusettes, counting it right now. He's going to look at beaniest up at the top. Beaniest is new for what it's worth, recently added to CSW. I don't imagine he's not going to know it. It's super high probability, but he's got to recount probably the whole game right now. And he's going to realize very slowly that he's sunk just a bit. Wow, so Ben opting to take the points with AY, opting again to take the points with Crusette, and because he chose to take the points, he can outlive the bingo by 3. I think Ben has missed a few big parallel plays, but I think in terms of the tactics, the nuance, the strategy, especially in a complex pre-end game, he's put on a masterclass here.
Absolutely. He used his time very wisely. You see he's down to 1 minute. There might be arguments to be made if there's a player is better if they use their time very, very little of their time because they just knew the right play automatically, or if they have a little bit of time left on their clock, implying that they have been using their time wisely to absolutely maximize the best play. So being Benji with only 1 minute left on his clock and a few seconds over that, I believe has really thought things through very, very thoughtfully. And, I never really felt like he was taking too much time in any of the turns. I think he actually spread it out quite nicely, really was thoughtful on so many of his choices. Words like Sharias, he was able to get through very quickly because he found the best bingo immediately, and also Harissa fit as well, but obviously Sharias was the best one. So he sped through when it was appropriate, and he took his time when it was not. And I think he has just bought himself a very narrow margin of win.
Holy crap, Ben. Holy crap. Ben, I think, wait, has Ben not looked at the last tile? Has Ben failed to draw the last tile? Are we, is it in the bag?
I think he doesn't want to know. I think he doesn't want to sit there for 5 minutes. And I mean, I remember playing the late, great Randy Greenspan. Well, I was sitting there and I knew what he had, and I saw the bingo, and he had 9 minutes to look for it. And I sat there for 9 minutes with my heart pounding in my mouth.
Okay, so Ben has drawn the tile. I don't know if he's looked at the tile, but that's huge because you hate those situations where a player forgets a tile's in the bag. I think from Ben's perspective, he's terrified right now. Bandiest on top loses the game if that's what Josh has. If there's an E in the bag, if Ben just drew an E, Bandiest would score enough that I think he'd lose. But Ben has to know if Bandiest hasn't come down yet, then it's not going to come down. The longer Josh spends here, the better. Holy crap, what a fun game.
I'm wondering if there's a mistake because I've got IE
left. Okay, Josh is challenging. He has to challenge. He's done all the math and realizes if Crusette is a word, I'm sunk. So Josh has done all the math, desperation. He likely knows this word or is quite confident on it. But, all right, Ben's going to end up hanging on by a little bit more after the challenge. But
wow.
What a freaking game. Wow.
Really, really nice.
What a freaking game. That's why Ben didn't look at the tile. It was a courtesy tile. He was on hold. Okay, all that makes sense. Ben is going to pick up the D. Josh is going to bingo out with Beaniest. I'm going to shut up, and we're going to turn on the overhead mic after a banger of a game.
Oh, my goodness. So now he's just gotten another 5 points, so there is no recount allowed as well.
No recount allowed, correct?
4, 10. Yeah. I'm not sure if it's hard to do that. I think that could be. Yeah, it's close for sure. Yeah. Yeah, oh, look that way. English plus 4. Yeah, I thought I have lost, but yeah, I guess Crusette is 100% win that. Sure. Yeah. like it's valuable mid-game.
Yeah, so
But you can look into, because I got bad influence on here. There was a point where it was like 20 balls and 12 consonants, and you were still playing like you played a team.
yeah, trying to set my team on.
I was thinking, better all these consonants. Okay, I need these consonants. Uh, yeah, 12 balls. I could play troops instead because I kept play hard. It was 6 more points.
Yeah.
Uh, maybe I would have played trees if I played without them.
I should probably use it on paper. Good. The submission.
On paper, yeah.
Oh, here. Right. Yeah, yeah.
All right, so Ben's just going to hang on and do the paperwork because this game did take a lot of time. Perhaps they're being pushed along as their next round starts strictly in just 2 minutes. But wow, I think that was my favorite game of the tournament so far. I was on the edge of my seat for the last 10 minutes or so. How about you, Robin?
Yeah, it could have gone either way, and the reality is both of them didn't have the best racks for most of this of this game. We're only seeing. We saw finally a third bingo, which is kind of low for people at this level, which kind of tells you that they were struggling. We saw all of these vowels being played. We saw lots of consonants being played in just very unbalanced racks for both of them. The fact that they scored as they did is almost unexpected, but they, being experts that they are, that they just eked every point that they could out of their terrible racks. And I thought we saw it's not as exciting a game as we have with other ones with really pretty, lots of bingos and spidery boards. We call that spidery when you have a lot of bingos and they're spread all over. But we had a very hard fought and well played game, and I really thoroughly enjoyed it.
It was pretty awesome. And what else is awesome is Napat was the leader until Josh knocked him off. Josh was the leader for one round, and then he got knocked off. Is Ben Schoenbrunn winning this tournament now? Is Dave Wiegand winning this tournament now? I don't know, but this is an absolute bloodbath. The way one is going to play two over and over, we're just going to see leader change, and you're going to get to see it all right here on Table 1 from the Causeway Challenge. This commentator has under 90 seconds before the next game starts, assuming things stay on time, and this commentator needs a little bio break. So, Robin, we're going to shut it down for just a minute. You are watching Let's Play Scrabble.
Have a good bio break. We'll see you when you get back.
Whew, I'm still shaking off the adrenaline from the end of that last game between
Unbelievable.
Ben Schoenbrunn and Josh Watt. Ben was trying to walk off the high stress game as well, but Ben will have more high stress as he remains on board one for the last game before our lunch break here at the Causeway Challenge. Ben's opponent this time is who, Robin?
It is Napat. You might have heard of him. He's been living here on table one for quite a long time. He's currently in first place. I'm still shocked by these spreads. 588, you would expect to see a lot higher, especially at 7 and 11 and 2. And that just tells you that the nature of these games are very, very tight. In second place, we have Ben Schoenbrunn, who's we just saw play a very, very lovely game, who thought he had lost if the D was in the bag, and he would have been correct. And we have another American in third place. It used to be a time when Americans were not expected to win these things because the dictionary was not their native one, but now it has become their native one, and you're seeing some of the cream rise. David Elder, not surprised, right behind, and another American, Dave Wiegand, is in fifth place. So we just have an incredible round about to start, and we're going to have an even more incredible afternoon.
3 Americans in the top 5. We'll see if Ben can make the U.S. proud. Let's cut over to the board. First place, second place, Napat, Ben Schoenbrunn. Here we go. Let's play Scrabble. Boy, Ben started this tournament 0-3 and has rattled off 10 straight wins. One of them was a forfeit victory over Doko, who was unable to make it on time, but 9 straight actual rated wins. We'll see if Ben can make that 10 and be our leader going into the lunch break. That blank on the first rack is going to help, but the double
Run out.
use.
No,
run out. Okay,
not a problem.
very good. All right, run out, burn out,
Outrun,
outburn, outrung, all kinds of options here for Ben. Probably outturn or turnout because you don't give a unique floater. Does that make sense to you, Robin?
Well, the question is, can you do one that doesn't take an S hook? That's always the first thing that I think about, and outrun will do that.
Outrun.
Outrun. We're gonna have to see what that is. My hunch is it's gonna be a G.
Yeah, it's gonna be a G, not an S. Oh, it is an S.
Wow.
Why? Why would you give your opponent the S, Ben?
All right.
Okay.
That's okay. Tis what it is.
Well, I mean, outruns definitely doesn't take a back S hook because it's already got the back S on it. But yeah, the S is going to be dangerous for allowing Napat to bingo. I feel like I'd rather make it a G. In any case, Ben has made this play in under a minute. Then Napat yet again staring down a bingo deficit on board one, but we've seen him overcome this multiple times before. Can he do it again? AEFNNOY, the opening rack for Napat. No bingos available to him. No plays available for more than 21, it looks like, according to me. Robin, what are you thinking here?
Yeah, what am I thinking? Well, you're not going to get more than 20 or 21 points for practically anything. So we just saw an eye hook for all of last game and no one took it. Maybe yawn underneath outruns NYYON. I don't like doing something like that when I myself don't have a eye to play with. Also, it gives me a very dangerous X hook underneath the SO. So I would be thinking to maybe undouble the N and make a play like yawn. But there's the lovely foin, which fits underneath outruns to the left of the word. You can play it above it or below it. You could also play feign in the same one, but I would always get rid of an O before I got rid of an A. So I might consider playing foin, Foyne, to the left of outruns, underneath it.
Underneath it, yeah. You don't want to play on top. Jet, vet, wet, all kinds of stuff can punish you there. So the punish a little bit less likely on the bottom. It doesn't feel like a great play, but this rack is just clunky for Napat. Foyne is probably what he's going to have to back into, but you're not going to feel good about that play.
Yeah, you really don't like the F. You really don't like the Y. At least I don't. You don't like having 2 N's. So it's a perfectly lovely rack. There's nothing terrible about it. But and yes, you can choose to keep 2 N's. I mean, why not? There's already one on the board. There's only 3 more to come. If Foy can play, which it can, on top of outrung, making U and OO, that is also another possibility. But you know, what are you seeing on the board? You're seeing N on the board, and you don't want to have 3 N's to have to play through. So there we go. Now he's seeing foin. and I have a feeling we're going to see it. He's looking out into the distance. I don't know what that's about. I don't know that I have been looking that closely at him. Have you noticed him doing that?
Going for the soul read, looking.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. Maybe just thinking a little bit. Who knows what about? I did finally get to speak with Napot yesterday in the afternoon and again this morning, and he gives me serious vibes of like an esports celebrity. I don't know. Sometimes players just have this je ne sais quoi about their personality, this swagger, this poise, and Napot really seems to have it. I don't know. He feels to me like an elite, I don't know, Overwatch player or something like that. There's just something about him. I don't know what it is, but yeah, just playing that extra dimension. And here comes Foyne like we expected. 21 points. Seems to be the best play, at least in our eyes in the booth. AEHKING, the rack for Ben. No bingos, but Foyne is going to allow him a pretty high-scoring underlapping play. HAKE scores 32 and holds ING. How quickly should Benji play that, Robin?
Well, there's the ING is like a luring siren in a Homeric epic. It will lure you. It will seduce you. It will say, pick me, pick me. So yes, he can play Hake underneath. It scores the most and it saves ING. Is it the correct play? You know what? Probably. What's wrong with saving ING? But don't become a slave to ING. If it doesn't work out, if you can break up the rack and score more, don't be a slave to ING. It's going to be a very, very hurtful mistress.
You hear it here, folks. When you got the ING on your rack, stuff your ears full of wax. Don't take the bait. Only in this case, Hake just feels so good for Ben. If he's not going to play that, I think otherwise he's going to play NEIGH, quadruple underlap beneath the OYNE of Foyne. That also scores 32, but the leave is AK. If you have the choice between AK and ING, are you still running from the sirens, Robin?
No, I'm holding on to that ING, and I'm not giving my opponent anything back. Not that Nay does. I was also looking at faking, which also scores 32 points. So Benji is going to break it up.
Ben says, tie me to the mast, stuff my ears with wax. Let's go. I'm not keeping ING. I've made this mistake too many times across my lengthy tournament career. Nay, what we're going to see from Ben. I don't think a lot of players would make that play, honestly. But Robin?
That's Benji for you, and there's a reason why he's in second place right now. It's a counterintuitive play, but it keeps everything very, very tight. So I like it a lot.
All right, and that puts Napot in a difficult situation. You see the triple stack on this board means there's not too much to do. If you're not bingoing through the N or S on the board, you're not doing much of anything here. Napot, I don't think, can score more than 20. And I don't think he can get rid of all of the clunky letters, the P, the U, the V, the G all together. This turn sucks for Napot. 2 for 2 on bad turns.
That being said, I'm kind of liking GAUP, GAUP, making tag HANUP. It saves the V, yes, but it saves it with a very manageable EN. He could play something like Vespa, I guess, through the S if he really wants to get rid of the V, or he can play Vager, which I would never do. So I'm liking GAUP a lot. It undoubles the UV, it gets rid of the G, it saves a nice VEN, scores almost as high as he can on this board.
GAUP is not bad at all. Yeah, just continue with the stacking. What I like about it too is it preserves the S in outruns. If you are trailing in a game, as Napot is, you want to keep that bingo line open and make it annoying. It holds the U behind as well for you to play 5-letter words down from the U in GAUP. GAUP and Teg doesn't feel bad to me. Maybe Vespa through the S in outruns is another option, but this is going to build a wall. And so, yeah, if you're going to play into the S, I think you need to do something like Paves instead here. Get the P and the A above the V. Make sure you still have access to the top of the board if you're not pot.
Sorry about that, guys. I hit my microphone. Yeah, so it's a little bit of a dangerous. I mean, Vespa plays the same tiles, scores a few more points, and doesn't open that double-double, or a very juicy X hook, for example, next to Paves, next to the A. but it opens the board, and he is behind, and you do not want to start clogging up this board. So I can understand why he did that.
Yeah. So trying to keep the long-term chances alive is Napot with Paves, and Ben now back on turn. AABHIKN has a pretty flexible rack, a lot of cool options for him.
He does.
Jumping out on the scoreboard is NIKAH down to the PA and Paves. That is 38, but with the lead like this, blowing the board open is not something Ben is looking to do. It opens not just the triple on top, but big stacks to the right as well. Robin, do you think we can play long with something like NIKAH?
Well, it does open the triple. You can also play Nikab in the same spot. But for 30 points, you can play Ba to the right of it, which is not my favorite, but it does save the A to go down if you're able to come down and the Aha, for example, and it saves the I as well for Ahi. There's also the very bit of an obscure, if you're going to open up a triple, Pakahi off of the P. I don't know that I like that. And you could also play Cab. I mean, there's just so many things that you can play. Is it worth opening up the triple? Let's see. He just played Pays. So we know that Napot has very clunky rack. And he wasn't just a matter of getting rid of a couple of bad tiles in order to groom it. You know that he was trying to open up the board, and God knows what he picked up. So I think if you're going to do a triple opening, Nika might be the time to do it right now.
Yeah, if you're going to open one spot, you want to open two spots instead. So if you play Nika or Nikab, now, okay, your opponent takes the triple and then you take the big stack, or your opponent takes the big stack and then you take the triple, that feels okay. And you're likely going to score pretty well with whichever spot you take, keeping either a B or an H on your rack. But you are going to feel so sad if you give up a triple in a game where you take a huge lead. So a lot for Ben to think about here. But pretty much any play he can make is going to give a whole lot back to Napot. So this is a very challenging turn. I'd take quite a while here if I was Ben.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. So if he plays the Nika, and with that rack of G, D, and CD, he is not going to have anything dangerous. He's not going to have, it's very close to words like Jingo or something like that, but he doesn't have it. So Nika is not going to be as dangerous with that triple I exposed. Of course, Ben is not given that information, understandably, so he doesn't know. So he's looking like he's looking to play just KA somewhere.
Just KA would be very interesting.
Nope, now he's put it down. He's put it down now.
He's picking up NIKA. Yeah, this is probably going to be either Nikab or Nika. It is a 4-point difference between the plays. Nikab scores less, but is a lot more defensive. AB only takes an A, B, an S, and a Y. You're really only worried about the A, whereas AH takes an A and an I, so it's far more likely that Napot's going to have the stack back. But Nikab, all right, Ben giving some free information to Napot, and we know Napot can really capitalize on it. When you grab one tile.
Well, because PAH is available on the next turn.
Yeah.
That's why you did that.
Yeah. This seeds fewer stacks, but it does allow the stack that you keep. This is cool from Ben. I like it.
Except for, I put in the wrong tiles. I thought he had Jokan, but he doesn't.
No, there's really very little Napot can do now as his rack is
Jig.
Big sad. Yeah, it's just jig through that I for 27, which is very counterintuitive. Napot's down big. You don't want to play jig and help Ben build a wall. So I think if Napot's going to play through the I, it's got to be DJIN, Robin, right?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. You want to get rid of one of those D's, but then you're saving GCDU, which is really, really bad. That N is holding that rack together, giving it some cohesion. So as much as I don't love jig and I don't love saving 2 Ds, at least I'm probably going to be able to do something with that rack.
He's going to challenge.
Looking it up. He doesn't know it.
Okay. So little 5 shakiness for Napot here. We're going to see Ben pick up an extra 5 points on Nikab. Nikab versus Nika felt very back and forwards with one another, but if you know you're going to get the 5 extra points, oh yeah, this one feels great. Ben shaking his head in approval. All right, nice, I got it. Ben now leads 135-29. to 38, almost 100-point lead. And God, I just don't think Napat can play jig. If you play jig, you just lose. Think about what happens, Robin, if you play jig through the eye, and then Ben comes down with gam or gamma, GAMA, you're just done. It's over.
Well, he knows that he saved the H. And if you save the H, there's a possibility that he saved a vowel that will go after AB. Yeah. So there's also one way to get rid of a lot of the stuff on his racket by playing the word cuddin, Cuddin. But he's going to play Jin.
Oh, this is a great board forking play. You can play behind Jin. You can play in front of Jin. This is what you have to do when you're down. And yes, sometimes if you make a play like this, you just get punched in the face. Your opponent bingos for 80 on the triple or punishes you with the Q or a Z. But you have to take risks when you're down or else you just die. I'd like this from Napat. Good play.
And interestingly, it's possible that Ben is not even going to touch either of those forks because he's going to get so many points by playing HA something. To the right of Pa and Ab. He could just play HAE, he could just play HA, he could just, A9 to the 31 points. I don't know. I think he might want to play Sheaf and Jins. What do you think of that?
I think we need to think about this turn really hard. As Sheafs and Nays is 45, Sheaf and Jins. 49 for Sheafs and Nays, 35 for Jins and Sheaf. I don't know. If your opponent makes a nice board forking play, sometimes rather than blocking, you just want to turn on the jets and score as much as you can. Sheafs is going to put you up by 110 or so. But okay, this makes sense too. Go ahead and play some defense.
I like it too. I don't like playing Sheafs down from Nays because you're using your second S up for only 6 points. I usually give it a minimum of 7 points before I would play it, and it just opens the board completely when I'm ahead, and it puts an S on the triple row. I think everything about Nays and Sheafs is wrong, but I do like Sheaf over here.
It's not a 6-point delta; it's a 14-point delta. 49 and 35.
Oh, you're absolutely right. It is a 14-point, but for all the other reasons, then I wouldn't do it.
Yeah. All right. This is definitely like the long-term play for Ben. After Sheafs, the board is just crazy open. This is going to give Ben more long-term control. Tough position, and a lot of players would play that one differently. But yeah, board control makes some sense. AACDGRU now on Napat's rack. He trails by 104, but he can cut into that deficit quite a bit. He's got the 6-letter Garuda. He's going to play it for 33 right now. Looks very strong for Napat.
Saves the C, which is a very nice tile. Gives him a chance to pick up 6 more tiles. There is a blank unseen and 2 S's unseen. But I see something nice on Benji. Benji, I think, is going to need to play through something in order to bingo.
He's not bingoing here. He would need like an I for viewiest, for instance, but no floaters that he needs available as his board is tight. Ben does have 49 available in Swivet and Nays, but we saw him decline to open the board last turn. Now, though, I think he needs to make this play.
I'm good with Swivet. I think it's great.
If he doesn't play Swivet, I think second best option is just Evite, E-V-I-T-E, beneath the G-A-R of Garuda. That's 29. Swivet's 49. And while it does give some floaters, that's a 20-point sacrifice.
It also takes an L, and there's none seen.
Oh, God.
So I think I might pass on that one. It's kind of painful to use your S twice in a row, and you've not bingoed on either of those. I understand that. But it gets rid of the unpleasant W and V. It scores a ton of points, and it gives you 6 new tiles to pick up while saving an E, which is kind of sweet.
Check out this draw from Napat, Lorica, and a blank. So Napat will certainly bingo. Yeah. This is going to make the game a whole lot more interesting. A big decision now for Ben. Swivet for 49. You're not playing E-Fight given the L front hook. So are you actually making a massive sacrifice and playing Viewer into the R of outruns? That might be the best backup option. Ben needs to do this.
I think Swivet is absolutely fine. It's going to give Napat very easy bingos like tropical and trifocal. and a more difficult colorist. And I'm sorry, I just realized that I gave you all the answers very quickly. I won't do that again.
Well, Notbot's going to give us the answer quickly too. So
I think so too.
no worries.
Thank you.
Robin, so though you have given the answers to these, there's tropical, trifocal, or into the sea colorist. There are also 78-point plays through the V in Swivet. I think I like making a 2-point sacrifice, taking the V now and preserving the T for long-term chances, as Notbot's deficit is still going to be pretty large after the bingo. Would you make that sacrifice?
Yeah, that's counterintuitive, but it's a very lovely thought. Because I'm so behind, if I was ahead, I would definitely be taking out that triple row. But because I'm behind, just but on the other hand, what you're also doing is you're taking out the I, you're taking out the E, which if you do something like tropical, you're still very much able to bingo into that E, and you still have the I available. So the trouble with playing through the V is that it's going to take out more rows. Whereas going with the T will not do that. So I think I would still stay with tropical or trifocal.
I think I'd play co-rival here, Corrival. If I saw and knew everything and was confident on it, given where co-rival goes, it's just that T is going to stay open for a long time. And maybe I can do some damage by bingoing into it at some point. I'm either bingoing through the V or into the T here, because that bottom left quadrant of the board doesn't have a lot of space.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go there first and save the wide open spaces for the rest of this game to mount my comeback.
So I think this is all the thoughts that are going through Notbot's head right now. I have a lot of bingos available to me, less than you would think with that really lovely rack, but he does have quite a few bingos available to him. What is my best one?
All right, he's going to play tropical.
Z is still unseen. Another reason to like co-rival is it doesn't give you two hot Z spots.
Yeah. And I mean, you want to be as annoying as possible when you're losing. You just want to set up threats and make your opponent have to think about a whole lot. So if you're a younger sibling, trailing in a Scrabble game is good for you because you know how to be really annoying and pesky. Now look like something like JEEZ or GEEZ could be just mammoth play for you in the future. Even ZO, a big threat. So I like it from Notbot. Be annoying, create obnoxious lines down to the C, down to the A, down to the L. Keep the E and Swivet open. Okay, yeah, like it. And Ben EEELMTT, probably a little bit annoyed as he can't.
Right.
No, T.
You're right. I'm looking at the M as a W. Oh, he keeps us on our toes, that's for sure. So he's got meat to the right of sheaf, making him and all that. But then you open up the triple row unnecessarily. But that is allows you to untriple your E's and to score the most points.
Yeah, address the Z threat is the thinking from Ben. This makes a lot of sense. Do it pretty quickly.
Like it,
Make it go away. Your opponent's just drawn 7 fresh tiles, so don't let him hit it. Good play from Ben. And Notbot has started to draw DGISW or the first 5, but now doing his paperwork because he was played on so fast. Rounding out the rack an M and an E. Okay, that E is going to make things more interesting for him, but nothing great here for
There's
Notbot.
nothing. So these are these intermediate turns when you can't be bingoing, but you do have nice point tiles on your rack. So you need to take advantage of whatever hotspots are available on the board. I hope that he's been considering uni as a potential double-double that could happen throughout this game. This is the kind of board vision you have to have. You have to be aware of the possibility of maximizing your score through such things as double-doubling. So always keep in mind that uni is available as a possible double-double to you. Let's see what he's got. Not a lot.
Not a lot at all. And I wonder maybe in this situation, the play of Widgie, Widgie, through the I in Swivet, I would slide it off to the left. That's 22 points, but it leaves a lot of stuff open on the board for you. The ICAL of Tropical still there. Bingo's to the side of Sheaf still there. And of course, you leave the top of the board open. Now, if you're Notbot, though, no one play stands out. So this is all about constructing the board to keep trying to mount your comeback. And I would really want to preserve the D or the S or both on my rack to hit behind AD at some point on this turn. Maybe Widgie, Robin?
Yeah, there's lots of I's and E's still to come. You're not that far behind. If you want to keep a more balanced rack, you can do something like PAWD, PAWED, through discontiguous tiles. But Ouija is a very nice thought. The question also, you said you do it to the left. I wonder if I would do it to the right, because I do have that S available to me as a potential hook, which if I did it to the left, I would not have it. But I do have the AD. Oh, another thing to consider, we have that AD on top. Do you want to do something up there, for example? But I don't know what, like GID or something. I don't think I would want to do that. He's going to do PAWD.
Yeah, you don't like knocking out the AF in sheaf, but you are going to have to start playing somewhere and knocking out something. So yeah, PAWD feels pretty good. Let's see what he's able to draw into. Yeah, not any ends, or just one end to help him with this, but an R could be really nice for him. An A could be pretty nice. I see a bunch of A's and O's and seeing drawing something like Imagos, IMAGOES would be huge for him right now. So
Imagos, yeah. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that Benji has 2 of those A's, but look, he picked up an N and a Y. Ooh, that could have been a little better, but
okay, but Napat's deficit now just 42, and Ben's not going to be able to score very well on this rack at all. He's got a bunch of vowels. I think highest score for Ben is just 23 on this move. That would be playing Elute under the GAR of Garuda. Generally, you wouldn't think to keep 2 A's on your rack, but with just one more to come, maybe it is okay to do something like that. If you don't play Elute for 23, you're probably scoring just 12-9, like playing EAU somewhere. And just like that, your lead could evaporate without even seeding a bingo to Napat. Robin, I'm inclined to take the points here and play Elute. Would you play a little shorter?
Another consideration, well, obviously the 3 letters to play off to balance your rack are EAU, because that will leave you with AELT. And now that PAWD has made it much more difficult to bingo off of sheaf, one nice thought is to play EAU to the left of sheaf, setting up the T hook, of which you have only 1 of 2 left in the bag. So it balances your rack. It scores only 9 points. So you're giving up a lot for Elute. I agree with you. But Elute also saves 2 A's and plays off both of your E's. So I might be inclined to play EAU, but he's going to play Elute. It looks like he's going to go for the points.
I love this. You want to knock out that ADD or ADS or ADZ spot as much as possible. You don't want that bingo to come down, and you want to keep scoring pressure on. You can't score 9 and let Napat score 30 and just catch up to you. So I like this from Ben. There are a lot of vowels to come, potential landmines if he draws poorly again, but that's all the more reason to score points now so you don't get caught up later.
Well, I think what's interesting is that one inference that Ben might have made is, why would Napat have played off his D when there's that AD and then a D hook available to him? I need to block that lane. So I think that went into his thinking as well. I think he thought that Napat had both Ds on his rack, that he was just trying to balance his rack.
All right, so check this out from Napat. He did have 41 available in Edgy, EDGY, through the D and PAWD, but he's going to set up his penultimate S. 32 points for Jim and Sheafy. But oh boy, this makes things a lot tougher on Ben. As we said, try to be a little brother. Try to be as annoying as possible when you've got a deficit, and wow, that play quite annoying for Ben to deal with. I love the idea from Napat, and Ben's in quite a pickle here.
I love how he's picking up the child. Oh my goodness, look what he picked up.
Oh
All
my God,
sorts of-
oxazines?
Yeah, that would be nice that he doesn't have it.
Holy
But he
crap.
does have Sawzin or Sawzine if he wants, off of Jim, which is going to score a ton. And oh my God, Sawzin will set up his X as well. It's a perfect little play.
I think you actually play Sozine, Sozine, score 6
Yes.
extra points, set up that X. Oh my goodness. Now, Ben is very unlikely to leave that gem spot available. He's got to be very suspicious that Napat has 1 or even 2 S's, especially given the haste with which Napat played Jim very quickly. That to me says, oh, red flag, definitely got an S. But Ben's going to have to make massive sacrifices to try to block that Jim spot. I mean, he could literally play MA and AR or MA and AE. He could try to play something like drama through the disconnected DM, but that doesn't fully obstruct the spot. Ben's in quite the bind. Robin, are you blocking the Jim's hook?
Well, the thing is this, he's got a word like Larry or Rari underneath elut, and it fits really lovely and makes a 5-letter overlap. That's 26 points, saving AR. What it looks like he's doing is picking up the AR to play underneath Jim, because I think you got to block it. I think it's just too many. There's too many points in the bag. Oh my goodness! He's just going to play it. He's going to play. He's going to play Larry.
I mean,
All
well
right.
spotted from Ben for sure. This is a hard quintuple underlap to see, but wow, ballsy to just ignore Jim's.
Wow. All right. Well, he is going to get burned, and let's see what Napat does. But he has an opportunity here with so many eyes left in the bag to really set himself up for a ton of points in 2 turns in a row, and it might be enough to win the game. We'll see.
Okay, so Sozine for 58 looks good, but hold up. You are giving up 2 of the best tiles in Scrabble, both the Z and the S. So maybe you think about doing something else?
Well, I think he's also questioning whether he should play off the E, because now suddenly there's only 1 E left.
Oh my God, and Ben, look at the draw. He kept AR.
Ugh.
He drew IIIO or IIOOO.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. But he did get rid of 2 of the 3 available eyes. So that's going to make it less likely for Napat to be able to score to the left of Sazin.
Now,
I think we're going to see Sazin coming down.
I don't know. The one big wart against this play is, see that unseen Q and the 4 eyes to go with it. If Ben has just drawn the Q after playing 5 tiles, QI is game over. So Engine actually hates this play.
Wow.
It much prefers playing MO and OX for 31. But nobody's home for Ben. No Q. Ben's got to have red flags going off yet again.
Oh.
There's a Q and an X unseen. Are you setting one up? Even if you're not, you're drawing 6 tiles and almost certainly going to draw 1 of those. Wow, this game just got very interesting. It is 1 point between Ben and Napat. Ben has no good options and is almost definitely going to get hit by 40 to 60 next turn. Advantage Napat?
Well, the only thing going for him is the fact that there are more than 7 tiles in the bag. An immediate sim is showing to get rid of all 7. I don't know that I would do that. I would hold on to an I in case I picked up the Q or the X. Let's see what Napat picks. So he did get a vowel. He needs an I. He got the Q, which is very bad. And by the way, if he gets an I, he's gonna play QI. He's not gonna play.
I don't know.
SI.
Ben's gonna block. Ben can't exchange. I think he's got to play OO or OI and just block that spot. He sees the Q. He sees the X. You can't. QAT possible. QI possible. XI possible.
Right.
I think Ben. God, but you're only up by 1. You're leaving a terrible lead. You're scoring 10.
But you're preventing 68, 70 points.
Yeah, QI or
64
XI is effectively game over. So
Yeah.
he's gonna. Well, this blocks 2. Uri.
Yeah. Okay. He's going to Uri. Very good.
All right. Nice.
Okay. Very good. But
Actually, this crushing it on the engine. So good job from Ben.
yeah, and there's no possibility of Quinta or something like that. That would be really crazy. Through that I and Uri, can you imagine being able to play that?
All right, so QI and IF still available for Napat on the left side of the board, 38 points, or just the plunk QI next to Sozine for 31. But checking out the pacing of this game, there are 5 tiles in the bag now from Napat's perspective. Ben hesitant to commit that play just now hitting the clock. Napat's probably going to count after this draw from Ben. With 5 tiles unseen, leaving 3 in the bag is always a good idea. QI and IF feels pretty immediate to me, Robin.
Yeah. I think I would probably play QI over Foyne, over the F in Foyne. Still 2 eyes unseen. I'd probably be. I'm saving 2 vowels on Iraq. There's absolutely no reason just to dump the Q over there. And you still have the triple letter just to dump the X onto as well. So I think that's fine. You have to get rid of one of the two now. And there you go. He's getting rid of the more clunky one for sure.
I did not expect to be saying these words about 10 minutes ago, but Napat leads by 27 points, and Ben in a pickle, AAIIOPR on his rack. One thing that will give Ben some relief is as he checks 3 tiles in the bag, as he looks at his tracking, how many vowels are unseen to him? Just 2. So if Napat has none or just 1 vowel, he could really struggle through the end of this game.
Atropia. He's got atropia, but I don't think it. Oh, he's got 2 eyes. Oh, curse you, putting everything sideways.
But we see that Napat has both of the remaining vowels on his rack. That's going to be tough for Ben. Yes. Ben will be able to draw an S out of the bag, but ooh.
Is there not an I available? No, I think I have different tracking than you. That's fine.
Oh, because you've got a T on Ben's rack, and he doesn't have a T as an A.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, Benji mode gets to all of us. And
alrighty. Yeah, he picked up all the vowels, which is probably what he did not need to do. I mean, if he could do anything that come down from that triple PI, to the right of Sazin, the I in Sazin, and come down and score something, that would be the only way he could score a ton of points. Right now, he's behind. Anytime your opponent is beating you by more than 1 century, it's not looking like it's a good game. And in fact, Ben, after Swivet, was ahead of Napat by 214 to 99. He was up by 115 points, but Napat immediately got Tropical to make it much closer. Benji tightened up that Z potential spot by playing team, but Napat kept chipping away, and finally with Sazine, which he definitely played as many tiles as possible to maximize his chances picking up an I, so that he can play QI or XI should he pick up the Q. It actually worked out for him. He picked up the Q and the I, and he's been able to score 96 points in his last 2 turns with a Z, a Q, and an S, and he might have taken now an insurmountable lead.
Oh, man. If you're Ben here, you don't want to empty the bag. I think you want to try to play 2 tiles if at all possible. The sneaky KOHA between that disconnected KO. KH is 20 points. You're keeping 2 eyes, but you do want to put some fog of war in this game. Napat's got plenty of time on his clock, over 10 minutes. He'll solve any endgame you give him and probably solve it correctly. So make the waters a little bit murkier. Make Napat think a little bit harder. You want to play 2 tiles. Koha does it. AMI through the M and Jims does it for 16 points. I think we're going to see Ben play one of those 2.
One possibility is also to play air above the R in outruns, setting up a P hook for himself. But it's in a really unwieldy spot, and I don't know if there's a possibility for him to bingo. There must be. It's really the only way that he can set himself up.
I just don't think engines know how to solve situations like this.
I know. Just trying to find ways for him to set himself up. After this, we're going to be taking a break. It is time for lunch. I really commend those people in the United States who are staying up. It's around 11:15 on the East Coast. Thank you, people all over the world, for staying with us. I hope you've enjoyed the morning. We will have played 4 games, and in the afternoon we will do 6. As this tournament continues, we are going to see more and more familiar faces as the familiar cream of the crop continues to rise. And we also get the blessing of these new and up-and-coming players, and many of these Thai players are just outstanding, for example. We're going to get to see them as well more and more. So we're going to see the older generation and the newer generation, and we're going to see a clash of the titans, and we're going to see who's going to win this thing, with each game getting closer and closer to the final of this tournament. And the winner of one of the most prestigious tournaments that has ever been created in this world.
Yeah, this tournament is absolutely sick. If you're just now jumping into our coverage of the Causeway Challenge, we welcome you. This is just round 14 of 36, literally probably the greatest Scrabble tournament that has ever been assembled, all courtesy of the genius of Michael Tang of Singapore. Michael asking me this morning to announce that the 2028 Causeway is a go. It will be hosted at a casino in Malaysia that looks absolutely sick. And Michael's aspiration, 1,000 players. When Michael told me he was shooting for 500 at this one, I was like, all right, dream big and we'll see where it lands. And then he got 500 registrations and had to open a wait list a few months before the tournament started. So there's a method to the madness. 2028, Michael said it'll be about this time of year, May, June, something like that in Malaysia. So start saving your vacation days, start saving up for a good time. 6 divisions, 1,000 players, Malaysia 2028 in the late spring, early summer. Book your calendars now. It's going to be sick. This one also sick, 440 some odd players after some late dropouts due to geopolitical issues, but still by far the biggest Causeway challenge we've ever seen, literally double what we saw back in 2016, the last time this tournament was run. $10,000 and infinite bragging rights available to the winner. And the winner of this tournament is probably going to have to be annotated and or streamed at least 24 times, given the genius of 3 streams and 7 more annotated tables.
Oh, Michael only grows. It's going to be more than 3 streams. You know it.
This one, 3. Yeah, next time. I asked Michael, how many streams do you want for the 1,000-man field? And he laughed and said, as many as we can get. So absolutely sick. Here does come AMI.
I think that's a nice plan.
Yeah, no, you can't empty the bag. And Ben is going to be pleased to see, Sparoid coming out of the bag for him, the D and the S. So Ben down by just 11 now, BCELOTX. And that pool looks pretty terrifying.
He's got Sporidia to bingo out.
Ben drew Sporidia. Okay. So Napot does have 100% wins here. Let's see. The unseen pool from Napot, ADIPORST. So there are 3 bingo threats. With an S in the bag, Tapiroid, TAPIROID, through the I and Swivet. With a T in the bag, as is the case here, Sporidia, and with a P in the bag, Tarsioid. But all 3 bingo threats play through the I and Swivet. As long as Napot blocks that, he'll win the game. And oh my God, Napot, you had 10 minutes on your clock. And Ben's going to bingo out with Sporidia. We're going to shut up. We're going to cut to overhead mic. Huge error from Napot. Josh, cut that mic on.
Yeah, of course.
Oh my God. So Napot challenging, but not before 20 seconds of stunned silence. Napot has just blown this game and he knows it. Oh my goodness. Let's get him some food and a lunch break. My God. All right, let's cut that mic back on, Josh.
I to figure out the block is being out and go. Keep my that's point. ไม่ผมชนะอยู่แล้วมีแค่ต้องการหน่อยแต่แบบมันมองลง80นี้แล้วลงดีเลยไม่ใช่ไม่คือผมถืออันนี้แหละเองแต่ก็นั่งแค่20แบบอย่างเงี้ยนั่งอยู่แค่ประมาณเท่าไหร่นี้นั่ง20นั่งไม่ทำอยู่11แต้มเลย10แต่ไม่พิชนะเลย10ตรงไหนวะเนี่ยมันยังไม่มีตัวเลยไงอ๋อ20พอเลยแล้วเราเล่นแบบนะเล่นเดียวไม่เห็นวิ่ง ไม่เห็นทำมิงโกลง
อุ้ยเปิดลงไปด้วย
I drew yeah ไม่ทำมิลอยผมแต่ว่า
อ้าว
ไม่ทำเอสผมเห็นเอสเขาอะผมคิดว่าไม่ใช่ทำมิลอยผมไม่ใช่ทำมิลอยเอง
ซึ่งบ้านหน้าคาซิออยอีกนึงไอ้เหี้ย
Yeah, played it all too quick. Good.
yeah
What number?
6 oh oh it's hard to oil as well yeah
Which one?
no
Yeah.
if you drop the S or
จุดเสียสมนะ
yeah
Four into 353.
sorry
4 353.
well, how is it how many does for the score it was
Yeah, let's put the board back together.
yeah
ทำไปรอแล้วบอกว่าเห็นเขาทำเอสกดเอสตกเลยแบบประมาณ
I see Nutpot just hitting surrender Cobra there. He knows
Uh,
he's made a
but,
mistake and he's just got to shake it off. You feel for the kid.
อะไร
But we'll let them do their paperwork. Ben asking, what number are you? Ben realizes he has absolutely stolen this game, and Napot likely realizing he's thrown it here. Oh my goodness. What drama. 2 games in a row for Ben where he just narrowly escapes on board 1. What an omen. Ben now winning 11 straight after starting this tournament.
11.
And 3. Have a day. Ben Schoenbrunn, condolences to Napot. I hate showing people in these moments like this, but we're going to let Napot sign the slip. Let's let this kid get some lunch. That's going to be tough to shake off, but at least there is a break for Napot. Ouch.
I'm just sitting here like, if I could be a gape, I would be. These are the kind of things that happen to you when you win a tournament. People give you games. So, but because of the depth of this field and the length of this tournament, I'm not going to let this be an example of this is Ben's one to lose. But we all have these very sweet moments when your opponent gives you the game, and we have very bittersweet moments when you make the mistake. I'm very happy for Napat that he's got a break now. He's got an opportunity to talk over with his friends, let them say, hopefully they're kind to him and say, I've done the same thing, just shake it off. That's what he has to do. It's all part of growing and learning how to play this game. And you do have to learn how to shake it off. So we're going to see how he bounces back after lunch. It was a very exciting game. Nobody likes to see anybody lose in this fashion. And it's very exciting, of course, for Ben to win in this fashion. So let's all have a break. Let's have some lunch. Let's reset our clocks, and we'll start fresh in the next half of the day.
All right, we are going to wind down coverage for now to get us fed. My understanding is we'll be back playing games in 65 minutes. If I fed you incorrect information, we'll throw the right time on our stream. We're going to keep the stream live and running. I know we're going to lose some viewerships to bedtime, work, weekend plans. But before you guys depart, if you could do us a favor, click that thumbs up button if you're watching us on YouTube, and pop over to streams 2 and 3. Show them some love. Click the thumbs up button for them as well. Every like we get bumps us up YouTube's algorithm, and this is literally the greatest Scrabble tournament of all time. So bump us up the algorithm, please and thank you. Yeah, Robin?
Can't argue there.
And I can't argue with a delicious lunch buffet. Green curry, massaman curry, different stir-fried noodles, fried rice.
Food here has been amazing, I have to say. If you're not here for the games, you should be here for the food.
Yeah, what a venue Michael Tang has selected. What a city. Bangkok, absolutely incredible. Everybody having a great time, whether it's winning, losing, or drawing over the Scrabble board. And we hope you at home are having a great time as well. Thanks for joining us, everybody. We're going to wind down for about an hour. Hope to see plenty of you on the flip side of the lunch break. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble.
Hope to see you soon. Nighty night for those who are going to bed, and can't wait to see you when you come back after now 64 minutes. Bye for now.
Ciao. says, I've got a belly full of delicious Thai food served buffet style just downstairs from the playing room. We are back at the Causeway Challenge. Welcome back to our viewers as well. I'm Matt Canick, joined by the great Robin Pollock Daniel, and great Scrabble is what you're going to see here at the Causeway Challenge. There are still 6 more games to go today. I believe I'll have 3, a little tea break, and then 3 more this afternoon, plus 10 games tomorrow and 6 on Monday. Truly the holy grail of competitive Scrabble. Robin, let's take a look at the standings. Walk us through the drama we've seen so far.
Well, if you were with us last game, we had a very, very exciting game where Mr. Ben Schönbrunn from the United States unexpectedly bingoed out because of a small little error from the lovely Naput, which goes to show you can't make even a single tiny little error in this game. Jason Keller, also from the United States, and this is going to be a familiar refrain because number 3, Dave Wiegand, is also from the United States, are now currently leading the pack at 11-3, and you can see the difference in spread from 958 to 813, 145 points is minor. In 4th is Naput with a slightly lower spread. So it's starting to shape up. The cream is starting to rise to the top, but will we have these same 3 gentlemen at the top of the leaderboard by the end of today? We're going to find out.
All right, Dave Wiegand versus Ben Schönbrunn, the next matchup, as we see 3 Americans atop the standings right now here in Thailand. Dave to play first, Ben to respond. Can Ben win his 12th straight game after an 0-3 start to this tournament? We'll find out. He hung on by the skin of his teeth each of the last 2 rounds. If you didn't watch those, make sure you bookmark the video earlier on, because both rounds 13 and 14 were just some incredible drama-filled games of Scrabble. We hope to have another one of those here. Dave Wiegand to play first. Adeeiu. Say adieu to these vowels, Robin.
I think you play them, or you don't. I think that's that's ha ha ha.
Sorry, we got a little too much curry in our bellies right now. Adieu looks for 14 points to be the right play.
Yes, you don't. Yeah, and that's exactly where you play it, so that you're not placing any of your vowels next to a double letter score.
All right.
All good in Mudville. And might I add, Mr. Wiegand, you are now my number 1 favorite player because you are starting horizontally. And it might be the first time today that has happened.
We have not seen a lot of horizontal openings. I think Verdi's becoming the norm. And look at this draw from Dave, AACEIV blank. He'll have bingos next turn.
He's got a caviar rack.
Caviar, avarice. Ben has not even put his letters on his rack, or maybe there's a rack cam lag. This looks like Geoduck. Yes.
Why are we missing some of his tiles?
Gonna check it on my rack cam right now. Oh, boom, we got it updated. So GWEDC plus another E, another W. Yeah, this looks very, very strong from Ben, and he's wasting no time making his correct play here. We're back on Dave now, AACEIV blank. Robin pointing out avarice, caviar. Those are the 2 highest scoring bingos available to Dave. Caviar for 71 points. Sound good, Robin?
Yeah, and we should add caviar with an E, if you can believe it. That is an alternate spelling. I'm just going to comment on Ben's rack. However, it's not often that you have 2 W's on your rack and you're praying that your opponent puts out a U so that you can play Guida.
That's wild. Yeah, the U is, I think, one of the letters that saves him the best. How ironic. WW, and you're looking for a U? And look at this draw from Ben. Wow, into the W. He pulls
Tawnies.
Yeah. Weightias, Tawnies are at a Tyson bingo. So we're going to see a bingo bango from these Americans after a slow start to this one. It's going to turn up. We did have Dave Wiegand on the Table 1 stream yesterday, but for those unfamiliar with the North American scene, if there's one American in this field you ought to know, it is Dave Wiegand. He has been for a long time one of North America's very, very, very top players. He has won championships in both the North American and World Lexicon, now focuses exclusively on Collins. And if I had to summarize his game in one word, it would be beast. You agree, Robin?
I was going to say brilliant, another word that starts with a B. Yeah, I mean, Dave Wiegand is very well known on Aerolith, which is a website where a lot of us study every single day. We get different tableaus of words, anywhere from 2 up until 15 letters, and then we get all sorts of blank tableaus, blank letter tableaus, etc. And he is known as Dr. Bing, as in short for bingo, and he consistently scores towards the top or at the top of the leaderboard every single day on many of the challenges.
And scoring correctly on this challenge is Dave as well. He's finding Caviar, the highest scoring bingo, doing so in just a couple minutes. Dave off to the races here. 85-26 will be the score after the bingo, but Ben will strike back. AEINSTW gives him bingos 67, the highest possible play for him here, but that would be Honest and Tar, setting up massive front hooks. So Robin, next highest bingo is 3 points fewer, but you're taking that sacrifice, right?
You are not taking that sacrifice. Why in the world would you stick something that takes an F for funniest, L for lonniest, and T for tawniest for a lousy 3 points? No, I would not do that. You would?
No, God, I would leave the points on the table. I'd play something like Waniest or perhaps even Sweating into the G of Guiduc. Sweating would be 63, Waniest and Tar 64. But yeah, Honest, while it is 3 more points, takes, as Robin said, the F, the L, the T, and in this lexicon, even a Y, Yawniest. In addition to that, it puts both an A and an E under those big triple letter squares.
Yeah.
Nope, don't do that. It's actually, despite scoring 3 points more, it is simulating 3 points worse than almost any other bingo option. You're just asking Dave to score. After Wanties and Tar for 64, Dave averages 37. After Honest, Dave averages 50. Wow, 13 points. Defense, Ben.
And here Ben was thinking he's going to get a nice hook underneath his Guiduc. He's going to make a lot more points. Unfortunately, he's going to get what we call a baby bingo, which is usually a bingo that scores anywhere from 58 to 65 points, I would say, maybe something like that. He's going to go Sweating, which I think gives away a lot less than any of the other ones over the AR. So I would agree with this play.
Yeah. And looking at Dave's rack, you see, had he chosen to take the 67 with Honest, Dave has both the B or both the L and the Y to punish very, very hard. So Ben wisely opting for defense here, and he will be rewarded with it. Dave can still score rather well. His post bingo draw is ABLMOTY. Lots of different candidate plays that all score in the mid to high 30 range. Robin, what jumps out to me is a 39-point Bayamo, BAYAMO. Hit that triple word square on the top.
Yeah.
That look good to you?
That looks actually really, really good. I mean, there's all sorts of things. Bayamo does open the board. However, if he wants to score one less and save BL, which frankly, I really love the BL combination because you can have a lot of ABLE words at the end as a suffix, ABLE. I'm also liking atomy, which is right under Sweating. Now, it's sometimes hard for people who are not used to this dictionary to get used to the fact that ST is a word, and he could play atomy, STWOEM, and AY, scoring 38 points rather than 39 and saving the BL. I would like to say that if on the previous turn, if Ben had no choice but to play a bingo starting with an S over to the AR, Dave would now have Myoblast to bingo too.
Myoblast would be so sick. We're seeing all kinds of crazy science words on stream. Protozoa earlier, right. Myoblast now, zygoma yesterday. So you and I, Robin, are geeking out about these cool science words.
You know, if you're in high school and you're watching this, take your biology. Even if you're not a science major, you're going to learn so many words. And one of my favorite things to do, Matt, when I go on holiday is to go to museums and find Scrabble words. So I remember when I found a Bezoar, Bezoar for the first time, and I found a Kiviot when I was in Alaska, which was, they made these beautiful garments made out of the Kiviot fur.
That's the QIVIUT, a word I've only known through Scrabble, and well, you've seen it in the flesh as well. I think one of the coolest, trippiest things about Scrabble for me is I started playing Scrabble when I was 12. My vocabulary was, well, that of a 12-year-old, and so many words to me became Scrabble words, and as I get older and older and older, they're no longer Scrabble words. They're things I have encountered. So just going out and exploring all these insane words that exist, traveling and seeing them in museums, or grabbing them as currency, or wearing them on my body. It's so cool, all the words out there. Bayamo is another cool word I'm learning now. Is a bayamo something I can wear or eat? Nope. A bayamo is a Cuban strong wind.
I don't know if you're taking a look at Ben's rack, but he's got loners and reloans on his rack.
Yeah.
I mean, he's picking these stem racks. There's also Orleans.
Yeah, take 1 second to shout out Orleans. The New Orleans tournament happens almost every year in January in the United States. One of the biggest and best tournaments. It will be on a brief hiatus, not coming in 2027. But I know we've plugged this Causeway Challenge in 2028 in the summer. Maybe try to make it out to New Orleans in 2028 when they bring that thing back. It is an absolute blast of a tournament, and Ben to have an absolute blast with that rack.
So right now, Ben is able to play loners and reloans and Orleans to the AR to make SAR. And he's able to make Alienors through the I. And I have a feeling he's going to get one of those two down. But you never know when Dave's going to play. He's taking a long time, but he's looking at, I'm not sure exactly what he's looking at. Maybe he's looking at Atomy. Maybe he's looking, let's see.
Yeah, this is a turn with so many cool options.
Yeah.
Atomy looks great. Bayamo looks great. Playing MOBY beneath the ARE of Caviar looks good. And this as well, a really sick quadruple underlap. Timble, 36 points. This does just hold an O, but it is a good defensive play for Dave Wiegand
did he block
here.
everything now?
Well spotted. Did he block it all?
Oh my God. You know, it's like these top players have the most unbelievable sixth sense. It is unbelievable. Unless SARM is good.
No, check this out. Sad Benji as he slowly realizes, Dave, what did you do?
That's unbelievable.
Holy crap.
Just when you think you're rolling along.
Rage challenge. Here comes a rage challenge from Ben. No, you didn't block all of my stuff.
You should know this. It's also good in the North American Dictionary.
But I love it though. I'm never going to fault a player for throwing 5 points in a word that swings the game as much as this. Ben maybe realizes now I have no bingos. Dave is just like, what are you doing? Of course that's a word. Throw it up the palm. But no credit lost in my eyes to Ben. I think people should challenge far, far more when it's only 5 points to challenge a word, especially when it's that big a swing. You go from 65 to big time sad. Yeah, try it. Ben, I think, has already decided what he's going to play. He's only got AENRS left on his rack. And yeah, this feels very natural, Robin. Just grab the LO and play him off. Think beneath the AL of Timble, open the bottom of the board, get a bingo next turn.
I'm always afraid when I have a stem rack like that to play 2 tiles. I prefer to play 1. Because you really can muck up a rack with 2 tiles much more than you can with 1.
Yeah, fishing the O, NO, and OW feels good too, but then where is your bingo going to go? So
then you can play whoa. That's a really bad play, especially when you have OW next to it just for a lot more points. Very clear that you're fishing for something. Although just the fact that you played 1 tells you that you're fishing for something. So these are the very, very difficult racks at Scrabble because especially when you're a top-level player, you know so many words with these tiles. They're all one-pointers, very, very easily mixed with other ones. What do? You're not going to score a lot, and you're going to blow up a really, really good rack. And I find that the very good players don't care about blowing it up. They just go for points.
Man, I'm just shocked that Dave picked what looked to be maybe a suboptimal option, at least according to an engine, but then it just rewarded immensely by the sheer defensive nature. Maybe he had some kind of soul read on Benji. This is a good idea. OWL, set that S hook off to the side and hope you draw a bingo where the S is a bit earlier in the word.
Mm-hmm. I think that's, I admire what he's doing. I admire what he's trying to do. I just don't know if it's going to pay off. Let's find out. It's exciting.
Yeah. I mean, now Dave is in a tough position because he really doesn't want to open the board, but pretty much any play is going to open the board unless you're playing into the E of Geoduck on the right side. So Dave now has a decision to make. His clear top option is KOGAL, playing through the A and sweating 30 points. DER as a leave. That's all you could ask to do, except he's got reasons to be scared after seeing a 2-tile play from Ben. And he has more reasons to be scared as Ben has a great rack. So will Dave still open the board with Kogal, or is he going to make a massive sacrifice to adjust? I guess we'll find out. Robin, what would you do?
Oh, I don't have a problem with opening the board and scoring and getting rid of my K and my O and my G for a ton of points. I don't have any problem with that. I can't play the rest of the game not opening the board. I'm only up by 21 points. I got to score. So, yeah. And if he's giving him an S hook, so what? It's not along a double word line, double word line. So it's okay.
Yeah, I think the defensive option for Dave there would have been Skog, S-K-O-G, and that is a massive sacrifice to make. So Dave doesn't want to leave those 12 points on the table, and he's been rewarded for his decision with a great pull, including a blank. Ben now reasons on his rack. It's anagram Senoras plays at the bottom of this board, but Ben seems to be rushing this. Reasons plays here for 72, but arms and DEBE and N and LO, this plays beneath the B or MBAL of Timbal. That's 82.
Way too fast.
Ben's missed it. 10 points.
And he's, oh my goodness. Okay, let's get Koval in first.
All right, so DEEOPR blank now, the rack for Dave. He has just been bingoed on. He's down 21 suddenly, but he'll bingo again after the play of Kogal. And Dave is so good at finding bingos. Best he can do on this turn is 82. That play does give some back to Ben, but I think you're still taking the 82.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. I'm not sure why Ben plays so quickly. He I guess he saw reasons to the right of Owl, says it's not worth opening the triple that much, but just to take a few more seconds to see if you can actually, because your tiles are so single point and they're so flexible, can I actually play below? So that's a 10-point sacrifice he just made. We'll see what happens.
I wouldn't call it a sacrifice in as much as just a miss.
Yeah, I probably agree with you.
Sacrifice, at least to me, implies like I'm doing this on purpose for a reason. And I think that Ben just went a little bit too fast there. Dave's highest scoring bingo, 82 points through the O in Kogals, is Coopered, Coopered. Robin, that is a little scary to make because it exposes the triple word on the top right, but you're still playing it, right?
Well, the next one down is 78 points in a bunch of places. Everything you're going to do is going to open up a triple. But I will point out some sensational 6-letter overlap underneath Senoras that this rack allows. Can anyone see what that 6-letter 7 bingo underlap underneath Senoras?
Yeah, it scores just 75, but gives a lot less back than Coopered. So maybe Dave looking to do something like that. If nothing else, it's a great puzzle for those at home. And that's a beautiful fit for Dave. But Coopered is the engine's preferred play. Coopered looks like the strongest play. You are seeding that triple word back. But according to the engine, Ben's still only averaging about 37, 38 points per turn after this. So not as scary as it seems. Good choice from Dave Wiegand yet again. I get to say that phrase all the time. Good choice by Dave Wiegand.
Well, he just seems to have this spidey sense, the way that he played Tim Bell. And this is what I try to do in my games as well. And when people annotate me, they wonder what I'm doing. And very often what it is when I have a lead, especially, I will be trying to play words that block as many lines as possible while still scoring. And this is exactly what he did with Tim Ball. It was a beautifully conceived and executed play that actually ended up doing exactly what he wanted it to do.
All right, so we're now back on Ben, who's found a lot of consonants, D, G, H, N, R, U, and the X. Robin, he can play the X for 36 right now, just XU beneath the EN of Senoras, but the leave DGHNR. Can you take the points here?
Yeah, I don't see why not. You're not going to get, he's going to play duh. That's kind of cute. Okay. Yeah, so I like this a lot because not only is he scoring almost as much as it's going to get for XU, he would get 36 for XU underneath Senoras. Duh is going to give him 31, just 5 points less, and he's setting himself up the X hook because DEX is a word. He can go to the left of it and play something like docs or pox or something like that, and he's changing his mind, or he can go to the right of it by playing XU.
You've given Dave that information, and now you pulled it back. I don't know, but yeah, I do like
I like
DUH.
it.
It sets up the X.
Yeah.
It turns over 3 tiles, so you're likely to go in and get a vowel, especially with this distribution, almost even mix of vowels and consonants in the back. Duh looks very strong, but Ben, after rushing his previous turn, is gonna slow down here. And this is actually pretty fun. I'm hoping Ben plays duh right now, because if he does, Dave will have a really, really sick option available.
Oh, yeah?
So we'll see. Ben now looking like XU, his option instead, but he's put it back down as well. Oh, really deliberating between these two options, DUH and XU. Running it through the engine for analysis.
Just the two? Are you doing just the two?
I ran just the two, and there XU is about a point below DUH, but within a point of each other, you just kind of pick your style. Ben caching the X, and
Oh, duh was so cute.
you can't pick this back up and play duh now because the X setup no longer works.
Exactly.
Dave knows you have it, so yeah, Ben's going to play this. DUH would have given Dave the opportunity to play epidemic from the DE to the C in caviar. It's a really tough puzzle and a tough word to spot. Most people would miss it immediately, but Dave is that caliber of player where I expect him to see stuff like that a lot of the time. Alas, not in the cards. EIIMOPS, and now Dave's got a tough puzzle to solve as nothing looks very good for him here. He's got basically 2 ways to play through this turn. One is kind of the straightforward equity. Keep either EIMS or EIPS and play poi or moi above the ED and Coopered. 2, shell out for all the points I can get. Play poems or mopes in that same spot above Cooper for 44. Moi 22, mopes or poems 44. Or Robin, you're thinking something else here.
Oh my God, there is a very, very obscure word. I'm going to have to look this work up. It's called imposex. To the EX, he could play imposex with 36 points. I'm not recommending that he does this. I think maybe part of the reason Ben might have been hesitant to play XU is that he's now created a very sweet little E slot to play exec. So Dave, as Matt has pointed out, can play PIE there for 28 points, which is pretty not bad at all for considering he doesn't have the greatest rack, and there's not a lot of places for him to play.
Oh boy, all right. So Dave, what are you going to decide to do? He can also sort of split the difference. PIE and exec is a nice little insertion play to grab a triple word. That play is 28 to leave IMOS, but POI makes sense. The one big wart on POI is you hold EIMS, that's a good bingo prone leave, but bingos are not super friendly on this board. Perhaps the SE can slide in beneath the TY of Timble. Perhaps the S will allow you to bingo back hooking owl to make owls, but otherwise I feel like bingos are not going to fit on this board all that often. If you play poems, you get twice as many points, but you are stuck with I. Dave going to play poi here.
That seems to sim very, very well. Gets rid of his double I, saves the very nice EIMS. Unfortunately, there's just not a lot of places to bingo right now on this board. Literally, I believe just off owl is the most likely and possible play for him.
Oh, and look at what he's drawn. QUR.
Wow.
So Dave, D away from squirmed, or an R away from squirmer next turn. Ben does have the D and the R on his rack, but I'd be very surprised if he strings either of those out there in a place Dave can use. Ben's line here looks very straightforward. JIRDS into the S of Senoras. anything make you want to play something else here, Robin, or do you just like Jerds?
I like Jerds. Get rid of that J. Get rid of as many tiles as possible with only the one vowel on your rack. Don't open up anything for Dave. Let Dave, if Dave wants to bingo, he's not going to be able to. Let him figure that out on his own. It's not your job to open it up. Even though you're behind by 47 points, it's going to score. It's exactly what you need, and it's going to force Dave to do something to open up the board, and maybe you're going to pick up something nice on the rebound.
We'll see. If not Jerds, maybe DJINS into the same S, same
There's
score. But
3 R's to come, but there's 3 N's to come. So,
keep-
no, you're saving NG. You'd rather save NG than RG.
Yeah, well, siren song analogy. Do we break it back out, Robin?
What do you refer to?
The ING combination.
Oh, I
the
don't want to go
siren
there.
song. Yeah. All right. One other huge advantage of Jerds or Gins is they retain the H, which is actually a huge tile on this board, given the C in Geoduck is just asking for a CH play to come down for about 40 points. So the H, keeping it in tow for Ben. This looks like what you want to do. Ben has picked up the J and the I. I think the only way you can play those is to play DJINS or JIRDS.
Well, you can play Ahi off Timba, but I don't think that's happening.
I'd eat my hat if he played that. Yeah, here comes Jerds. A pretty forced play, Ben.
I don't think he had much choice.
All right, so Ben now trailing by just 21, but Dave drawing the QU combination together into the S he's kept. Squirm and Owls plays for 50 points.
Yeah.
Any reason not to play that, Robin?
Well, simply because of the possible payback on the other side. There are 2 Fs unseen, but you have to have an E to go down in order to make a word off of the R. So I think it's absolutely fine.
One other fun option I'll go ahead and call out here, as Dave may want to slow down here. CIRQUE from the C in Caviar sets up a big back S hook. And what does Dave have on his rack except the case final S in this game? So CIRQUE just 34 as opposed to the 50 of Squirm. But Cirque would make Ben squirm in his chair, as Dave's got that final S for Owls or for Cirques whenever he feels like pouncing on it. How does that make you feel, Robin? Cirque for 34, maybe worth it?
You know what? It is kind of tempting, but no, 50 points is 50 points. But you're right, it is the last S. But there's no guarantee that he'll be able to play there on the next turn. Ben might be able to do something to block it. And then you've given up 16 points. I think take the points while you have the chance. Squirmy is good too, I would assume. I don't think it's going to cause too much of a problem.
Squirmy is valid, but yeah, just given the placement of that, all you're really worried about after Squirm, if you're Dave, is the F. F would be a big response, and both Fs still unseen from Dave's perspective. So,
I think you'd play Cirque from the tone in your voice. You seemed disappointed when I said I would play Squirm. So
I just like when players do kind of non-conventional and creative things, whether or not they're right. I just love to see a deviation from what looks obvious all the time. Cirque.
Well, it gives off the Q right next to the double word.
Yeah,
So,
but it's hard to stack next to it. Like all you really got is IN or IN, IT. That's all you're going to do, 26 or something for your opponent. So.
well, if he hadn't picked up the U, he'd be playing. Oh, I was going to say he's going to play the Q next to the I in Cirque, but of course I'm just looking on my board that I've written down the word Cirque and I can see. But he's going to play Squirm. Yes, he's not going to play Squire. He's going to play Squirm.
All right, so Squirm, indeed the option for Dave. This does simulate just a point above Cirque, according to my engine, but Cirque has that recursive damage of if I don't want to cash the S now, I can wait until I draw something better and just kind of sit there and make Ben quite nervous. That would have been fun, but Squirm, I think, just a little bit too much. As you said, Robin, 50 points. We're back on Ben, AGHNNOZ. The Z is going to get in the way of Ben bingoing, but it is a very strong tile. So I think probably for Ben, holding on to it for a bigger score later is
Yeah.
the move.
Yeah.
You agree, Robin?
Yeah, and this is a story I've told before. It might be a new audience, so I'll tell it again. There was a wonderful player in the United States whose name was Steve Palatnik, and I remember being at the World Championships in London all those years ago. I don't think I was even married, so over 30 years ago. And he said to me, Robin, he said, enjoy the Z. He said, don't play it so quickly. Of course, he said Z because he's from the United States. And he said, don't play it so quickly. He says, don't worry that it's on your rack for a turn or two. It has fantastic potential. Develop the board so that you can really cash in on the Z. So I have always remembered that to this day. And I'm not so quick. I don't, when you get the Q on your rack, you get the V's on your rack, you want to get them off as quickly as possible. But he said, just wait on the Z because it will reward you with your patience.
It's so interesting how short little platitudes from seasoned experts can just stick in your head and influence the way you play for years or even decades to come. Robin, if you had one platitude that you would share for our up-and-coming viewers at home, what is the hill you die on? What is the big, valuable Scrabble lesson you'd like folks to know?
Oh, I wish I'd prepared ahead of time. let me think on it a little bit because I want to give a good one, okay? And I will come back to it.
All right, Robin.
Do you have one?
Generally, when in doubt, take the points. It's one of the wisest things I've ever learned in the game. If you're deliberating between a shorter fish and a longer play, just take the points. And yours, Robin?
Okay, I don't know if it's mine. If I come up with another one, I will. But Chris Cree, who is very well known in the Scrabble community for having helped rescue Scrabble organization after we were let go by the parent company, was playing with his wife, Carla. And he's trying to teach her how to play, better. He's a stronger player than she is by virtue of the fact that he's been playing a lot longer. And he was playing with her, and I heard him going, and he's got a Texas accent. He goes, secure the win. And so she was wondering what to play. What should I play? And he goes, is this going to win you the game? Yes, secure the win. So
secure the win. I can hear that in Chris's voice in my head. Chris was so instrumental in helping develop me as a young player as I grew up in Texas alongside him. And as you said, Robin, he's done so much for organized play in North America. In fact, he texted me this morning to say, did you see the crazy 9 that Nigel played yesterday? And some of you watching at home, I'm sure you've seen it, especially if you're a Will Anderson fan. It was shown in his video. If you haven't, I told Chris, oh my goodness, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen. I'm going to show that on stream, and we've prepared that for you. We'll try to tease it after this game because Nigel did one of the sickest things ever. So Robin, secure the win. Matt, take the points. I think at least one valuable piece of advice from someone as experienced as Robin, and you can hang on to what I said if you want with caution. Ben, H-A-G or H-A-N in the top corner was probably what he's deliberating between here. He's going to grab 2 extra points, shed that G tile, but keep double N's to do so. You like this, Robin?
I don't know that I love keeping N with the Z. I don't know if it was worth the extra points to not get rid of the G, but he might have a similar antipathy to the G like you do. There are more N's in the bag. He was very, very lucky not to pick it. It's kind of hard not to keep the NG. So I'm not sure what he was thinking. I guess he really, really wanted to just score as many points as possible.
Dave looks like he's found a really sick play here. From the EX through the C, Executor, 34 points. The way he's got that EUTER set up on his rack, I think he's seen it. He's just trying to figure out if it's best. The play of HUE and exec also looks very strong here, but this is who Dave Wiegand is. As I said, absolute beast, or as Robin said, absolutely brilliant. He's seen Executor. He's now just trying to decide if he should play it. Style points are great, but they don't secure the win. Robin, are you playing Executor here?
It's really, really pretty. There's no question, but I don't have any problem with playing HUE. I actually like it a little bit better. It scores only 3 points less, but it saves a very nice synergistic tree, EERT. It doesn't open the board as much as the other one, as Executor does. So I probably may not have found Executor. I don't think my head would have been going in that direction. But I'm liking Hue a little bit better personally. What about
Here
you?
it comes, Executor.
It's just very pretty.
It's so pretty, so pretty. I do like how HUE holds the EE back. If you draw one of those 2 Fs, you're going to play feet next to Squirm next turn. But this is pretty, turns over some tiles, puts some scoring pressure on, and avoids 1 point jail that you might end up in. So what a spot from Dave Wiegand. What a play from Dave. And now he's up on Ben by a bingo, 344 to 73. Ben on ANNOORZ, keeping those double N's. Going to lead to a difficult decision for him on this turn. But I think, Robin, play the Z in some capacity for sure, right?
Oh, yeah. The best leave, I think, from this rack, I'd have to take a look at all of what's available, but just looking at tiles that I like are RAN. So if you can play Zune to the left of Executor, you accomplish that. You get rid of the double O's, you get rid of the double N's, you score the Z with a lot of points, and you save the RAN, which is much, much nicer. The trouble is you have to consider, what does it give back? There's still an L in the bag. There's still, you have the last 2 N's, is that correct? Or are there 2 more?
2 more.
There's still 2 more. So Zen is available, Zell is available, Z is available. I think it gives back a little bit too much. So I would keep looking. Azon is also a possibility, but it obviously gives back quite a bit, be able to go down on the triple row. But there aren't that many high scoring tiles left. But there are Fs and Bs, and that can, just another 36, 40 points. I'm kind of liking Azon a little bit better.
Yeah, both of these could give back enormous plays to your opponent, but yeah, Azon does kind of fork the board nicely. If your opponent takes the Zen or Zell back hook, then at least you can hit that triple word up above it with the 5. The problem with that is you're holding OR in. None of those tiles score well at all, so you can hit a triple word for 20. Hooray. Maybe one other line to play here is ZOEA through the E in Executor, 46 points. The leave NNOR is not anything to write home about, but it's the best score you can do on this move. It does put a Z in a triple line, but okay, Dave, you can score 40, I guess, and I've left different parts of the board open.
Yeah, but he's behind by 63 points.
Would you maybe consider
more than that?
Underneath the AL of Timble, maybe you could play RONZ and just create some more space on the board? It's a point sacrifice, but it's a good leave.
Yeah. There's something.
Oh, he's going to play it over here.
He's going to play Ron's over there. Interesting.
Oh, this is actually kind of fun.
Is he saving Azon? No,
he's setting up. He's setting up. Oh, no. Okay, he's going to pull it back, but I kind of like this idea from Ben. You're setting up a bingo line on the left side of the board and a spot where Dave needs to block the Z for big points. If he
plays Ron's, he's saving Azon to play next turn.
Yeah. So you've got plays through the Z, but Dave probably needs to address the bingo line vertically on the board. So you get Azon next turn. This is creative and clever.
Or do you play? Yeah. I think that's kind of cool. I can't. Yeah, you have to look in the bag and see, is there something that David could play through the Z? I don't know if there is. There's no Tsar. There's no. I mean, we'd have to look.
Yeah, I don't see like Ozonate or anything like that. All right, this looks very clever from Ben. The one wart on this is Dave could come down vertically behind RE, and Dave has exactly that. Something like HENT and REH blocks everything all at once. So, this is Rona, RONA. Setting up the Z for ZA, but also setting up the Z for Res.
Wait a minute. Right. Yes, he's got. Oh no, yours isn't good. Oh my god, that would be so exciting if that was good.
Oh boy. Okay. So Ben with a big double setup on the right side, on the left side, and now Dave
got news for you. He's got Biz.
Yeah, Biz right there is friggin' huge.
Oh my god, what a play!
What a play, what a draw.
This is so much fun, guys. I hope you guys are having fun out here. This is really, really nice thinking. I mean, I can't imagine he's getting, but then he sets up Res on the right side.
Right.
So he has Biz on the left and Res and oh my goodness. I love it.
This is the Ben Schonbrun experience. He can be very, very creative and clever. How many people, Robin, are playing RONA for 12 when you've got 40, 50 available?
Well, just a second. We have a very smart chat because they're pointing out a word that I'm not familiar with, armozine, which he can play off arm.
Oh yeah, there was the potential to fish for that for a bingo score as well. What a fascinating turn from Ben. As you said, Robin, do some damage with the Z. Ben trying to do maximum damage here. And did he just draw Armozine? Yes.
Well, someone said he's fishing for Armozine, but he's also setting. I mean, he could have played Roan, which would have been far less worrisome.
He set up the Z in
set up the
three
Z.
different places: the Res, the Za, and the Armozine. And Ben's drawn punishes in all three of them. Freaking incredible.
This
now,
is my favorite play of the tournament so far. There is no question.
So cool. Will Anderson,
Write it
where
down
you
in your
at?
list,
Oh yeah,
Corbin.
I've got a document of the sickest stuff we see on stream that I'm going to send to Will every night. But this 100% going in there. Now Dave has a way to obstruct nearly every one of these threats. You can play Athlete from the A, but Athlete sets up big Z spots. So look at Dave playing just Lath, Lath. All right, thwarting some of the threats, but will Ben spot Armozine? Yes, it is immediately. I think Ben was thinking about this several turns ago. Holy crap, watch Dave Weekend, realizing he's been hit for a bingo score. He had to know that Z was on Ben's rack, but he didn't expect
This
this.
is sick, guys. I got to tell you, this is high
God.
level play. There's a reason why Benji's in first place, and this is it. I love it.
Just like that, Ben down by just 8 points. What a swing. And now a huge draw for Ben. But looking at this unseen pool, while Armozine was cool, Ben's going to find serious trouble. Dave's drawn well, EEINOTT. Just one tile in the bag after Ben draws. I think major advantage to Dave here.
I love it. I love it. Now, one of the problems with Rona for Ben is that if he did hit Armozine or some other play similar, or yes, if he had to hit Armozine and not one of the Z plays to the right or left of Rona and Executor, he's going to leave that triple row open. And Dave has tonight to go down there, TONITE, for 25 points. But has he already played? No.
That triple line is not the big threat. The big threat is BAFFY or BIFFY
yes.
underneath the AL of Timble making Squirmy. That is unseen to Dave. That is where his eye is going right now.
And what was the first thing I said to you? Squirmy, right?
You did. You manifested this turns ago, Robin.
Yeah.
But holy crap. Now we see that Ben actually missed the F. He doesn't have those, but Dave doesn't know that. Running this through an engine right now, if Quackle is correct with a big star asterisk next to it, Dave only has one play that wins 100% of the time, one play that wins 5 out of 8, and nothing else that wins more than a coin flip here. What a fascinating position. Dave's got so much to think about and only 3 minutes and change to think this through.
I think he's already got it set up on his rack. He's got TEIN that will play to the right of Squirm because Benji, even though he doesn't have Baffy, he does have In-Buy, which is going to score a ton as well underneath Timbal, the L and Timba in Timbal, and then Squirmy.
Yes, this is the one play that wins 100% of the time. TEIN, obstruct any of the Squirmy plays. Dave's got to realize there's no threat Ben actually has on the left side of this board that can hurt me bad enough that I'll lose. And EOT is flexible enough that pretty much whatever I draw out of the bag is going to be enough.
He has to play a 4-letter word to block the Y onto Squirmy. He has to. And he has it on his rack. He has it. Tonight will not do it. It's not particularly interesting.
This is an insanely complex position, and for Dave to solve it in a minute is just baffling to me. But Dave, he's an absolute beast over the board. Ben, that play of Rona was absolutely insane. Will, we got a game.
This is a game to end all games. This is amazing. I'm so glad you guys are here with us to enjoy it.
And this is only round 15. Robin, we get to see like 20 more games of Scrabble like this.
We're so privileged. I can't believe it.
Sometimes I just think about how blessed I am, have a moment of gratitude. I got a fully expenses trip paid to Bangkok, get a free vacation, and I get to watch 36 games of this. You all at home are in such a treat as well. Dave Wiegand finding the only play that wins this game 100% of the time.
Unbelievable. I love it.
So Dave will reach into the bag and draw one of those two Fs. He's got to realize Biffy Baffy weren't actually there for Ben. And the F is one of the only tiles that won't allow Dave to go out next turn, but he'll be able to do enough damage. Just OF next to the JI of Jerd scores 29, and Dave will be able to outrun any out into sequence Ben can deliver here. Holy shnikes, Robin.
That's why we play the game. Could you imagine sitting there across the board and somebody plays Armozine against you? Like you're way up by 80 points. You think you've got this game in the bag. You blocked that Lath, whatever he was setting up there. You did the best you could. Just somebody plays Armozine on you. And then you figure out with 2 minutes left on your clock, the only way to win this game. This is just so much fun.
Yeah, now it's just spread for Ben. He sees the one outplay for Dave Wiegand of Often, O-F-T-E-N, into the N of Armozine. So Ben is looking for a way to go out in 2 moves, play just 2 more words and have no letters on his rack, while also obstructing that Often spot. But no sequence for Ben will bring him close enough as Dave's going to do damage with that F. Looks like if everything plays out the way optimally, Ben can only pull within 18 points in this game. But he was so close just a turn ago after the Armozine fish. Boy, I can't wait for Overhead Mike and the postmortem in this one.
It almost seems unfair for him not to win. I mean, such a brilliant play, the Rona play. And I just want to point out to the audience, remember, this is a 4-letter word, 1 pointers, scored 8, 9, 10, 12 points, 14. And yet it's not the Zemstvos, and it's not the hero deals, and it's not these crazy words that we play. Those are all brilliant as well. But it's these little 4-letter words that fork the board and set you up in a million directions based on what's left on your rack and what's left in the bag. These are what we live for. These moments of clarity and of brilliance is what we live for, and we got to experience that today.
Yeah, who would have thought the most important plays of the day, not the Zygoma, not the Protozoa, but RONA and then TEIN. Wild.
Yeah, it is also the Iroi feud. I don't even know how to pronounce it. I said it is those as well, but it's also these little 1-point 4-letter words, 3-letter words that, oh my God, just so much fun. And if you wonder why we keep playing this, right? I mean, you think about music, it only has 8 notes and the flats and chords. And you think of Scrabble, it only has the same 100 tiles every single time, and every single game is different. Every opportunity, every board is different. Every situation is different. You never repeat it. You have very intelligent people playing this game, and we never get bored of it. And this is a perfect example of why we don't.
Yeah, I mean, in Scrabble, you practically never see the same position twice. Maybe turn 1. Once in a blue moon, you'll draw exactly the same opening rack. But who has any idea how things will unfold and what complexity will arise because of it? What a treat. What a beautiful, beautiful game we've seen here. 3 in a row, Robin, on stream. All 3 featuring Ben Schunbrunn. 2 narrow victories, and now a valiant effort to stay in this one, but he'll fall just short. And I think for the 4th consecutive game, we'll have a new leader here at the Causeway Challenge, as Ben will be in first no longer after this loss.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, well, it depends. There's 4 people at 8-3 and at 11-3, and 3 of them were very close to each other. And so we'll see how Jason Keller did in his last game, and because they're very, very close to the spread. So it's either going to be Dave Wiegand or Jason Keller in first place, I believe. And
check this out. Look at all the players, the peanut gallery watching. They can see how close this game is. Just this is it, man. The peak Scrabble. The players are held behind a barrier so they can't hover directly over the board. But what a spectacle! What a show! What a treat! Just beautiful. Ben is going to block the threat of Often here, looking at Vinify, Vinify. This would be a second best endgame sequence. He can do a bit better if he backhooks Lath with a Y, playing either Viney or Navy and holding back either Fab or Fib to go out on next turn. But
yeah. Viney and Fab would be fantastic. Fab where would you play Fab actually? Oh yeah, to the left of Rona.
Yes. So
Well, he's got a minute and 11, folks, so don't worry. We will end this game. He is just maximizing his score. He's probably still licking his wounds, wondering, what do I got to do? I set up this trap. It worked, and I'm still going to lose because Dave, who barely had a few minutes on his rack, on his clock, figured it out exactly what he needed to do to win the game. Just two displays of utter Scrabble genius on this board tonight.
But this game demonstrates everything that is sick about Dave Wiegand.
Yes.
He has it all. He's the complete package. He's a word machine. He's not ever going to miss a bingo, but he's a play finding machine, finding executor, and he's a pre-end game machine. TEIN, solving that pre-end game with all the complexity in under a minute. Dave freaking Wiegand, man. If anybody not named Nigel or Eldar wins the tournament, he'd be my pick to do it.
Now, unfortunately, Benji just gave him a spot to stick his F over the Y and go in both directions so he could play TEF or off. After thinking, and this happens to me all the time, right? You make the right play.
Yeah, Ben even realizes right now, like, crap.
That was stupid.
I thought so hard and then derped right at the end.
And we're laughing about it, but it is a big deal because these guys are so close in spread. He just gave away 24 points, that he didn't need to do. So, oops.
Whoops.
But it is a problem.
Well, it's not too much in the grand scheme, but yeah, Ben played so beautifully, and then as he's low on his clock, just a little derp right there. Dave's going to play his best play of TEF. Ben's going to go out, and I'm going to stop talking so we can catch the postmortem from these guys.
Please go and look for your opponent for round 16.
That's pretty good, too.
21. 412, 436.
Yeah.
Good game.
Yeah.
This is obviously a fish for this. This was a good block. I just go in by.
Yeah. Biffy with Australia F with Biffy and Baffy. Yeah. Good game.
Yep. I tried.
Once again,
Yeah, that
I
playing game.
request you to look for your opponent for round 16.
Those plays are either like terrible or amazing.
Uh-huh.
Like I never sure which.
I did not think of that tonight, but I had to go there.
Yeah, you have to. Like I was just gonna play Bez there or something.
Yeah.
All right, you hear director Michael Tang saying, please find your opponent for the next game. Goodness, this is an absolute pressure cooker of a tournament. As you play a game that intense, Dave Wiegand and Ben Schoenbrunn, and now you've got 6 minutes to empty your bladder, shake off the loss, or recombobulate after all that thinking, and do it all over again. Likely again against a grandmaster caliber opponent. But boy, was that a fun game for us all to watch. I hope you at home are entertained. And if you weren't entertained by that, you're really just not in the right spot. Sorry. Maybe Scrabble ain't for you. Robin, were you entertained by that game?
I think everybody knows I was extremely entertained by that game. It's exactly what we needed as the days are going on, the games are going on. It's laggy. It's not a lot of air circulation in here. We're trying to keep you entertained and educated at the same time. So when we have an opportunity to get a little titillated, to get a little excited by some really, really exciting and well thought out plays, it's going to perk everyone right up. So I'm very, very grateful for this game. I'm grateful to be sharing it with you guys and with Matt, because I know he got very excited as well.
Okay, so that game was absolutely sick. We saw tactics, we saw play finding, we saw word knowledge. And Michael Tang said when he put this game together, he wanted 10 annotated games or 10 streamed games, 10 captured games every round because he wants to capture another Chlorodyne moment. So we're going to do our very best to showcase some of the absolute sickest plays, sickest word finding, sickest word knowledge displays. And And we saw one from Nigel Richards yesterday. This one has been shown in yesterday's Will Anderson YouTube video recap, but we're also going to show it here on the live stream for those who have been so glued to your TVs that you haven't had a chance yet to watch that Will Anderson video like me. So let's show you first the board where this happened to set some context. This is the position here, Nigel's rack, DEHIPR blank. And what makes this play so insanely impressive is Nigel has a 7 that most players on the board, or no, most players in the division would see. It's Herpled, HIRPLED. We'll show you Herpled. Robin, why would some players hesitate to make this move?
I don't know why they would. I guess nobody wants to just open up a double-double and a triple-triple.
Yeah, it does expose 5 unique floaters, an R and a double-double, an E and a D down at the bottom. So maybe not quite as defensive as Nigel would like, given he's already up by 50. So Nigel says, you know what? I'm good. I'm going to do something else. And here's what the GOAT opted to play. I don't even know how to say this word. Areophyid, something like that. This scores 76 as opposed to the 75 for Herpled. This does not expose the D in the triple-triple, does not give back the double-double opportunity. What?
It's a mite.
It's a mite.
It's a mite, Areophidae. It is a family of more than 200 genera of mites, M-I-T-E.
So this is what we've captured so far from Nigel Richards. This happened on day 1 of the tournament. Not quite a 10 like Chlorodyne, but given he had 75 available and he's like, nah, 76. This is a little bit better. And I think the craziest thing about this, Robin, is had Areophyid scored 1 less than Herpled or 3 less than Herpled, had this been a worse play, even if Nigel saw it, would he have played it?
Of course. There's no question.
Yeah, well, Nigel's always going to make the right play. So if this hadn't scored as much as it did, Nigel likely would have done something different. But anyway, that's one of the sickest plays we've seen. And you've seen now one of the sickest games we've seen so far at the Causeway Championship. It looks like about 2 or 3 minutes until the next game is scheduled to start. I'm going to need a couple minutes to reset the computer to figure out which players are. I'm sure Robin's going to need a couple minutes to recombobulate after that banger of a game. But you at home, in this little brief intermission we're going to have, support us by clicking the like button if you're watching on YouTube, or just keep hanging out if you're watching us on MeWatch. We appreciate you all. We're going to cut to a break. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble.
We will be right back, and we really mean right back because we are on a tough schedule. So stay put, everybody.
See you soon. Hoo-wee. Well, we are back. That was a quick little break, and no break for Ben Schoenbrunn, being featured on Table 1 now for the fourth consecutive game. He has delivered
Wow.
3 incredible games so far. Last round, he was paired with American Dave Wiegand. This round, he's got another American, Robin. Tell us about him.
He's going to be playing, actually, a friend of mine. His name is Jason Keller. He's known for wearing lots of orange clothes and for blowing the vuvuzela, but that goes back to the last World Cup many times ago. So right now we have Dave Wiegand in first place. Napat won his game and Ben in third. Jason is an outstanding player. You know, I had lunch with him and I said, if you come to my table, I'm going to be able to say something interesting about you. Now, Jason is somebody who won many games of his quiz show called Jeopardy, and he won over $250,000 or very close to it. But when I asked him, what is it about you that you'd like me to tell the folks out there? He says, let them know that every night I have hot chocolate in cups that my mother bought me that have all of the 2-letter words written on them. So this is what he wanted you to know about it.
You heard it here. Review your twos by drinking hot chocolate every night.
Every night.
That perhaps what it takes to become a top 5 player here at the Causeway Challenge. Let's cut over to the board. Jason, I did see wearing his traditional orange earlier today. Yep, indeed. There it is. Jason Keller, Ben Schoenbrunn, 2 Americans in a 3rd versus 4th place matchup. Here we go. Let's play Scrabble.
Now, what happens after you've had a game where you've been brilliant and lost? How does that affect you psychologically, and how's that going to affect your play?
You know, I think one game, you can never really feel bad about losing to Dave Wiegand. It hurts a little bit more psychologically when you play really well, your opponent plays poorly, and you still lose. Jason with the big opening draw, AAILWY blank. He's got not one, but
Railway.
2. Yeah, railway, and a second 7-letter word as well for Jason. So he'll be striking first. Finding railway, waylaid, the other option here for him, WAYLAID, but railway, 72 points. And we're off to the races on one side. On the other side, DEEIRUU, Ben's rack. So you're seeing the best and the worst of Scrabble. Jason's picked railway back up. He's going to play waylaid instead.
Which is the better play.
It is, yeah.
And you know why, everybody out there? It's because it doesn't take an S.
Yeah, you don't expose the S hook if you don't have to. Jason realizing, oh, I actually have the luxury of not having to. Sick, I'm going to do that. So nice by Jason, taking the extra couple seconds, finding the even better 82-pointer on the first turn. 82 for Jason. I think we're going to see 6 here for Ben. Legalize Uwu happened about a year ago, and the no, Ben, instead of playing UWU for 6, he's going to exchange UUE for 0. That feels fine as well.
That feels fine, absolutely.
So,
and remember we talked about yesterday, God, it seemed like so long ago. Do you play a bingo that takes an S or not early on in the game because you have just passed 7 tiles and you have a greater chance of picking up the S? And here's a perfect example of that. If he played railways, he did pick up an S, and because he has a clunky rack, he might want to play something like gifts or something like that. Now he's not able to do that, but he can play it in a different direction. I'm just saying that there is some logic in that concept of making an S hook available if you're going first, because there are still 4 S's in the bag as far as you know, and you have first shot at them.
But Jason playing the bingo that doesn't take an S, then drawing the S. We'll see what he wants to do here. I think the most straightforward play is just FIG
for sure.
beneath the ID and waylaid. This does take not just an S back hook, but also an O, Figo. But ILST is a leave. 21 points is the best you can do basically on this move. So Fig checks all the boxes. I'd be shocked if Jason spends more than 5 more seconds on this move.
And interestingly, Ben picked up headier, if I'm looking at all his tiles correctly, and this will block it.
Oh, wow. Completely destroyed has been Sad Benji Part 2 after Dave completely thwarted his efforts to bingo on the loner's rack last turn. Ben has exchanged into headier and has literally no bingo option. Sad Benji noises indeed. Ben is someone who's done a lot for Scrabble. He is very, very active on our partner site, woogles.io. helping run correspondence leagues in addition to running tournaments on Woogles.io. He's also got a Medium blog where he's written about different nuanced and tactical positions. So Ben loves to think about Scrabble, and he is going to have to think very hard about this position as, oh God, when you got an unplayable bingo, it just often a very complex position, isn't it, Robin?
Yeah, and it's all the more disheartening because of the fact that he had to pass on his first turn. So here he is. The game has just started, and he's already 103 points in the hole on table one against a fellow player that he knows very, very well. And he knows how strong Jason is as a player and how strong Jason's vocabulary is. So what do you do? One thing to do is to try to balance your rack by playing something like HAE on top of Waylaid over the A, the Y, the L. But I am a big, big fan of Rawhide. It plays off 6 tiles, and it scores a lot. It scores 28 points, and it also takes a D. It's actually a verb. So you have multiple ways besides the S. You can also stick a D on it and score that way. So I like a nice open board. You can't hide the fact that Jason knows a ton of words, but you know a ton of words too. So I would be playing Rawhide.
So Rawhide for 28 is the best way to score points, and you set up those back hooks, and you open the top of this board, but you do blow up a rack that is quite bingo prone. So pros and cons to it, but I do see a lot of pros to that play, Robin. We're seeing in chat, Jason Keller has won game shows. David Webb, another top player in this field, has won game shows. Andrew Fisher, who we've seen on stream a couple times already, has won game shows. And I think one more player we've heard a lot from, right, Robin?
I did. I won almost $30,000 when I was in grad school, and I didn't have any debt, as I sit next to poor Matt, who has way too much debt from his own doctorate. I am very, very sorry, but I happened to go on a game show when I was in grad school, and yes, I won a lot of money. And in Canada, it is tax-free. Jason, he said, did have to pay taxes on his.
Well, I'd be happy to pay taxes if I was getting $250,000. So,
for sure.
But we'll be careful with taxes and prize money. I know there are many, many more game show winners out there. Recently, a Scrabble game show was announced on the CW in the US. It's been running for 2 seasons, and a ton of players have been on that and won some substantial money. Now you see Jason sipping out of his orange water bottle and making direct eye contact with the camera, pointing at it. Yeah, orange is the best color. Respectfully, Jason, I disagree. I think the best color is hot pink.
Socks yesterday.
I was all crossed up on the days. On Wednesdays, I wear pink, except I'm jet lagged, and I thought it was Wednesday on Thursday, so I dropped the ball on that one. Apologies to everybody. Ben has spent a ton of time.
Way too much time on this turn.
I mean, I don't know that there is a such thing as too much time. Everything makes you sad for different reasons on this turn. HEY into the Y of Waylaid. It's like not a terrible option, but it is kind of a terrible option. Rawhide is not a terrible option, except it gets rid of all of your good letters, so it is kind of a terrible option. Like, every play has its warts, and Ben's just got to choose which one.
Well, yeah. I mean, the question becomes, do I want to just kind of balance my rack and do something like just play off an E on Wii, or and keep, because I already have a really, really good rack, or do I want to blow it up, score some points, and see what happens? And I also am noticing, I mean, such a big difference in the way Benji is playing. I hope he knows it's his turn. Like, such a difference from the confidence of the previous games that we had on board one. So I'm wondering if it's simply a very tough position for him, or did that last game take something out of him and he is now a little bit more indecisive? I
think it's less about the last game versus this game and more about the scoreboard. Robin, have you ever been confident when you've trailed 103-0?
Well, sure, because it's early in the game. I had to tell myself, look, the game has just started. If it was late in the game, I'm down 100 points. Yeah, I'm going to panic a little bit, or I'm going to feel a little dejected. But no, there's tons of time left. But am I doing myself any favor by taking 6 minutes to play this one turn when I don't have anything? No, I don't think so.
So Ben has picked up an H and an A. I think we might see him play HAE No, he's going to play Rawhide now. All right. After 5+ minutes of deliberation, he's going to pick the play that Robin likes.
Yeah, I like it. But it depends what he picks up.
Of course. That's Scrabble, baby. It always depends on what you pick up. If you draw QVV, whatever you played wasn't right.
Yeah.
And if you draw blank blank S, definitely made the right choice on that last one. So 28 to 103. Now the score. Jason ILSSPTW. He does have 2 S's to knock out the
Ooh.
Rawhide backhook Wisp. Or
Guess-
what?
Guess what he has through 2 E's? Sweet Lips.
Sweet Lips.
So you guys are going to have to indulge me every once in a while. I see words spontaneously, and I just have to share it with you because they're just so delicious, these words.
Sweet Lips do sound pretty delicious, but I digress. Yeah, Robin.
Sorry about that.
You love studying the
I
words,
do.
don't you?
I
You
do.
don't just study the 2 through 8 for Scrabble, right? That's my
No.
understanding.
No, I go up to the 13s. I used to go up to the 15s, but something's happened in the last few years to my brain, and I think
I can only handle 13 letters now. Alas, yeah.
yeah, I like to do the 13s. There's no question, and I actually do this dictionary 9s every day.
Wow.
Don't ask me why.
Well, I know why, because at some point when you play one of those 9s in a tournament, it's going to feel insanely satisfying. Maybe we'll get you to play an Areophyid moment if you get back over the board and out of the commentary booth, but we appreciate having you here. Wisp comes down for Jason Keller. Ben back on turn. And Robin, you said Rawhide's a good play depending on what he draws.
Yeah,
You still think it was a good play?
not anymore. No, no, I think it was a very, very good play. It's not, this stuff happens. It is what it is, and it's still not a terrible rack. And I'm sure he's going to score some points. He can get up to 32 points. Just by playing Jet underneath Wisp. It's very, very dangerous, and it saves TURR, and there's all sorts of ugly things about it, but he can also score 32 points. But I don't think anyone is beating Jason this game, because look at that rack.
Oh, my God.
He's got what we call a
Antlers.
stem rack. Yeah.
Tell us what a bingo stem means for those kind of newer to the Scrabble scene.
Well, his rack is so good. I think he's got several stem racks in there. A stem rack is when you're studying the 7s. It's a 6-letter rack that with a 7th tile makes a ton of bingos. Similarly, with an 8-letter stem rack, it's 7 letters that then you can add a blank to it, and it makes a ton of bingos as well. And not surprisingly, the strongest stem racks are those that have 1-point tiles. And if you're a 1-point tile, it means that there's a lot of you in the English vocabulary, because it's not like a rare and strange letter like a Q and a K, which don't come up as nearly as frequently as E and R, let's say. Which is exactly how Alfred Butts decided the distribution of tiles in the Scrabble bag. He read the New York Times front page, and he saw that there were more E's than anything, and that's why we have more E's than anything in our bag. And we can go through the whole alphabet, and that's why we have 1 K and 1 Q and lots of A's, but not so many F's, etc., etc. So these stem racks tend to be 1-pointers, and when you have an S and an E and an R, you can see how popular those are in words. So in this case, Jason has what we call a Santer. We can call it a Santer stem rack, AENRST. And with the L, it makes a lot of bingos, and rentals and antlers and sternal. And I think there's another one, and Saltern. Yeah, that's the other one. And I think I missed one too. I think there's 5 rentals. Yeah. And the beautiful thing about that rack is that in itself is a stem rack for 8s, because there are a lot of 8 words that play with that rack.
At some point, if you want to become a competitive Scrabble player, even at the intermediate or lower expert level, you do have to start just memorizing some of the most common bingos, the 7 and 8 letter words you can draw, and approaching them via bingo stem is a way that people often do it. So you're going to learn your Satine, your Satire, your Retina bingos. If you have the 6 Retina tiles, what 7th letter can I add to have a bingo? If I've got an A, I can do nothing. If I've got a B, maybe add a Bryn in this lexicon. C, certain Seriton Crete, and so on and so forth. So these are, even 1,000 or 1,200 rated players have certainly seen these words on a list. What separates the 12 or 1400 players from the 2000 players is they haven't just learned the stem bingos, they've learned nearly all of the bingos. This play makes Ben sad, but I think it's sort of forced here in Raj. The bad thing about Raj is it's now very hard to get to the top of the board. But the good thing about Raj is every other play is so much worse that I guess I have to do it.
Well, I think it's going to evolve naturally because Raj takes an A after it to make Raja. I think at some point we might see a word come down making AY, some word like maybe betray or delay or, that type of thing. And that will help to open the board.
Yeah. So back hooking Raj, that makes this play better than Taj in the same spot. Plus, I think that double T's a little bit better. And Ben drawing a third T, but he will threaten stutter. Not before Jason drops antlers and figs down, though. 74 more points. This one getting ugly now. 210 to Ben's 48. And yet again, Ben has drawn a bingo rack and seen his opponent obliterate him.
Oh, stutter.
No spot
Oh
for stutter on this board. And Ben just kind of giving a wry smile here, like, I freaking hate this game. Every time I draw a bingo, my opponent blocks it. Sorry, Ben.
I'm actually looking to see if he has anything.
He has nothing.
Nothing through the L, nothing. He's got ruddiest, but it doesn't fit. Oh my God. To have 3 T's and a U on your rack, have a bingo and it's blocked. And it's very, very difficult, guys. Like we're on table 1. So these are very, very good players. And it's bad enough to be losing to a player because of their tremendous ability to pick bingos and to play the bingos. But when they're playing what we call these baby bingos, baby bingos aren't just that are worth very little. They're also bingos that, you basically study within your first months or 2. If you decide to become a serious Scrabble player, you're going to start studying these stem racks. And this is something that I promise you, Jason, if he's been playing 20 years, learned this on January 1st of his first year of studying. So it's very, very difficult to be on table 1 to begin with, but then to lose to these kind of bingos, it's not Jason's fault. It's what he picked out of the bag. It is what it is. But it is very, very frustrating. And especially when every time he plays something, he blocks not just your word, but your bingo. So you have to learn how to deal with that frustration. And that's why I said Scrabble is such a great learning lesson for life, for children, for teenagers, and for adults as well. You are going to experience similar feelings in life in different kinds of situations that are similar to this. And Scrabble will help prepare you to get through life more successfully.
Indeed. Scrabble teaches you many, many life lessons, but how to roll with the punches, even when the punches just keep it coming. And this feels like a good way for Ben to roll with the punches. I've got to score some points. Yeah, ESTT is not as flexible as some of the other leaves I could have kept, but if you score 7, 8, 10 as Ben, you're just gonna lose. So try to get some points and just hope to pull a miracle out of the bag. I like it from Ben.
But that being said, he had the opportunity to play something like Tut to the right of antlers and opening up a triple. And I am starting to think it is not too late to start being this volatile.
If you'd opened the triple and then drawn that blank, you'd be feeling pretty happy, huh?
Oh, which I really should say it's not too early for him to start. Yes. I mean, you might get burnt. You probably will be, but I think you have to start being really, really volatile very, very soon. And he's picked a blank and an S. So we already had the S. So that would have been interesting to see if he had a triple, because would Jason have been able to block it with his rack? If there was a T at that spot, 3 away from the right triple letter score, would Jason have had anything there that he would have used? He probably would have blocked because he's so ahead.
Jason would play BUTUT immediately, score a bunch of points and block the triple.
There you go.
I don't know. Sometimes I do think players get too aggressive and they're just making openings, hoping their opponent has absolutely no brain and leaves it alone. That kind of crap works against a computer, which does not have a brain. But against a real human, not gonna work. Jason's gonna play HUE. He's gonna slot it on the left side for a small point sacrifice as opposed to the right side. But this feels appropriate. Just play defense, close the board off. Could have been 26 on the other side. It'll be 23 over here, but gives a lot back. Though Ben, with a flexible rack like the one he's got, is going to do damage no matter what. He's dropping down Ditziest, I believe.
It's probably
it could be
an S.
An S.
Or an H. Oh, no, that would be Ditziest.
Ditziest, yeah. This is a Z. When you can make the blank a Z, go ahead and just do it for for why not purposes. So ditziest 82-point double-double coming for Ben. And all of a sudden, it's just an 80-point game. So good for him, clawing back into this one at least a little bit. It'll be over 100 points again after Jason makes a play out of AABDNTU.
Abundant through an N.
Nice.
He blocked it. He blocked his own bingo.
Yeah. Well, defense wins championships, but also stops you from racking up those 600-point games. No bingos available to Jason, but there is one beautiful option. And I think he's already seen it. He's going to play through the R in Rawhide's front hooking jar to make a jar. He's torn between Bura, B-U-R-A, or Buran, B-U-R-A-N. But given the way he grabbed those tiles, Jason's already seen the spot. He's just got to figure out what word he wants to put there.
Yeah, it is very, very, very pretty. Look at that. And it doesn't blow. This was the concern, that because Jason was so ahead and he started blocking the board, we're going to start having a very uninteresting board. And you and I are going to be looking at each other and going, what are we going to talk about here? Because this is just a highly, highly defensive game. But that doesn't mean you can't make very pretty plays. And Buran fits that bill. It just absolutely is a lovely play. And I'm very, very envious of you are all of a sudden. A 2-letter word that is not acceptable in the North American dictionary.
Oh, yeah. Without that word, you can't make any of these plays. So.
Yeah.
So Jason holding back, taking his time now. Maybe he hasn't seen Bira, or
It's not an easy find.
Durant, D-U-R-A-N-T, also plays through the same R, which is also a really nice play. Yeah. Okay. So he's just figuring out which word he wants to play through that R. It's actually almost an embarrassment of riches. Bura, Buran, Dura, Durant. So yeah, take your time. Maybe do play the extra tile off. Play Durant.
There are a lot of vowels to come. I will point that out. There's not a single O that's been played. There's a little piece of trivia for this game.
Oh boy. Oh, trouble coming for somebody later on. I would not play Durant, D-U-R-A-N-T. One thing you don't want to allow to happen, or if you're Jason, is for your opponent to play something like ditzes or futzes or putzes, some 6-letter word that ends in Z-E-S or X-E-S. So right as I say, don't make this play, Jason makes this play. Great.
Is it a noun?
Yep.
It is. That's okay. I don't think it's a huge mistake.
Yeah, you just don't need to let bad things happen if you don't have to let bad things happen.
I think it's just really pretty that he found it.
It is. AEEMOPR now the wreck for Ben. No bingos for him, and he's going to have to get one down pretty quickly if he wants to catch up in this game. We'll see. Robin, would you be thinking about throwing in the towel yet, or is there still too much Scrabble to come?
No, there's still too much Scrabble to come. I have come back from bigger deficits than this. I remember winning a prize at the Boston area tournament for coming back from, I think it was like 213 points or something. So the good news is that there is still one S to come. I was going to say there's a blank to come, but there isn't. It is getting a little bit desperate, but it is 100 points, and 100 points is not 200 points. I know that sounds pretty stupid, but my point being, it's still doable. And so don't give up, and you just never look what happened in the last game with Ben, right? Or the game 2 games ago before lunch, where he got to put down Spiridia in a game that he absolutely knew he had lost. So you cannot give up. No.
Yeah, and Ben fighting as hard as he can possibly fight. Impro is a play that looks kind of weird in a vacuum. You hold just the A-E-E and get rid of your good consonants. But when you're down like this, just take a ton of points and hope that you draw something really well. Ben did execute the first part of that plan, but not the second part. Rather than drawing well, A, K, N, Q.
So there is a obscure word alert out there, which will allow you to keep an ing on your rack. So that means you have to play off the B, A, B, N, V. Where on the board can you play off A, B, N, V to hold onto that ing rack?
Yeah, that is a pretty word, but that is a terrible play in this game. Jason can play. I'll spoil it since he's about to go. Bhavan, Bhavan, through the HA. Jason instead going to play Braving here. He's got to be very confident
Yes.
that this word does not take an S, but it does not take an S. So taking some guts, got to be very, very sure. So cool from Jason. I still don't think Braving was the right play, even if he's trying to.
Oh, he's
going
to pick 6 O's now. What?
Oh God, yeah. Jason, I think should have played Vang, VANG, alongside the HUE, but he'll play Braving instead. And Ben going to continue with his MO, just score 1,000,000 points every turn and hope that I draw good stuff. KNAWE, 44 more. Ben only down 47. Jason did not draw 6 O's, but he did draw
good.
2. Now he's going to be forced probably to keep 1 back and maybe draw more. No, he's looking at OXO and OK for 36 on this move. Yeah, that feels pretty good for him.
Yeah, not a lot of vowels though. So he's going to have to hope that he picks something up. I think he could just play OX to the right of antlers also. That could be, that will give him 36 and keep the O. But there are a lot of O's to come. There's a lot of E's to come. So you're right. I don't think you should be afraid of not having vowels. I like OXO a lot better now.
Yeah, don't play OX to the right side of antlers. You're just asking for trouble. EX taking the back O with 5 O's unseen. Don't open the bingo line if you don't have to. I wonder if Jason's a little bit spooked about the Bravings hook he just set up. He's making a small point sacrifice to play OXO here, blocking the S hook. He could have scored 3 more on the left side, but I'm wondering what the psychology behind that was. Ben held the Q last turn, has not found a U to go with it. Instead, trouble, AEEFIQV. And I suspect for Ben, he's going to have to just eject Q, QADI into the blank D of waylaid. It looks very strong for him here.
Yeah, I don't. There's also places for him to score. He can get 24 points or higher all over the board. He can play FE. Making diffs and get. That's very nice. But I would just put that in my back pocket. I personally would play Cuddy and get out of dodge.
I don't know. Maybe the cube will help you mount a comeback. Yeah, it's a terrible tile most of the time, but also very few tiles can just like score 70 for you if the stars align. But the cube can do that because it's worth 10 points. Maybe play the F first. Okay. Ben playing this. This is going to allow him to play Fave on top next turn. And Jason likely doesn't want to play on top of the IN and give a bingo line back. So Ben's going to play QI for 24 over KD for 20 or 32. All right.
So very unusual that he's in consonant trouble considering how many vowels are left. There's 15 vowels. There are 12 consonants, but there's a lot of vowels. When I'm looking at it on my board, I just see these E's and these O's just oozing out onto the side. So kind of unusual that he has it. So he should not be afraid. And he's looking to play grade. Don't be afraid to play the vowel because almost certainly you're going to pick one up after you play. The question is, are there bingo tiles left that would allow Ben to bingo down to that Y, which will by far be his greatest score, unless you can play through the HA as well. But I don't think so.
Yeah.
FVM is available.
We said Jason would be a little bit reluctant to play on top of the IN, but gray is a lot of points, 32. It keeps a nice stable leave. There is one pretty sick option for Jason here. Instead of playing on top of QI, he can backhook QI with Eringo, ERYNGO, and QIN 44 points. It does give a bingo line back. It doesn't keep well,
So
DGT,
pretty.
but what a beautiful play and what a great score.
Yeah, and it opens a bingo lane. So really, really, and these are Oh, I thought he was gonna play gray. Okay.
Gray just makes so much sense. It feels very natural. So that's what we're going to see here from Jason. And I'm sure there are possible bingos that could hit to the Y, but they're unlikely. And even if they do come down, Jason's still the favorite in the game. So
very much so, as he was when he started the game with a 100-point lead, and he continues to have a 100-point plus lead.
Indeed. Ben's not quite done yet, but up that S drop from Jason means he is. There was still the possibility to backhook Durant to Durance and hit some kind of big Z play, a 6-letter play down from that triple word. But seeing Jason draw that S, this game's all but done. Foamy is definitely Ben's best opportunity here. Open another bingo line, score quite well, and see what happens. But doesn't look like this one's in the cards for for Ben, barring a really, really good draw.
Well, there is a bingo. That is a bingo. Donuts is a bingo, but there is nowhere to put it. You almost gave it to him. He almost, if essay was a word, he would have been able to.
Donnot, a noun defined as a lazy person. But no spot for it here. Jason will just score some points. The double O combination allows him to play off to the left side of this board alongside K and AWE. Something like stood or even just DOON over there seems fine.
You could go down to the to Durant and make a word like tondos.
Oh yeah, big score, 35 for tondos. Does open the board up, but whatever. You can kind of do anything if you're Jason. I think the one thing he's probably going to do is block the FO of Foamy. So maybe we'll see DOON come down alongside the FOO or FOA of Foamy instead. Or he's going to play Snood. Yeah, this is good too. And Ben's got to see with that final S coming down, I'm done.
Yes, we've all had games like this. Not worried about the S to score to make him win. He knows he's already winning, so he's just doing everything he can to block the board.
We knew O trouble was coming, but it's not O trouble, it's E trouble for Ben now. He's got 4 of them on his rack to go with an A, a C, and a V. And of course, insult to injury in this game, Jason has now found the Z, and we'll do some damage with that as well. Sometimes in Scrabble, you can play very well and just get crushed. Common wisdom is approximately 25% of games in Scrabble are downright unwinnable and 25% are downright unlosable unless you try really hard. Does that seem about appropriate to you, Robin?
Sounds about right.
And this kind of feels like one of those just unwinnable games for Ben. Your opponent bingos with a blank for 82. You've got to exchange. Your opponent scores again. You can't bingo. And then your opponent bingos with antlers. Yeah, you just kind of
It's just
lose.
a killer. Utter killer emotionally. Yeah.
But so it goes. Every Scrabble player at the top knows sometimes this is going to happen. Every Scrabble player like Jason also knows, well, sometimes I'm just going to get lucky and win and not even really have to use my brain all that much. And hey, we take those, especially in a field like this, if you're happy to have it. So with that, there is a deep connection between Jason Keller and Ben Schoenbrunn. They've been playing for literally decades. They're both from the New York State area, and they've played at so many big tournaments. The Let's Play Scrabble team holds most of its tournaments in the Northeast, and one of their biggest tournaments is in Albany, New York. Jason Keller has won that Albany tournament numerous times, and Ben has close ties to Albany as well. Ben's greatest Scrabble feat thus far was winning $10,000 at the Word Cup held in Albany, New York a couple years back. Ben winning that victory is archived on the Let's Play Scrabble channel. You can watch. He played a very fun word to clinch the victory, but I am not allowed to say it on the internet right now. You can check that out at some point. And since we're here, I'll go ahead and mention that Albany, New York is about to hold another very massive tournament. That's going to be held over the weekend of July 4th. The Bob Lynn Superstars division will feature a Collins field not as stacked as this one, but an insanely good Collins field nonetheless. You can see last year, Matthew Tunnicliffe won $15,000 US coming atop a field that included other great names, including world champion Wellington Jagere, world champion runner-up Harshan Lamabadu Surya, among many other top experts. That tournament again coming up soon. This year, As if 15,000 US dollars was not enough, they've upped it. First prize could be as much as 20,000 US dollars. So if you're looking to play some Scrabble, looking to enjoy beautiful Albany, New York, and a beautiful summer day, you can check it out. Consider signing up. Find all the details on letsplayscrabble.com. Or if you're not able to attend for any reason, well, watch the live coverage. It will all be covered here. And I've heard a confirmed rumor that this year's field will be even stronger because Nigel Richards officially on the entrance list. Absolutely cool stuff. Watch it here or playing it yourself. I just found out yesterday I will be bringing you the live coverage once again. So I am so stoked for all of that. I am not stoked for any more of this game.
Why
Ben,
didn't he play Zlote? It's my question.
where did Zlote? Oh, and leave?
Leaved, yeah.
Nah.
Yeah.
Nah. Whatever.
You sound like one of my sons. Well, he could have played Zoe below. He's obviously blocking it. I guess he just doesn't want to open up any. He could have played Knawell and
yeah, he
Zlote
wants
as
to
well.
keep the L for null, Knawel. So, all right, play Zoe first, play the L later, score more points. All right.
Yeah.
That's why.
Okay. And we have a mitt full of yuck on. I can't even keep up with the number of E's there are there.
Yeah, can I just keep talking about Albany instead of talking about this game? I have nothing but nice things to say about that tournament. I first played it, I believe, 10 years ago. It was at that time being organized by the late Annette Tedesco, just an absolute beacon of hospitality and grace. And she is so missed, but it's so cool that LPS picked up the torch where she left it and has kept that event going and made it even bigger and grander every single year. This one looking to be the best one yet. So I bet Ben and Jason will be among some of the killer players in that field. And God, Nigel Richards is going to be there. Holy shnikes.
Alrighty, so back to this game. We're just watching the end of people picking up their L's late in the game and being able to use them along the triple rows that had been set up. I think Jason looks like he was going to play blend in that area, not sure what to do, but he can actually make a very lovely play of Lanced off the ZO to make Zol and Lanced if he wants, or he can actually play through the HA in Hue and Antlers to make Benthal, saving the CD. But I like Lanced a lot because you don't want to have a C on your rack in the end game unless there are two places for you to play it. The BT leave in Lanced would be far more amenable to going out in two than would Benthal.
Yeah, Lanced does look like the optimal end game here for Jason. Holding just BT guarantees the out, scoring 30 points now, also pretty great. And Ben's not going out as he's got EEIO left on his rack. So find your highest scoring out in two sequence is the MO for Jason. The only question remaining is, will he do it? I'm shocked. I had to do a double and then a triple take because it's felt like Ben has been down by 220 this whole game, but he's only down by 50 some odd. Wow.
Yeah, I felt like he was able to catch up quite a bit. Impro was lovely. Remember, everything's scoring a lot of points.
Yeah, and Jason did have to bleed points here and there to play some defense. Ben never bleeding points, just taking his highest scoring option pretty much as possible. So nice salvage from Ben there, a game that, looks like he would have been absolutely drubbed in and only going to lose 60 or 70 points.
So Ben looking away, he knows that Jason has 7 minutes to do his turn or his end game. Jason, as we talked about earlier, should take as much time as he absolutely wants to. It's his spread that he's protecting. But when you're sitting there and you've lost a game, and especially after you've lost a game just beforehand, that was kind of painful. Sitting there and just waiting for your opponent to win by more points is not exactly a very pleasant thing to do.
No, but that's Scrabble. Sometimes you have these dissociative moments where you're like, wow, I'm just sitting here getting crushed, losing 12 minutes of lifespan, watching my opponent try to win by 80. instead of 76. What am I doing with myself?
From our point of view, we would love for them to finish because we did not get a break after the last game. So.
Right on cue, Jason making not just a play, but his best play. So thank you for bringing this game to the end and for doing so in wonderful fashion. Jason Keller now at 436. Ben's going to find probably 19 on this rack. How, Uni, and OI.
Yeah.
And mercifully, we'll let Ben get away from this board after what could have been a complete drubbing.
I am kind of surprised he didn't slap something down immediately.
He's got to make sure that O is an O and not a Q, since it's
There
all
we
like
go.
oriented sideways and stuff. There goes OI. And as Jason gets ready to play out, we'll go ahead and cut to the overhead
Looks
mic.
like he was upset that he took his best spot. I think Bunt might have been his best. Oh, I know what it is. He wanted to play Butt, B-H-A-T.
Yes. All right, we'll cut to that mic, see what we get from these guys.
Yes.
450.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah. I don't think you would appreciate if I played blank AW. But yeah, no, I mean, just, yeah, that was a game.
Yeah.
I don't know, I played this and I played this here because I'm like, I just Raving take an S or an R, and like, I don't think
Yeah,
that
Raving does.
Braving?
Oh, Raving.
Braving.
Oh, sure.
I need you to play an I for Ravening. That
Probably
would
wasn't
that would have made that much easier, but yeah.
Yeah, no S.
No,
I didn't
no,
like it.
yeah, no. But I just play.
When did you draw this G?
After I played Snoop.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that.
Yeah, because I was like, oh, the way that I lose this game was like,
Yeah, it's
ZE,
part of
and
why
then like a lucky play, and I'm like,
I was hoping for like close here or something.
yeah, right. I almost had it as well.
Yeah.
I had OZE when I played. Yeah, and that was obviously a good distraction. But I was like, okay, with 3 in the bag, if I played 2, because I had like Zoe here, I had to be so.
Yeah.
For,
Yeah, I played this obviously.
What? Oh yeah.
Well, also close. But
Yeah.
maybe I would have thought if I realized there were so many E's left unseen,
Yeah.
but maybe not also. Like I might just have to do it and hope.
All right, well, Jason grabbing his photo of the board, now grabbing a result slip. We're going to get this one archived in perpetuity. Round 16 now done from the Causeway Championship, which means we have 20 games to go. Robin and I are going to cut away for a break, given that game was played pretty quickly. Maybe 5-10 minutes. Go make yourself a snack, scramble some eggs, touch some grass, do whatever it is you need to do. We're going to take care of our business as well, Robin. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble.
We will see you when we get back.
Day 2 of the Causeway Challenge. After this game, there will be a brief tea and coffee break, courtesy of the wonderful staff here at the Miracle Grand Hotel and Convention Center in Bangkok, Thailand. Matt Canuck, Robin Pollock Daniel bringing you the action, and this round going to be yet another banger of a game. Let's look at the standings through 16 rounds. We've got American Dave Wiegand leading the pack by a game. Dave will face off against Australia's Josh Watt, currently in 6th place for this one. We've seen Dave on stream. We've seen Josh on stream, so we don't need to introduce these players, but what we do need to do is cut to the board. Let's play Scrabble.
And if you guys notice, Madhav is in 2nd place. Our little Madhav from yesterday.
15 years old, 2nd place at the Causeway Challenge. My goodness, the future of Scrabble on display here. Napat, just 22 years old. Madhav, just 15. Josh Watt, only 24 years old. Much youth having success here. Do you think, Robin, some of the reason we're seeing youth have success is because of the crazy format, the 10 games a day?
Well, that's a really interesting point, but I think it's still a little bit too early for fatigue to have set in. The problem really is the issue is for those of us who've had to come from very far away and have had, 16 to 24-hour flights to take. I think that might be at some point going to make a difference.
Yeah, the jet lag factor, the fatigue factor, we will definitely see. But no fatigue for Josh Watt, Aceosuy Koyao, definitely the right move for him. And he's got it down on the board before Dave Wiegand has even seen a tile. So no fatigue, at least not yet, from Josh Watt. I spoke with Josh a little bit during the intermission before this game. I did not know that Josh has only been playing competitive Scrabble for 2.5 years. That's absolutely mind-blowing that someone still so green to the game is having such immense success here. But wow, very cool stuff from Josh Watt. Dave Wiegand, I think
I'm not sure what's going on here.
Yeah, it looks
There's
like
no
that.
way that he doesn't have his tiles on his rack.
We'll get a little rat cam refresh, I think is all we need to do there. But
Yeah.
can't tell you what Dave is thinking because, Dave disappeared into the ether.
We
Now
had a
he's
David
back.
refresh, and it's still him. We beamed him up, and he came back all in one piece.
Dr. Beam beamed him up. All right. FOE holding ADER. This looks pretty strong. OAF on top of the OYA of Koyao 26, this 22, but the leave much nicer here. This is what Dave has picked, and I have learned never question Dave Wiegand. Just say what he does is right. So that looks pretty good to me. AEGIIRS now for Josh Watt. This is going to be a tough turn for him. Racks like this are rather difficult to figure out and do right. My eye first is looking to YAGI down from the Y and Koyao. Just 12 points, Robin, but that's a nice leave.
Well, I got to tell you, this is a bit of a frustrating thing. When you rack AEGIIRS, really the only bonus in this whole rack is through an F, and your opponent plays the F, but does not give you the F to play through. Yagi, of course, does everything you want it to do. It done doubles the I's, it gets rid of the G. You don't necessarily want to get rid of the A, but you also don't want to say 3 vowels to 2 consonants. The trouble is it does open a double-double. It also sets up a very dangerous hook for a QI or an XI to come back. Let's just see if there's anything through the C. There's Craig, Craig, which is an anagram of cigar. Not so crazy about that. If you want to just accomplish the same thing, just play off a GI. You could just play Sig, for example. You're not getting a lot of points for Yagi, so don't be afraid to just get rid of a couple of tiles if you want to.
All right, we're going to see Josh play Cigar here, try to get a few more points than just the 12 for Yagi. He is going to play off the R, but he'll score to do so. Yeah, I like the idea of playing Cigar or maybe cagier down from the C. Score just a little bit better. And this does block Dave's highest scoring bingo of Dramatic into the C, though Dave will have bingos galore on this rack. ADEIMRT gives him the 6-letter readmit. The G in Cigar now gives him 70 for another word, but I don't think we're going to see Dave take 70 because it's rather crazy, isn't it, Robin?
Yes. So what my colleague here is telling you is that he's got migrated through the G. Now, it's going to score a lot. It's not going to open a triple the way readmit would off of faux if you did it off the E. Of course, you can do underneath the OU and do readmit there. Why is it such a crazy play? Because what goes in front of migrated, if you switch the sound of it, you stick an E in front of it, you've got emigrated. And in fact, you know what goes in front of emigrated?
Demigrated?
Remigrated.
Ah.
Which will not fit because it'll go off the board. But these are the things you have to consider. I remember starting a game with OG forgetting that it takes the D, and my opponent immediately played it for a lot of points. And you just have to constantly every time you put everything down, do it in awareness of what are the possibility comebacks.
Now, every play here has some pretty major warts, actually. Readmit plays in 2 spots, making RE or making OUR. Those give back a ton. Playing with RE gives back a triple. Playing with OUR gives back a massive S hook, as well as opportunities to stack above that for a big score. But migrated gives up the big E hook. So actually, maybe you do just take the 4 extra points and play migrated. Dave is confused, and I would be too. I've got 3 bingos, but they all suck. Which one sucks the least? Dave gonna play migrated despite the big E hook, and Engine confirms this is actually coming 2 points ahead of anything else. Josh not really going to be able to punish this at all. AEEISSU on his rack. Probably just AUE and immigrated. You can't do anything else. Josh has already set this up. He knows, crap, I got to do it.
He didn't have to do it, but he chose to do it, and he's going to get away with it. He's going to give Josh more points than he would have if he was going to play off EAU, which sounds, or AUE. It doesn't matter. They're all very similar. In this case, Aue's going to hit the immigrated. I hope that I pronounced that correctly. I don't know quite what it means, but it allows him to balance his rack and to get 22 points that he wasn't going to get before. So in fact, the 5 points extra that Dave got has been countered by the far more many points that Josh got by being able to play that.
Yeah, migrated looks like it gets a thumbs up from the computer, and it does get the thumbs up in this one-ply simulation. Josh, just 22 points when he's expected to score about 50 on that move. Dave dodging a bullet on Josh's response, but then finding a pretty tough rack, AINOQVW. But look at that, QI plays for 42.
Slots in, sweet.
The only thing I think Dave might be thinking about is playing QIN for 3 extra points. He would hold AIOVW.
Mm-hmm.
The N doesn't really help you too much, so maybe actually put it down, Robin?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Unless he's thinking of some words that he might get. He might, maybe I'll get a G and I'll get a vowing. I mean, I don't think you can think that way, but I think you just get the extra points early in the game, keep looking for those blanks and S's.
Yeah, okay, so QIN indeed. Yeah, I feel like Dave is so often going to play a vow next turn, and the N doesn't really do anything if you play a vow. So yeah, take the extra point, says Dave. Take the extra point, says the engine as well, and that's what we see. EIIKSS.
We almost have skyist again.
Oh my God, that word, SKIEYEST. I want to vomit just saying it out loud. Yeah, not quite there for Josh Watt. He can score 45 on this turn. He can play down from the E and emigrated and play Eskies, ESKIES, but IY as a leave, play both of your S's down out and leave one in a huge triple column against Dave freaking Wiegand. Maybe not, Robin?
Oh, absolutely not. Again, it will bring him closer to Dave, but he is 73 points behind him. He's going to use up his 2 S's. He's going to have a terrible leave in IY. It's really one of the worst leaves you can have in Scrabble. It really, all it accomplishes is an extra 11 points. Better yet, just play Yikes somewhere, maybe Koyos and through the E and Foes. Just something, anything a little better. I'm sure there's something better. I'm going to think on it as I see the possibilities. Yikes seems to be the play. The question just is a matter of where to play it. If he plays it to the right of AEUE that he just plays, he risks somebody sticking something in front of that Y that is worth a lot of points, like the F, the M, the B, for example. But it also blocks his best bingo lane right now. So there's lots to think about.
Yeah, I'd spend quite a bit of time on this turn, even if I see all of the options. Like all of them have some pretty major red flags, either a bad leave or a bad score. So he has seen eskies, is what I'm hearing in the chat. Apparently, it's some kind of Australian word. Eskies down from the E. Sometimes you just take the points and hope the IY stabilizes itself. And we can see Dave is not going to have any kind of punish.
No, he's already punished enough with that rack.
Yeah. So
he will have a B if he plays yikes to the right of AUE, but I don't know that he has any 4-letter words ending in a B.
yeah, it doesn't look like it.
No, he does not. But he will be able to score a little bit and get rid of some of his bad rack, bad tiles.
Probably going to play Vino if Yikes comes down. But
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to see Yikes come down along AUE from Josh. I think Eskies or maybe just Esky, ESKY, and Cigars for 31. What he's going to do here. But yeah, this is a challenging turn. You see him shake his head a little bit, purse his lips a little bit.
Well, what do? You've got two I's on your rack. You've got 2 S's on your rack. Yikes is just such the natural thing to play, and there's nowhere really nice to play it.
So you don't play it. You just score 45 instead.
Good for him.
Eskies, the Aussie word from the Aussie player. 45. This, according to our engine, easily the correct play from
Yeah.
Josh.
Yeah. And good on him for doing that. I don't know if I'd have the nerve to do it. How about you?
I don't know either. I mean, 45 is a lot, but that's hard to do. Hard to give up all your good stuff right now. Hard to leave IY. But, if you draw well here, you're going to feel great about grabbing those points. If you don't, might be forced into an exchange instead. ABINOVW, the rack for Dave Wiegand. He has seen this board opened up by his opponent. He could think about closing it down, given he's already ahead, or he could do something completely different. Just vow next to the A and owie. 22 points sets up Dave's front A. That doesn't feel bad to me. Vow.
Yeah, and it also blocks the most easy bingo lane for a 7, and it doesn't require an S. I'm liking Vow. It does set up the your own A hook. The V cannot have any 2-letter words next to it, so nothing's going to come down parallel to it. And you're saving a pretty balanced rack. Gets rid of the V, gets rid of the W. I don't think there's really anything superior to that anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Maven, MAVIN,
Just
down
looking at
from
that,
the
yeah.
M and immigrated. That's the only way to really obstruct easy bingos into the S in Eskies. But if your opponent has an easy bingo, it'll also play right here next to Owie. So yeah, I like this from Dave, a little calculated offense. Set up the A, and he'll be rewarded as Josh does not have an A, but into IY. Josh drawing PPRS. Zippy indeed going to be the play, but the question is where? Through the I and Eskies for 34 or above FOE for 34? Do you have a preference between those, Robin?
Do I have a preference? Let's see what the vowel leave is. 25 to 34, so there's more consonants. Do I want to say IRS or RS is really the question. Zippy has the advantage of blocking the S hook to foe, and now there are no places on the board where you can do a 7-letter word ending in S or at the 6 points. So there's something to be said for that. Zippy in the place and through the I and S skies obviously makes it very, very difficult to bingo through the E, and also the K and the I are no longer available to you. I probably like playing it through the I and the skies, but I'm not a fan of the IR leave.
He's going to play it down low, and we're going to shift back over to Dave Wiegand. Leads by 16. We'll increase that here out of ABDIILN. He can play now on top of the Y of Zippy with a multitude of different 4 or 5-letter words, things like bid or blind or bindi or bialai. He can also go in a completely different direction and cash the A on a vowel right now, something like alibi or a bid up there. So, Robin, are you looking to play up top and cash the avow hook, or play down at the bottom of the board, or something different here?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I'm still pretty obsessed with this foe having the only S hook, or to bingo off of it. What can I do to block everything? I wish I could play a big word down to the Y, but I don't believe I can, and that would block everything. I don't like Bindi. I don't know that I feel a need to use my A, cash in my A, as you said, at this point. So let's see. Bindi's a bit too volatile. I don't see the point of it, but it does save AL and gets rid of 5 tiles that you don't want.
If you're looking to block, Robin, how do you feel about billion and FOEN? BILIAN. It's 23, and it does kind of block that FOES hook.
But it then opens the board to all sorts of nasty stuff.
Indeed, it does. Yeah, you're gonna give some floaters back instead. Now, once again, every play here for Dave has pretty major warts, but we've seen this a lot in the last few games. You do have to pick and do something.
And we take a look at Josh Watt's rack, and he did extremely well holding on to that I.
Boy, if you told me you're going to hold IY and then score 34 and then be guaranteed a bingo the next turn, I'd be like, what?
Unbelievable. You just never know what's going to happen.
Indeed.
That's the beauty of this game, because it's not the same playing pieces every single time. They are the same ones, but not in the same configuration. You just never know what's going to happen. It's constant volatility. This is a very hard play because it's just hard to know what to do.
Dave's going to play alibi. This is weak to getting stacked on top with an A or an O, making ab or ob. But if that doesn't happen, this is probably your best sequence. And we see no A for Josh, but bingos aplenty for him in rings or jinners available to him. So we'll see Josh drop a bingo down and at least temporarily take a lead over America's Dave Weekend.
Yeah, and by doing this play, he's given him his best bingo for 71 points without opening anything. I have a feeling we're going to see it go down extremely quickly.
Yeah, jinners and GIs, the most Josh can score, and quite defensive. I'd be surprised if we see anything but that here. And here he comes, right on cue. Man, I appreciate Josh Watt making our job easy and just finding good plays and making them with precision as well. Dave now DDEEMNO.
In case you want to know, demon is not a verb.
I did immediately check demon as soon as I saw the rack. Yeah, not quite there. No playable bingos here for Dave Weekend. And not even winning this game anymore. There is only one play available to him that will take the lead back. And that play is Omened above the PY in Zippy. OMENED. 33 points, but throws this board way open. Robin, are you grabbing the points?
Way open. There's still 2 blanks unseen. My opponent just played off 7 tiles when we're down to half of the bag. I don't know that I'm looking forward to opening a triple for him at this point. You could just play Omen if you want to just play down there, but you have 2 Ds. You definitely want to get rid of one of them. You could just play ED underneath Ginners and B and BI from Alibi to make Ed 20 points, saving the demon rack, which is really quite nice. Or maybe I should say Monde, MONDE, to make it less sinister.
Yeah.
I am all for getting rid of at least one of the Ds.
You can play the same letters as you play an Omen. If you're going to go reaching into this bag with, as you said, those 2 blanks and plenty of goodies unseen, you can play Moneyed, MONEYED.
Mm-hmm.
That's 26 as opposed to the 33 of Omen, but gives a whole lot less back. So, Robin, 7 points of sacrifice?
It's a lot. And when you don't have any of the juicy, lovely tiles, the S's or the blanks on your own rack, you don't want to give your opponent an opportunity to score. So, but I still don't. Do you like Omen?
I'd play Omen here.
Really?
Yep. My opponent's got a random rack, and I want to go digging into the bag. I want to take the lead. I want to score points right now. I'd have played Omen already.
Wow. Well, as we see, Josh has picked up a mittful of not good stuff.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That's a big swing. I think part of the reason I play Omend is this board is just already so open. So whatever. Keep doing it.
So whatever.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
think it's so open. How is it so open?
Well, there's the S in Eskies just
Yeah, that's
begging to
it,
get
that's
hit.
it.
There's the R and S in Jinners just begging to get hit as well. You can play on top of FOE. So I mean,
Yeah,
there's
I
already
guess
a
you- I
lot to
guess
think
I see
about.
what you're saying, yeah.
And really, I don't see myself winning this game if I don't get one of those blanks. So let's play
Mhm.
6. Let's play 6 and get a blank and then win the game.
Well, David is not that far behind, so he's going to play Omend, and he's going to agree with you.
Yeah, Dave. I love when Dave Wiegand agrees with me. It makes me think I might be good at this game. And then she humbles me immediately. 33 points for Dave Wiegand gives him a 2-point lead. AACFIIU, the post bingo draw for Josh Watt. He's now in trouble. He's seen Dave open the board. He's got garbage, and he knows Dave is drawing 6 tiles into a pool that has 2 blanks. Oh, boy.
And
There's
here's
one.
what-
Oh boy, Dave's got diverted. He's got all kinds of threats. This is why you play Omend into a beautiful bag. Ooh,
Very good point.
big swing in this game.
So Josh has we saw him play Quiff yesterday, and it looks like he's found the spot to play Quiff off the MY. Another advantage of this play, it does keep 2 A's, which you don't want to do, but it's not terrible. One advantage of it is it does block the triple.
Does Dave have a triple right now? There's at
No,
least diverted.
it's only diverted. That's
That's it.
That's
Okay.
all he's got.
Okay.
And with the S, he's got verdicts, VAERDITES, and verdicts.
Okay, so Dave is going to score like 90 no matter what.
No matter what.
He's feeling pretty good. He exhales firmly, Dave. Yeah, whatever.
Well, it's a really big risk to do what he did. He played off 6 tiles, and you just never know what's going to happen with this bag. But he happened to. I think there's a fairly good chance you're going to pick a blank when you do something like that this late in the game.
Yeah,
No
let's
place.
remember Josh just grabbed 7 tiles out of the same bag and drew FCIIUAA, and then Dave drew divert blank. But yes, reaching into a good bag, generally good things happen. Poor Josh with the bad pull there. And now he's got to draw into AAI after Quiff, a really big pull for Josh. He'll want to see that second blank on this one, or at least some consonants to relieve him. Dave does have, as you said, the 2 bingos into the S, verdicts or verdicts. He's also got diverted into the D. Diverted is 86. Verdicts or verdicts 89. Grabbing the points, Robin?
So I was going to ask you about this as well. So this is the situation. If you play to the D, you open up another bingo lane as well. I think it makes more sense to play to the S because not only do you score more points, but it's far more likely that you're going to bingo to an S than you are to a D. So I think David's doing exactly the right thing. And we know that it's a C because otherwise the verdicts would have been a blank E.
And this is a big swing into AAI. Josh does find that second blank he was looking for, as well as an L, a G, and an O. He had bingos at the bottom of this board, Loganias, Otalgias. Those are all blocked. Josh is still going to be able to bingo on this turn, but now only 68 points available to him. So a big swing in favor of Dave. And yeah, I think that's a great idea and a great point, Robin. If there are 2 bingo lines, try to bingo in the one that's most friendly and make it harder for your opponent to hit you back.
Yeah. And if he was able to play a bingo down to the D that started with a V and cut off the bingo lanes. So remember, he's not only cutting off the bingo lane that ends in a D along the triple, he's also cutting off the easiest place to play a 7. It might be the only place to play a 7, which is off of the FOE. So diverted would have killed 2 birds with 1 stone. So that was one advantage to it. But then again, it would have opened a new bingo lane to the left of it. Or would it have? No, it wouldn't have, because the V would have been in the way. I think you could only get 6 letters down. So there were advantages to playing diverted as well. I think it would have been closer than we think. But if you can get rid of a bingo lane that ends in an S along the triple row, I think you should take it. And if it's worth more points, I think that seals the deal.
All right, Robin, you've given me a couple puzzles. So now I'm going to throw one back your way. If Quiff weren't on the board, what triple would Josh have right now?
I think Ganadiel is the pretty Clear choice.
Gnadial. Yeah. I hate when I block myself the turn before.
Could you imagine tripling? Oh my God.
We still haven't seen a single one on stream yet. We're now, game 17?
Yeah, that's very unusual.
But one will happen. One will happen at some point.
Yeah,
For sure.
Hopefully one that hits a Z on the double letter.
Oh, man. That'd be something.
Yard sites.
Oh, that'd be something.
I couldn't even count that high at this point. I'm too tired. I would actually need assistance. Are we allowed that? Are we allowed mathematical assistance?
Yeah, can I get a calculator, please? I can't add up this triple. I did one time play a triple, and I was just literally incapable of doing the math. My opponent corrected me like 4 times, and I'm like, no, it's this. And then they had to like literally pull out his score sheet, diagram it out for me. And I felt super bad because not only did I triple end your life, beat you, but also I literally couldn't do the arithmetic needed to do it. And then I felt bad.
You know how like on a plane, if there's a medical emergency, they say, is there a doctor on board? Raise your hand. Is there a mathematician in the house? And then half the people raise their hand.
Yeah, at a Scrabble tournament, there will be plenty of those folks ready to take care of you. Josh Watt, not a mathematician. He is studying to be a high school history teacher. So man of many talents. He was an avid sporter, suffered a knee injury and needed something to do while he rehabbed. And he remembered that he had seen some Scrabble streams on the internet from 10, 11 years ago. Went back on, hopped on Google and said, I wonder if the Scrabble streams are still happening. Found them and decided to jump in and start playing. So a sports guy, a Scrabble guy, a history guy, a teacher, quite the Renaissance man is Josh, as he's found one of his available bingos, Lao Guy's 64 points for him. But boy, he would have loved to bingo on the bottom of this board. Dave beat him to the punch by just a smidge. Josh leads by 1, but that will be a very short-lived lead as Dave has big plays on the bottom of this board. Dave's going to play in under 30 seconds here. HOED 52. Get your calculator out for that one.
52. Yeah, that was the danger with Quiff for sure. And this is the second time now we've seen Josh Watt play bingos with blanks that cover the triple letter without using an actual tile, but using a letter tile, but actually using a blank. So encourage him to stop doing that because he just gave up 3 points. And in a game where you're ahead by 1 point, that could mean the difference between winning and losing.
Could indeed be that difference. Oh, look at Dave's draw into HTT, the J, and the X. It can be good news and bad news, but look at this for Josh. Renewal straight out of the bag.
Nowhere to put it. This board is pretty dead.
Oh, yeah, nowhere to put it indeed. So this is still going to be a very interesting game. Dave's letters inflexible, but his lead large right now. Josh probably going to score around 30 on this turn. He's got a bunch of different stacks on top of verdicts, WEAL or WEEL. He's also got plays into the D of omend, such as WEALD or its numerous anagrams. Robin, are you playing on the right side of the board into the D? Are you stacking on verdicts, or are you going another direction here?
Well, the D is, now we're no longer worried about whether people have somewhere to bingo. Now we're just worried about how are they going to get 35 to 40 points a turn. I am kind of a fan of him playing over verdicts, using the W along the E in verdicts, and something like wheel fits very nicely for 31 points along there. So I would probably be going there. I'm not going to worry so much. Well, let's see. But the only problem is because there's the J and the X left, something like jotted could cause a lot of points. The trouble is there aren't a lot of vowels left, like very few vowels left.
Yes.
So if you play to the D, you're by necessity using up all of your vowels.
Right, only 5 vowels, 12 consonants unseen. And when you see a distribution like that as Josh, you have to think to yourself, I'm probably only getting about 2 more vowels this whole game. And seeing that distribution, all of a sudden I'm thinking about playing into the N in Jinners, something like lawn, Lawn, or Wren, Wren. I'm starting to feel like I might need a bingo in this game, and I've got to hoard those bingo-prone vowels. I've got second to last A, 2 of the 3 last E's. I actually think I want to hold those. I don't think I'm going to have a lot of success just outrunning Dave Wiegand in this game, so maybe reach up to the top of this board and hope you draw a bingo?
Yeah, well, you're certainly not going to bingo anywhere in the middle of this board. The only way to do that is to create some volatility, and you could do something like play we above sinners, ER, and open up a lane there. Not a bad idea, actually, because he has a really good rack. Or he can't go to the N in Ginners. I pronounce it Ginners. I'm not sure how you pronounce it, without using up 2 vowels.
You can play down to that lawn or Ren.
Or you could do that.
Yeah, and I especially like about lawn that you're drawing into 4 more T's. EENR, okay, that's a so-so leave. But when you make this assumption, I'm probably getting a T. Oh, now it feels like a great leave, especially with an L and an A in space.
Mm-hmm.
And if I don't draw an E, does Dave have 3 or excuse me, if I don't draw a T, does Dave have 3 or 4 on his rack? That's also pretty good news for me, because then he's got an inflexible rack. So lawn actually looks pretty strong here. Seems unconventional at first, but adjust your play based on the pool.
Yeah, I'm okay with lawn, actually. Or do I want to? I'd rather get rid of one of my E's, to be honest with you. We talked about this yesterday. I believe that the A can be slightly better in the end game than the E, so I don't know that I'm so quick to give it up. But that would require then to play Ren and give up the R, but then you'd have the R to play through. So, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Do you have any sims going that would tell us what would be a good choice?
I have a sim going, but a sim's not going to help very much here. Dave is going to adjust what he does a lot based on the inference he picks up from Josh. So this is more a just go with what feels intuitive, go with your gut. My gut says play into that N, only play 1 vowel this turn if you can at all help it, and create some new threats on this board. So Josh, I think, is looking at LAWN, and I'd be pretty pleased if he makes this play.
I'd be pleased if he made any play.
Dave is not going to be pleased no matter what with his rack.
What is Dave going to do with that mess of tiles?
I'd rather stay on Josh's turn as long as possible so I don't have to figure out what to do in Dave Wiegand's shoes. But it's looking like, despite a kind of lopsided score, we're going to have a fun finish to this game.
It's a very, very close game. Yeah, it's just a matter of 1 turn. I know he's 41 points behind, which sounds like 2 turns, but it's 1.5 turns. And he's got really, really nice balanced rack once he gets rid of that W. But he needs to open the board, otherwise it's useless. I mean, there is the S to play through in loud, guys. I did forget that. Yeah,
oh yeah, that blank S just kind of sitting there as well. That could be huge as well. Boy. What do you do, Josh? What you can't do is spend about 3 or 4 more minutes on this turn. We already saw Dave Wiegand a few rounds ago against Ben Schoenbrunn solve a sort of complicated one in the bag pre-end game in like 45 seconds. Dave can think so quickly over the board, and you don't want to be caught scrambling to solve an end game in a close game. Time is going to be at a premium for Josh here. This is an important turn, but you're likely to see a few more important turns in this game. So we'll see.
There's still always the ability to play wheel or wean on top of verdicts on the bottom for 31 points. It brings him to 337. He's 20 points behind. And there is a mittful of consonants that David might be subject to. And then he would say the ERN, for example. So that's available to him. And it's not a bad idea, because the trouble with playing lawn, for example, is that Dave is almost certain to pounce all over it. And like, I've just given up it's 18 versus 31. I've given up 13 points in order to give him something to play through, is the problem, you see.
The longer I look at this position, the more I'm drawn not to lawn, but to Ren, WREN, into the N in Jenners. Lon allows Dave to block through the A and play just consonants. Ren would force Dave to play a vowel as well.
Mhm.
Evil Budgie in the YouTube chat floating this out, and the more I think about it, the more that makes a ton of sense. So shout out to you. But Lon is going to come down from Josh. Yeah, this feels a little strange at first glance, but playing into the end just seems to make more and more logical sense the longer you think. Josh is going to reach into the bag. He'd like to see a vowel and probably a T here. There's that T, there's an N, and there's that O. All right, so that's the draw for Josh. Dave Wiegand now on turn. He's got a new threat to block at the top of the board, and he's got some awkward letters to do so. He can partially obstruct that line with jolts into the blank S of Lao Guys, but it is only a partial block. Though if Josh does want to fully block that line, Taxol, maybe Taxol or Haj? Are those insane or are those smart, Robin?
They're not insane. You are. No. I like jolts. Keep my fingers crossed. Maybe I'll pick the last O and I'll be able to hit that hawks or locks or, the L will be gone at that point. But I don't know if you have a real choice. Now, well, I think the trouble is now there are two bingo lanes. There's one through that S and there's now one through the A and the L. Can I play anything through that A? So you can play something like Loath, Loath, scoring only 18 points, however, and preserving both the JTX. I think in a pool where there's so many consonants left, you must get rid of especially your J first, because otherwise you may not get a chance. And there it goes.
All right, so
Tenon, Enteron. Was there anything else? Okay.
Enteron plays on this board. It plays above the D and emigrated. So this is going to be a big swing in the game. Now, Enteron is by no means game over, especially a huge pull for Dave. He's found an A and an E. There was potential for some major consonant trouble there for Dave, but he's dodged it. Josh forced to play Enteron here. And if he draws two vowels out of the bag, he's got it locked. But we're going to see instead, he's going to get absolutely smacked by Hex. Looks like Dave Wiegand
is he ever?
Yeah, looks like Dave Wiegand is going to hang on and win this one by a thread. Wow, yeah.
So a lot could be said. What he needed to do was take some time and see, look, the X is in the bag. Look what I'm giving him. And is this going to lose me the game?
Well, if Josh draws the X here, he immediately wins.
Yeah. But the good chances are statistically that Dave has them, right? 70% chance or whatever the numbers are.
Well, yeah. But do you ever win the game if you don't play Enteron?
How far down was he? He wasn't that far down, was he?
He was down 52.
379 to 327. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I guess maybe that's what you had to do. I don't know. I think this would have required a great deal of thinking. I think you might have been able to play off a couple of tiles, two tiles, keep that open A and L.
Yeah, maybe you play N-O and J-O and hope that you draw another bingo on the next turn. But Dave is going to block the LA and Lon, and you're going to have to draw a bingo that starts with a vowel and plays exactly where Enteron has gone. It might have been Josh's best chance. Maybe not. But yeah, here comes Dave. This is his best play now. And this is going to be a small win for Dave Wiegand, surviving the late bingo because he's got the Hex punish. Josh is going to be able to go out for 15 points here, but Dave's going to end with a 23-point victory. Fun game.
Very fun game.
Oh, I love these games where you just don't know who's going to win until the very last second. And that's what we got here.
Both of them split the blanks in this game. Dave Wiegand had the J and the X, which is going to end up winning him the game. He got the Q, and Josh got the Z. It just really came down to kind of a bit of the end game here. Thankfully, he didn't lose by 3 or 2 points that he might have gotten if he had played something like Logania. So that didn't end up mattering as much. But he stuck an S out there for David to be able to play his jolts. So everything has a ripple effect, right? If he had played a word that doesn't take an S, he wouldn't have given David a place to play it when he only had one vowel.
Yeah, there's going to be some debate for a while about whether playing the bingo was the right move for Josh. I mean, it feels natural to just get it down and hope that you draw something good. If you draw two vowels or if you draw the X, you're probably winning if you're Josh, but not in the cards. Here's Josh's 14-point out. We will cut to overhead, Mike.
14 for 40?
Yeah, good game.
I kept IY on that. I had no idea what else we could do.
Yeah.
I think I can play risky and keep the best lead for nothing, like for no points. Or I could play
Sky or Yikes. Yeah.
what yikes.
Yeah.
Just gives so much away. There's so much more points.
Yeah. I'd be right. Might play counter that. And
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to open those spot fingers just in case. I really pick that up. Really down there. Just even tax or whatever. I know there's lots of better.
I have
It all just crap.
yeah. I need a foul, so I can play more.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, good. Thanks.
It's always so interesting to see which positions and which plays the players go back to at the end of this one. But Josh Watt pointing at Eskies, Eskies, saying, I held IY here. And Dave's like, what else are you going to do? Yikes. Sky E, I don't know. But always so curious to see where players think the game swung. I think a pretty well played game on both ends, but we're going to see a player actually retain possession of first place in this tournament for the first time in a while. Dave was in first. Dave stays in first, which likely means more Dave weekend after the coffee break that we've got coming up. I think with that coffee or tea break, you might be looking at 20 or 25 minutes before the next round begins. So I invite you to check out some of the coverage on causeway-challenge.com, or perhaps to touch some grass or hug a loved one. I don't know. But 25 minutes or so is when we'll come back. Game 3 is still live if you want to check out Jesse Matthews and Nitz Chug Tea on their stream. Game 2 may or may not still be live. I don't have a read on that one right now, but so much you can do with these 25 minutes. Robin, what I'm going to do with these 25 minutes is not speak at all and suck down some hot tea to preserve our voice, because we got still half a tournament to go.
And I'm thinking if you've got a cat, there's a belly rub somewhere out there that might be appreciated.
Not a suggestion anymore. It's a mandate. If you have cat, rub belly. I command it. You are watching Let's Play Scrabble.
We look forward to seeing you for our final 3 games of the day when we come back. Don't go far.
Well, coffee acquired, tea acquired, brownies acquired for the players, and we're back in the room here in Bangkok. The Causeway Challenge is nearing its halfway point. Round 18 coming your way. We've got 3 more games today, and Dave Wiegand, by virtue of retaining first place with the win on board 1 last round, gets to stay on board 1. He's faced off against his countryman, Jason Keller, in the next game. Matt Canick and Robin Pollock Daniel bringing you the action, and boy, do we have action, as it's another 1 versus 2 showdown. Rounding out the top 5, Napat, no stranger to our stream, Darren Koo, and Madav. So lots of crazy stuff. Perhaps the craziest stat of it all, though, Nigel Richards has lost 5 straight. He is at 9-8, a testament to how crazy the field is here. Hopefully crazy Scrabble coming your way as well. Dave and Jason seated at the board. We'll cut over there right about now. The only question I have for you at home is, did you pet your cat on the belly? Because that was a mandate, right, Robin?
That was the mandate.
So I hope you complied with the terms of our mandate. If not, the Scrabble police will be banging on your door sometime during this game. You will not make it to the end. Dave to play first, and a U, the first tile out of the bag. Always a great omen. AFRTJUU. Oh, goodness, Robin. I don't want to look at stuff like this after the break. But Dave will have the 40-point jurat available. FU, never a nice leave or a nice thing to say to someone else, but 40 points, you got to do it, right, Robin?
I think somebody had more coffee than I did, but I'm really glad you got
Indeed,
it.
we're caffeinated, and we're off to the races. Dave Wiegand with a big 40-point start to this one. No big start lined up for Jason on ALNNRVY. But he can score 30 on this turn. Janny sheds his only vowel and vowel adjacent in the A and the Y, but Janny for 30 points, Robin. Is that that's what Jason's got to do
it's
here,
fine.
right?
You got to do it. 30 points. LRV's not terrible.
When in doubt, take the points. So take the points is what we're going to see here from Jason, I suspect, in short order. Or not. He'll do some paperwork first. Cross some stuff off. Dave has drawn a bingo, and I don't think there's any reason Jason's going to block it here. Outfired indeed through the R in jurat. So last time we saw Jason on stream, he took a huge lead early and coasted to a victory. Now we'll get to see Jason in a completely different state with a big deficit. And boy, if you're going to have a big deficit, you really don't want it to be against Dave freaking Wiegand. But alas, that's what we're going to see here. Janny for 30, and Outfired's going to come down probably before Dave's clock hits 24:00.
I don't think there's anything else.
No.
Outfield, if there was an L. This is something that David will know very, very well. There's no bingos in there other than as 8s. There's only 1 through the R. It's going to come right down.
All right, and let's see if I was right. Will Dave get it down before 24:00? No. Maybe he needed a smidge more caffeine. 23:56 on the clock for Dave, and 114 on the scoreboard through just 2 moves. CILOORV, the rack for Jason Keller now. No bingos available, no good scores available. A max of just 22 here for Jason Keller, though he will find some reprieve in Jason and Dave finding a lot of vowels out of the bag. Robin, yucky rack for Jason.
Yeah.
What option sucks the least in your eyes?
Well, we're starting to get to the point where we're down, 74 points. We haven't started to get to any point because the game has just started. But if Jason wants to play something, you want to get rid of one of the V's and the O's. You want to play something like Victor. You open up the triple down the middle row to the R. If you want to play something like Voltaire, which I really love the save, I love the COR save, you're not opening up the board to anything. In fact, the board is starting to get a little shut down. So it's just a matter of, I think he has a need to keep that board open. If he plays anything Volti, he's not achieving that. On the other hand, he's not really giving anything to Dave to play back and hurt him with. And he might be considering overly as well.
Yeah, over low into the O and outfired, I think what he's looking at here. And I think, there are two plays here that Jason should really think hard about. Over low is one, Victor the other. The one big wart on Victor is perhaps also a gold star. It takes a front E and will keep the left side of this board open. Now, Jason does not have the E, and Dave has just turned over 7 tiles. There's a great chance he has one, but when you're facing a deficit, maybe that's the kind of thing you want to do. Jason says, nah, a little bit too risky. Let me play a bit more conservative here. Ovalo and Victor both look like very good plays. This is the one Jason has chosen. Now, Dave on EEEILRT. So many players just grab 2 E's and put them down on the board. Lots of different places for Dave to do that. I think the highest scoring one would be along the NY of Janny for 13. Robin, do you think fishing appropriate here for Dave?
Oh yeah, leader, LITER is such a fantastic save. I would. You're not getting too many more points. I think you can get. Loot is actually kind of sweet.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, through that U and Jurat. Wow.
Yeah, I kind of like that. I love those little plays like that. But forking the board, for example, by playing IEYE, it's not quite forking the board, but at least it's opening to bingo lanes. EE to the right of Jenny, I think, and then saving that L hook for yourself. I think that's kind of sweet as well.
Yeah, that looks pretty strong. EE or Eloot, I think, are the two things Dave is alternating between here. One other option for Dave to score a little bit on this turn as well is Eatery, EATERIE, through that disconnected AE beneath Jurat. It's pretty. It's 17 points, but it only holds EL when you can keep much stronger leaves like EIRT, EILRT. I think that's a bit too much a sacrifice, and it puts an S hook out in space. So Eloot or EE to me are the two big options here. I'm curious to see which Dave Wiegand picks.
I'm liking Eloot more and more. I know that the temptation is to do exactly what Dave's doing, and I don't blame him. But another advantage of Eloot is that it blocks the double-double off the tee and outfired.
It does indeed, yeah, and you don't want to get doubled on early in this game. But EE is what Dave's going to choose, playing a little bit of aggression. And look at the pull. 2 tiles, and one of them, the blank. Dave threatening big plays, looking to do terrible things next turn. Terrible on Jason's rack, not quite, but terrible letters. CEIIIRX. And if Jason wants to maximize his scores, he's going to have to make a huge sacrifice and keep not 1, not 2, but all 3 of his eyes. He can play AXE down from the A in Jurat. He can play EXEC from the E and outfired. Those would be 38 or 43. But Robin, could you possibly keep 3 eyes even if you're scoring in the 30s or 40s?
Yeah, that's an issue. Now, the fact that David has just played off 2 E's, and he could have played off those 2 E's elsewhere, for example, tells you that he's left a pretty neat rack, and he's left probably 1 pointers, and he's probably left a hook for that EE himself. So if I play XE, I'm going to score the most. I'm going to save those 3 eyes. Dave is probably going to bingo again on the next turn because he just played off 2 lousy tiles, and that's just the way it goes. I'm not sure that I'm loving it. How do we get rid of it? Do you even need to play the eye right now? Do you have to, like, he had ice here going, he has Xeric going. There's really nowhere to put those. He's in a heap of trouble, and he knows it.
One play that jumps out to me is Iritic, IRITIC, through the T and outfired. What I don't like about this play is it really shuts down the board. But what I do like about this play is it plays all of those eyes at once, and you don't have to think about it anymore. So maybe Iritic for 16, maybe Exec for 43. A lot of different things that make sense here for Jason. Is he exchanging 2 eyes?
Well, there's no W on the board. No, I think he's just putting them to the side, and I don't know that I like icier either. I like uridic. I saw that. Oh, he got rid of 2 eyes. You are absolutely right. Wow.
Whoa.
Okay.
Okay is about all I'm going to add to that play. Exchange II, draw in O, and now he's going to get bingoed on. BEILRT blank. A nice little blank bingo puzzle for Dave, but he has 2 doubles available through the T and outfired, and I suspect we're going to see Dave play one of those in the next 30 seconds or so. He's already lined up Bitterly. This is 86. Titrable, also 86, but you want to expose that why. Bitterly is a great play for Dave.
Yeah. Let's see what he plays. Yeah, it's got to be the double.
Yep. Dave doesn't mess up stuff like this. And so Dave now on top, 213 to 46, but Jason's gambit has paid off. He has not one, but 2 playable bingos after picking NO. He can bingo down from the A in Jurat, or 98 points available if he bingos from the E in Outfired. We'll see if Jason spots either one of these. I expect him to, but maybe you notice Anorexic down from the A and Rush on the turn.
Wow.
Exocrine, though, available to Jason from the E for 98. Now, Jason, you got to find it.
I think he'll find it. Interesting that anorexic takes an S. It's actually a noun.
Oh, yeah. Anorexic also, for those of you playing along at home, has a really fun Collins-only front hook, but it won't come into play as Jason has spotted his 98-point mammoth of a play. So the exchange 2 eyes, bingo for 98 the next turn. All right, Jason. I couldn't have drawn it any better if you tried.
Amazing. Game is just bopping along there.
IIMSSOY is Dave's post bingo draw. And at first, this looks like a weird, awkward rack, but Dave has all kinds of 30 or 40 point plays available to him. Most of the highest scoring options play both of the S's at once. But for 40 points, you're probably willing to do that. I'm going to watch Dave slow down here because he's got some cool words. Meiosis, MIOSIS, meiosis, MYOSIS, a pair of cool 6s, and he's got different places to play them on this board. But Robin, my eye is drawn right over to Exocrine, the S back hook, the ability to stack on top of the I and E and hit a triple word.
Yeah.
Are you looking to block that?
Block it or play off of it. Not a lot of people know that the exocrine takes an S because you think of an exocrine gland, so you think of it as an adjective. It would be nice to just be able to leave it so that I could use it in the future when I can actually cash in a bingo, except for the fact that it's just so easily used to go across on row 8 to the triple word score. Nobody's suggesting anything like YOM, which would save IISS, which would be absolutely terrible.
Yeah, no, Yom holding IISS for 29, it makes me want to throw up just a little bit. So I don't think we'll see that, but this is a big decision, as an O in space would give Jason a bingo be foamed. So we'll see what Dave opts to do here. 3 possible 8s to Jason. He would need an L, an R, or an O. The R on the board is not in the right spot for bed frame, but the O could potentially be floated for him. Big choice.
Well, meiosis is coming up pretty strong on the left, to the left of Jani. So many, the best thing about it is it scores 40 points. The worst things about it is that it saves the Y and uses up both of your S's. You could do something like, let's see, there's only one F left. You could do something like Simi to the right of exocrine, SIMI. You would have to worry about the F. I'm trying to get out of this without using both S's. But then again, I'm really in the lead. I've got the S's. Jason's the one who's behind. It's not terrible if I use up the S's. If Jason would be somebody who would not want to use up the S's because he's so behind.
That's a beautiful overlap. MIOSIS quadruple overlap to the left of Janny. Ma, in, 1, and SYE. 40 points, but yeah, does burn both of the S's. It sets up potentially big ZIN plays for Jason if he's got the right rack. So it has some warts, but also, man, 40 points out of this rack feels incredible. We'll see if Dave opts to play over to the left or if he knocks out the Exocrine's spot. He's going to play Yom holding IISS.
How do you like that?
I don't.
Wow.
I don't.
I'm sorry I said it out loud to the universe.
I'm sorry I said I was going to throw up, but now I need to run to the restroom and yak, man of my word. So I'll be right back. A, B, D, E, E, F, M on Jason's rack. Did not quite get that O where he wanted it for be foamed, but he can still score a mammoth play here. Beefed through the E and bitterly is 48. Robin, once he spots that, he's got to play it, right?
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, that was the danger of bitterly not titrable. Let's see what he's going to do.
He's almost committed to beamed. He started to pick it up. Beamed is 42, but beefed 48. And I think just a bit of an oversight here for Jason. This is a good play, but beefed better.
Yeah, I wonder what that. Well, he wants to save an E. There's the only other reason. There's a lot of A's less. Otherwise, he would have played beefed.
Yeah, and E is not worth 6 points, though. I'm going to go ahead and call this a slight misplay from Jason, but it is still a strong play from him. 186 to 244. Somehow, incredibly,
oh my
God, IISS Dave draws.
This is such a Dave Wiegand pick.
Dave freaking Wiegand, and now he threatens to bingo for 83 down from the M he just put out. How do you do that?
It's just, It's a talent. And it's so frustrating for Jason because there were 3 bingos with that rack last time, the A, B, D, E, F, M, and one was flambéed, one was bed frame, and the other one is befoamed. All 3 of those tiles are available on the board, pretty open, except none of them is amenable to him bingoing through them. Instead, he plays beamed, very nice, lot of points, but he gives up miriness, which honestly should never have happened, honestly, to save IISS and to pick up a bingo, but it did, and it's fabulous for Dave, and he's going to keep staying in first place if this is how he's going to pick.
Yeah, that's just a miracle of a draw. I'm curious how often Dave was supposed to bingo after Yom. Apparently into IISS, he's actually 21%, 1 in 5 to bingo, but that feels gross. 83? Really? Wow.
83 points for miriness. Now, the only bad thing about it is it slots those S's down for Jason, but right now sitting comfortably at almost 140 points ahead.
Now check out what Jason has found. PEAKS plays quadruple overlap to the left of Janny's Pa, N, Ain, Kai. That is 50 points. I had to triple check the math on that one. Robin, I know you don't want to burn this S here, but 50, it's worth it, right?
Oh yeah, I don't mind burning the S here because there's no bingo here that hooks with an S. So the S is available to you from the miriness. So absolutely burn it. Go for it. 50 points. You got to do it.
Perhaps though you actually take that S and try to save it and set it up instead. KAF and KYE is 30 points, holds the synergistic DEPS together, and makes Dave's life a little bit more difficult. So that play actually simulating about neck and neck with peaks for 50. Jason finding another option, faked. This is going to play above the Y in bitterly for 34 points, preserve the PS. But what I don't like about this play is it doesn't really open anything else up on the board. In fact, it exhausts a major quadrant. So Jason wisely backing out of this play. He's going to grab a ton of points. I like this for him.
So do I.
And what I do like for Dave Wiegand is that he's drawn yet another bingo, another sort of biology word, anatomy word. Going to make this anatomy teacher proud. Urethral indeed. Dave's only bingo through the R in exocrine, and just so happens to knock out both of the S's in miriness, which is Jason's last real prayer into this game. So
right now all he's doing is looking to see if there's anything that does not open up it's not a triple anymore, but just to open up the triple. It's a nice rack, but it's funny how through a G it takes laughter. Like it completely changes the sound of the letters to go from urethral to laughter, but he does have that. This is Dave is picking the way that I remember him picking.
Dave Wiegand does this a lot. It feels like just like absolutely wallops his opponent, wins by 250, and it was never close. But I mean, when you play near perfect Scrabble all the time, you expect stuff like this to happen all the time. I think we have to shift the narrative now from who's going to win this game to will Dave Wiegand hit 600 points? He'll be at 390 after urethral, and we're just over halfway through this game.
What a score he can develop.
Yeah. Will we see 500? Almost definitely for Dave Wiegand. 600 is the question now. Here comes urethral, 390, 236. And yeah, Jason just kind of holding his head in his hands for a minute.
Yeah.
All right, cool. It is cool that Jason has the Z on his rack. He'll do some damage with it either now or in the near future. If he wants to
I
cash
think now is fine.
Yeah, FUZED above the Y and bitterly, 44 points. Say nothing wrong with that. He could play Needful into the L of urethral, though, and that would set up the Z on top of those double E's. So set up the Z and bomb it next turn. That's probably the right line for Jason. Will it win him the game? I don't think so, but will it make it closer? Probably. I think it's the best he can do here.
Yeah, I like that idea. I also like the idea of just playing Fuse, setting up my own D. I mean, we got to the point in the game where you have to start doing some crazy stuff. There is only one other D unseen, and maybe I can get the 36 points for this turn and maybe another 40, 50 points on the turn after by hooking the D onto it and it going to the triple word. So I think we're getting to that kind of level of craziness that he's going to have to do. But he's opting to play it with the D already.
Oh my God, Dave has the opportunity to do
Polaron.
something really cool. He does draw Polaron, which does not fit on the board, but Dave has a 9 on this turn. The 9 would be Dave's only playable bingo, and it's a word that some of you Scrabble people out there know. Oh my goodness, I'm not saying anything else
Don't say
right
anything.
now.
I'm going to
Wonderful
try
puzzle.
to figure it out. Yeah.
Holy crap, Dave, can you do it? Can you blow our brain? Polaron's not going to fit. He will probably notice Polarons into the S of Myriness through the L in urethral. That's a great play, 33 points, but Dave has 72 here.
I'm trying to figure out where on the board can you play through 2 tiles to make it a 9.
You would not even think to look at this lane. It's nuts.
Wow. Let's have a look. Well, there's only so many.
It is the least likely place you expect a bingo to go.
Oh, maybe
Probably.
Next. Is it a drug?
Nope.
Ah.
It is an 8 to make 9.
And you say there's a 9 available to him.
9 available through disconnected letters.
Disconnected. Okay. Oh, FD.
Dave, come on. This is our chance. This is our chance to get an absolutely sick moment. I know Dave knows this word.
Oh, give him a. How's he on time? He's doing great.
He's doing great. I'm going to go ahead and say it out loud. Chat has found this already. It plays into the eye of Myriness. Portolani, the plural of Portolano. Portolan is an 8, Portolan. Portolano, valid in both lexica. Portolani, the plural, acceptable only in CSW. But look at that. Through the disconnected TI. Are you freaking kidding me?
You think he knows that? He probably does.
It's a back hook to Portolan. Dave definitely knows the 8 to 9 hooks.
Let's see what he plays. He can't play Polaron, so it's not like he's being tempted by another bingo somewhere.
Come on, Dave. He's looking at Orlop probably through the L at the bottom.
Or he can play Polarons to the S.
Yes, he can. Polarons down there looks good, but I don't know. I think this is those spidey senses that the very, very top players develop. I feel like there's something really cool here. What is it? He's found Polarons, but Dave missing the 9. You don't frequently see Dave Wiegand miss a bingo or make a mistake, and this entirely excusable. A nice find, but I can't wait to tell Dave Wiegand he was denied on stream. I was hoping we'd get something absolutely sick. We may still see Dave hit the 600 point threshold, but opportunity missed.
Would have been sweet.
Oh my God, look at this. The blank, the S for Dave. Oh my God, Dave, stop. He's already dead.
Well, wash bowl. That's got to be good.
Dave has
Shad blow.
Dave has 97 available. 95 if he plays Hallows, making Opa, Win, and Sane, but 97 available for him as well. So, God, Dave, stop.
I just want to play Shad blow because that's one of the words that come up quite a bit in Aerolith, or at least often enough. And I'm always blow shad blow. I'm always mixing it up. So I'm glad I got it here. But he has a 98 point bingo. Is that what you said?
97, yeah. 95 if he plays Hallows, but if he looks through the O in Ovalo, Woolhats, Woolhats, that S front hooking the PA. Another very tough to spot play. Dave is spotted 95. And I think once you see 95, you probably just do it. 97.
Could you believe that fits? Oh my God.
It's sick. Dave, what drawing these insane fits. And all right.
He's not
watch Jason. Yeah. Watch Jason's face.
I think he's wincing. I think the mask came down.
Okay,
yeah, there we go.
All right, sure. So Hallows, 95 for Dave. That'll bring him up to 518. And I think we're going to get a nice little coffee break yet again. Dave at 11:59 on his clock. Jason, 13 minutes left. And there's just going to be 2 tiles left in the bag after Jason draws, or Dave draws here. Dave will finally draw a terrible rack. He's going to get some subset of GGGIIITV. And
yeah, there's absolute garbage left.
Leaves 1 G and 1 I in the bag, the best possible rack he could have drawn yet again for Dave. Jason's counting the tiles. What do you mean there's already just 2 left?
Did we just sit down?
We just sat down.
Yeah, I think we did.
Dave has made 9 plays. 5 of them were bingos. 1 of them was Jurat for 40. 1 of them was Polarons as an 8-letter non-bingo. Dave's probably only going to make 2 more plays in this game. Goodness. 9 plays, 518 points. It's a pace of nearly 60 points per turn. We said last time Jason was on stream, 25% of the games you just automatically win. Well, here's one of those 25%, Jason, that you just automatically lose.
It is unfortunate. Right now, the sim is liking Y. Just sticking the W on top of the YE and saving ACDENT because it's cadent, which is such a lovely rack. That scores the most for dumping the W. So he just wants him to dump the W.
You'd probably play WANZed, WANZED instead here and just end the game. Whatever, you can't win. Don't even try. Just get your points. But this would be a great opportunity for me to plug that we have 2 other streams. And you viewers at home, don't end this one, but maybe put us on mute. Pop on over to table 2 or table 3. Board 3 has featured Dave Eldar 4 or 5 times already today. Board 2 has some of the top players in the world as well. You can pop over on MeWatch if that's where you're joining us from. Pop over on Let's Play Scrabble if that's where you're watching from. You are absolutely not hurting my feelings. We know Dave's rack is not flexible enough to see him hit 600. We know this one's all but done, and we're going to have quite the break here. So check out stream 2, where we've got Josh Sokol and Chloe Fatsis bringing you analysis. Check out stream 3, Jesse Matthews and Nitz Chugti on the set there. And come visit us again. 17 minutes is when we're set to start round 19. Stick a fork in this one. Goodness.
So I'm watching Jason's face. It's unusual that he took the mask down. I'm not exactly sure. It's maybe perhaps a apt metaphor of taking the mask down. So you're going to have games like this. He's certainly proved himself as a player, so he doesn't have to worry about his reputation. There's nothing you could do. And he did this magical pick, saving Zurich and getting Exocrine, which probably also shouldn't have happened. So a little bit of magic for him happening as well. much as Myron, this should not have happened for Dave. But this is the way Scrabble goes. And if you play enough games, you're going to see these kind of shenanigans happening. And we certainly got our share of shenanigans this game, of things that shouldn't have happened happening, of words like portolani, and I'm by no means criticizing Dave for not finding it, but considering how brilliant he is with the nines, probably should have happened and didn't. So you get a bit of everything with this game.
Get a bit of everything except drama in this game, but you did get the rest of it: the disconnected nines, the miracle connects multiple times, game-saving draws, and all of that stuff. I don't have anything else to offer in terms of suspense in this game, so I will go ahead and talk about what we've got going on here. If you're tuning in a little bit late, you are watching the Causeway Challenge. This game marks the halfway point. This is a 36-game tournament spread across 4 days. It is coming your way from Bangkok, Thailand. 440 or so players across 5 divisions, 23 grandmasters, and 17 of the world's top 20 players in the room competing for a $10,000 US first prize. It's been absolutely sick. It's been such a pleasure. This tournament brought to you courtesy of the genius of director, organizer, and freak of a human being, Michael Tang, who has done so much to make this thing happen. And while there's no suspense in this game, there's been no shortage of insane good games on stream. One, I was talking to broadcaster Jesse Matthews, who said he's had 5 very good close games over on table 3 today as well. And I'm sure Josh Sokol and Chloe Fatsis have had great games on board 2 as well. But this has to feel great for Dave. I was a game up on the field and I just walloped the dude in second place. Dave, I feel like, has been overdue for some big tournament success. He's just such a solid player. He does not make many mistakes pretty much ever. He knows words not just 2 through 8 like many grandmasters, but 9s, 10s, 11s. If you ever sit down and play anagrams with Dave Wiegand, I promise there will be multiple moments where your jaw just hits the floor, how instantaneously he steals your words with crazy crap you've never heard of. I know we're not supposed to be biased in the booth, but I am honestly rooting for Dave to find some serious success here because he's just such a good player. And not just a good Scrabble player is Dave Wiegand. He has recently taken up long distance running. I asked him about it when I saw him at the tournament, and he said, I don't know, one day I just decided to go for a jog. And then the next day I decided to go for a jog that was a little bit longer, and the next day a little bit longer. And all of a sudden, Dave has run 17 marathons.
Wow.
And not only has he run 17 marathons, he is insanely fast, on the verge of qualifying for the Boston Marathon. Dave will be coming back to this quadrant of the world in a few months to run the Sydney Marathon. So not just a beast of a Scrabble player, but a beast of a human being, a beast of a dad is Dave Wiegand. Can't help but like this guy.
That's incredible to hear. I did not know any of that. That's amazing.
Now you do. Now all of you watching know a few Dave Wiegand factoids. If you did not heed my advice and get to a better stream with a better game, trying to keep things at least a little bit interesting as Jason mercifully has emptied the bag and made a play. Robin and I are both just saying, go, tapping the glass, like, please make a play. We could really use a little break right now. And I think, honestly, Robin, I'm grateful that this game happened the way it did because we get a lengthier break.
Yeah, and I'm grateful that the way it did because we got to see 2 great players really make some beautiful plays. Will Hats would have been really spectacular. And yeah, that's the funny thing. Despite the beauty of the play and the brilliance of the play, there were slightly better plays across the board, which is not to criticize them, but simply to let everybody out there know when you find the best play, take your time and find another play. And we've talked about that a bunch of times today. So the score could have been even higher, and you never know when you're going to need those spread points. But that's is not in any way to criticize the players whatsoever. And also, as tired as we are here talking all day nonstop, it's amazing that our voices are holding up. These guys have been having to sit down and think and think and think. We're just sitting here and kind of filling the time and giving you some of our expert analysis. But these guys are the ones who are making the commitment, and they're the ones who have everything on the line. So Dave decides to play Giver. Simon suggested re-give. It's kind of in the same spot, just through the R and the E in urethral and miriness, saving GIT. Let's see if he can go out in 2.
Yeah, this is Dave's best endgame, this or VITE, the 2 options. But of course, Dave's going to find his best endgame, even when it doesn't matter. Dave. And now Jason gets to make one more play, but Dave's GIT combination threatens multiple outs in multiple quadrants of the board. GIT along the INE of Myriness, or GEIT through the E in Beamed. Jason's going to see that he can't block both of Dave's outs, and he is just going to make a high-scoring play here. After this game ends, we are going to show you some history that was made here at the Causeway Challenge. We had a player this afternoon score not 500, not 600, not 700, Robin, but 804 points. That came because of not one, but 2 triples.
Wow.
Or 9-timers, depending on where you come from. So we will show you a little graphic about that game afterwards, but holy crap, I knew we were going to see a 700 at some point during this tournament. 8? That is insanely rare.
Was it a phony free?
A phony 3?
Phony free.
I do not know that info. We'll see what kind of graphic we're able to whip up. I wish I had a little bit more time at this tournament to do some journalistic diligence and find this info. I've got a team, Josh Greenway and Andrew Kay, have been so invaluable on the ground helping us gather this stuff. But because Michael Tang runs such a tight ship, as you have to do of a tournament this size with this many games, there's so little time in between these games. And I just can't get that info. And I'd love to spend my evenings gathering that info. But Robin, I think our evenings are comprised of take off the headset, collapse in bed, wake up the next morning, puff up our hair, and do it all over again. Tell me I'm wrong.
You wait to get out of bed to puff up your hair?
I wake up and it's already puffed. You're right. Correct, Robin. Yeah. Yep. Naturally born this way. Sadi is Jason's best end game as well, so kudos to him. In a game he's been absolutely drubbed, he is going to do it right just one more time. And Dave going to play out with GIT. I suspect a very, very quick post-mortem in this one. Not much to say, but we will at least cut to the mic right now to hear from these guys.
There's 547. 555.
Bad draft. Crazy.
I mean, honestly, I traded I had Zurich I, and I was just like, I can't get rid of enough. I don't think anything seemed to be worth playing. And I also thought I could very easily get like Toxic or Read Officer or something. And I almost, and I'm like, oh, I was right after the echo now. Oh, wait a second. Yeah.
And the Rex too.
Oh, and Mexican, yeah, but obviously
This is much better.
yeah, obviously. But just like, wow.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
Well, and yeah, just like, yeah, just I mean,
Yeah.
you said if I had like one, if I had a slightly different, like I could have board up with control, like I would have board up over control, like I had it for all of it. And then like, no, I mean, then I started 40. The problem with you was 42.
Right.
Yeah, like, and right, you had, yeah, you could get there. Okay. I mean, not that it was. And then, like,
All
yeah,
right, so
that's-
555, the final score for Dave Wiegand there. A very appropriate thing. I've learned 2 things about the Thai language. 1, you greet people with Sawadee Ka and a Y. And 2, the letter 5, or the number 5, is the Thai character for ha. So Thai people on the internet will laugh by typing 555. That was Dave's final score, and that was Jason's reaction to the game, just chuckling. What can you do? So 555, ha ha ha, indeed. All you can really do, just laugh, shake it off, move to the next one. Speaking of moving to the next one, let's look at that 804 game we saw. 804 points scored by Daniel of Thailand. His opponent scored 252. You see those two triple triples, Lorridge in the top corner, or Porridge, excuse me, and Shrieker. I think that's a blank. So Porridge.
Oh, you're right.
And Shrieker must have been an absolute mammoth of a score. 13 plays made, 804 points scored. Incredible stuff for Daniel. Have a day, an absolute career highlight, averaging 62 points per turn.
My goodness.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That speaks to the caliber of play. And look, Carotene looks like a double-double as well. So 2 triple triples and a double-double. All right, you know what? Maybe Dave Wiegand didn't get that lucky, all things considered.
No.
All right, well, congratulations to Daniel. Congratulations to Dave Wiegand notching another win. And congratulations to us as we get a little break before the next game. That one played pretty quickly, so we'll probably be back in about 15 minutes with round 19 from Causeway. Robin, what are you doing with your break?
I am going to run a marathon with David.
All right, we're going to head down to Sydney, run that Sydney Marathon. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
See you soon, guys.
See you soon. rolling in here in Bangkok. Some vicious looking lightning, some aggressive thunder, and a big storm on board one as we've seen Dave Wiegand go on a rampage. Dave Wiegand now has to go through the World Youth Scrabble champion in Madhav next on board one. Let's take a look over at the standings. You see Dave Wiegand now a game up on Napat, 2 games up on the remainder of this field. So a big game between Dave and number 4 Madhav coming your way next. And I did see Darren Koo, currently in 5th, won his last game. He's actually snuck up to 3rd in the standings. Dave, Madhav coming your way right now from Bangkok. Let's cut over to the board. Madhav just 15 years old. We saw him play twice on stream yesterday and not really much of a chance in either of those games. We really just got to see our World Youth Scrabble champion be big sad most of the time. We'll see if he's able to shake that off and find some good luck against Dave Wiegand, who's been running so hot recently. Madhav to play first, an N, an A, an O out of the bag. Promising start. We'll see if he's able to finish it off. E looks good. A, H, not so much. A-A-E-H-L-N-O, the opening rack. Perhaps instead of Sawadee-ka, we'll see a different greeting in Aloha here, Robin?
Well, I'm just saying that he needs a Z for halazone.
Oh,
God.
and the Z on Dave's rack, no less.
And he would have played Bortz to
Oh,
start.
yeah, Dave would have played Bortz and given Halazone, but instead Madhav, the gift of going first, actually a curse here. He'll play Halon, which looks very good. Does string the O next to a double letter and that Z lurking on Dave Wiegand's rack. 24-0 for now, but Dave probably going to play ZOL.
Yeah.
For 46 here, Robin. Any reason not to play Zol?
No.
All right, so Robin says no. Matt agrees. Dave's probably going to make this play in the next 10 seconds.
David is too clear of the field, as you pointed out. I don't know how up to date. They were a little out of date, not up to date, the stats that we just saw. Zol coming down, saving the BRST. I expect to see OE and a blank coming up. And
yeah, that's the way Dave's been running recently. Oop. Cast a hex on him, Robin. GEM instead. Okay, so Dave won't be bingoing into BRST. We'll see him slow down a little bit after a 555-point onslaught last game. AEGINUY, the rack for Madhav and Robin. Anytime you've got a U and a Y, you're looking to play them off YU or AYU.
And he's got a gorgeous spot for it. Just to the right of Zol, he's got Zoa, Oni, and U. And I don't think he's even going to look how quickly he's playing.
Yeah, very quick, very precise. This is definitely the right move for Madhav, and he's not going to spend time on it. Sign of a good player when you're able to just lock in these easy turns quickly. So well played there for Madhav. Dave on BEGMRST now on his rack. Curious to see how he approaches this one. Shorter plays like GAMB or GAMBE make a lot of sense here. I don't think you play GAMB one short of that double word, so we'll probably see him go a bit longer. Maybe Gamb, maybe Bregma into the A, but I think Dave's going to attack the A and Halon on this turn.
For sure. I like Bregma a lot, actually. Let's see what else we have. Gamb, yeah, just saving the ERST. Bregma's 22 points, and it puts a nice R out there. We'll see what he's in the mood for.
Yeah, GAMBE does take a back T, and that would set up Dave's T. So I think GAMBE looking quite strong here, but he's looking at Bregma as well. I think Gamb to set up the T is going to be a slightly better option for him.
He also can hook his S onto Zol if he really feels like it, but it's really not worth it because there aren't any. If he could maybe make a 6-letter word, he might consider doing that, but he's going to play Gambit.
Oh, he's going to put the T on instead of setting it up. Hold just the RS back. All right, this feels strong, but a strong response coming from Madhav. He's found this game's first blank, and he will be bingoing on this turn. The question is where and for how much. The best bingo for him, 5 clear of any other option, plays through the T in Gambit. Let's see what you got, Madhav.
It is a bit of an obscure word.
Yeah, I think it's a Scottish variant of nothing, naething, Naethinng.
Does that mean that it takes an S?
It does indeed.
I like that.
So see, it's always those ing words are crazy. Which ones do and don't take an S? The rule of thumb is, don't even try. They almost never do. But if you know the definition, if you know this is nothing, then maybe you do know.
Well,
it takes
nothing
an
is
S.
something.
Nothing is something.
Because it
Indeed.
takes an S.
Yes, it does. Now, Madhav doesn't have to bingo here. He's got a strong non-bingo play. Neigh above the ET and Gambit is 32 and holds N blank back. It puts an H out in space in a situation where he's holding a blank to do some damage. So, Robin, would you consider not bingoing here?
No.
Nope.
We've gotten to the part of the day, guys, where I'm like one-word answers, but I'm actually here. I am enjoying myself very much, and enjoying spending this time with you. I don't see any point really in opening a triple, even though I am saving the blank. You just go for the points.
Yeah, I think Robin's probably tired of my dumb questions. Yeah, there's no reason.
Dumb questions.
And Nathan is just quite a bit stronger, but we're trying to find things to talk about here. There's really nothing to be said about that. Well spotted by Madhav. He's taken an early lead on Dave Wiegand, but Dave's going to have a big response. The one question here is Dave going to play Pelf alongside the NAE, or is he going to tack the S on? Pelf 27, Pelf's 41. Conventional wisdom, Robin, is that S is worth about 8 or 9 points. So for Dave to cash it in for 14 more, probably going to do it, right?
Absolutely do it, especially when you're leaving 2 consonants on your rack.
S a little bit stronger on this board than in a vacuum. That ZOLS hook is big, but I don't think the S is worth 14 points on this board. Dave Wiegand agrees. Computer analysis agrees as well. So more precise play from Dave. He's got 109 after this move, and Madhav's post bingo draw rather drecky. ACEGIOQ. He does have the I to bail him out of the Q. QI and IN alongside the IN of Nathing jumps out to me, but not an immediate play here. Madhav has a second non-Q option. Incog through the in, and Nathing sets up QI next turn for 22, but I think this is right, Robin. Just play it now, yeah?
Get it off my rack. He doesn't have anything special going. If there was like 30, 40 points somewhere else, I might consider holding on to the QI or just the Q. There's only 1 U out so far, but otherwise, no, there's absolutely no point. It scores exactly the same as Incog. It gets rid of the Q. Which one would you choose, Josh? Matt?
I play the Q,
Yeah.
The CG combination, famously anti-synergistic here in Scrabble, but the Q, the worst letter in the game by far. Get it off. I agree, Robin. Get it off my rack right now. That's what Madhav does. Dave now with a really fun rack, AEILNRR. There are possible 8s, but not on a board that looks like this. No bingos for Dave, and I love watching players struggle with these challenging decisions.
He does have a bingo on there. He's got Larnier.
Larnier indeed, but no spot for it. No 8s available, and Dave now gets to decide. I think a lot of people's gut says keep that nailer leave. It's pretty flexible and fish the R, but fishing on a board with this shape doesn't feel very strong. If you do draw bingo, you're going to have to play it from that U in IU, score just 61, and give your opponent a triple. So I think we'll see Dave score a little bit more than just the 8 points for ref and re. Maybe a 3-letter word from the P and Pelfs, Robin?
Yeah, you could just play pure, for example. I think that's a little bit better than ref because you don't have an S. It's forcing you. You could pick up a bingo. Hey, that's great. I had nailer. I picked up a bingo. But unless it starts with an N, to play off IU or with an I or a U to go off the G, where are you going to put it?
Right. So I think you don't want to make a one-tile fish. You'd rather score a little bit more, but that's what makes these racks so challenging is when all your letters score 1, it's very hard to score more than 15 or 20 points. So PIR, set the R up in space. This looks quite strong to me. Maybe PAR. Robin, do you have a strong opinion about the leave of learn versus the leave of liner?
Well, I like the A always better than I. If I'm going to pick up another one, I'd rather have two A's than two I's, is always my saying. That's why I've always wondered why the Sims have prefer the I's over the O, because if you pick up two O's, they really go well together. You have two I's, you're in real, except for on your face, you're really in a lot of trouble.
Would prefer to have two eyes on your face, but seldom on your rack.
Exactly.
I do agree with that. So PIR looks to be the strongest play here from Dave, but these racks are very interesting and do have a lot of nuance to them. Dave taking his time, but PIR does look to be Dave's choice. He's committed it for 15 more, got a 25-point game, and the CGO combination is not going to be a huge headache for Madhav, as he still has the play of Incog from the IN available to him. Incog for 24 holds the nice APES leave. Looks good to me, Robin.
Looks very good. I'm also looking through the NE in Pelfs and Nathing to see if there's anything that he could make a 9 with, but he doesn't, ending in the NES. The only has one letter that will go underneath that I, which is the S. So unless you have a bingo or a very high, like you have Jones, for example, JONES, I don't see the point of burning the S. I love the idea of the incog. I would rather get rid of POG than COG, but I'm not going to be a pig about it. Let's see what else he can do.
Yeah, if you don't notice incog here, and it's kind of tough to spot playing from the IN, you do have the C to play Coney on this board, and maybe a play like Capo, as Madhav is setting up here, CAPO. I do think incog would be much stronger for him. You don't want to open this board up to Dave if you don't have to. Keep things tight, keep your S, and plan to pounce on Zul's later on. Incog is definitely Madhav's best play here, should he spot it.
Also, don't forget, he's got the P for pony, and so he could come down. So holding on to that P is not a bad idea.
Looks like he's looking at Gap now. Is this going to play alongside the NA of Nathing for 13? Yes, it is. Okay.
Very interesting play.
Yeah, I think this is one that Madhav could go back and look at again and reassess how he's approached this. This just doesn't seem like the best play here. But, I mean, this is game 9 today after 10 games yesterday. There are just going to be a few turns where you don't quite get it right as fatigue starts to set in. And look at Dave's draw now. I've seen this so often. AEILNRT. Madhav puts the G right up at the top of the board, relating, alerting, altering, now all 80 points for Dave, given a gift here.
And before he only had at most a 63-point play. That, I'm wondering if it would have, yes, and it would have opened the triple. So a very, very big mistake on Madhav's part. It's only a mistake because it gives David something that he wouldn't have had before. Maybe he wouldn't have done anything, and it would have given Madhav something to turn after. So, and Madhav doing that, the youth thing that we talked about yesterday, they just, you're full of energy. You know, when you're that young, you have a tremendous amount of vitality within you. So just sitting there and waiting for the other person to play can get actually kind of boring. So you see them moving around, you see them looking around, shifting around, biting the nails, whatever. It'll come with time for him to learn how to sit quietly and let your opponent not have to watch you move so much.
I've got a story about when I was 15 and fidgeting at a Scrabble tournament. I played in a big tournament called the Dallas Open, which attracted top experts from all across North America. I had a run of success and ended up near a top table. And my fidget as a little kid was to click my pin aggressively. And one of the top experts runs across the room and asks me, "Excuse me, could you please stop clicking your pin? I'm trying to focus." That top expert's name was Robin Pollock. Daniel.
I knew it was me. I knew it. My hand is up in the air.
And I've tried to be a little bit more aware of my stims ever since. So little blast from the past there, Robin. This is actually a big decision for Dave. He's looking at altering, which takes a lot of front hooks, but maybe he doesn't know, or he's not unsure if Madhav knows all of them. Actually a big decision for Dave, as relating gives back a really nice bingo to Madhav. Some of the other ones don't come back with as much of a response. Curious why Dave is playing altering here, setting up the F front hook, the H front hook, the P front hook. Maybe he's confident he knows them and he thinks there's a chance Madhav doesn't.
It's absolutely intentional because he knows all three that are there. He took his time and he figured out the one he wants. Now, Madhav's picked up Acetos and Cotes, which he's going to play off of Zol's, I'm quite sure. What do you think he's given Madov by playing altering?
Well, had he played either alerting or relating, Acetos would play with a lot of nice underlaps. And instead, because Dave happened to pick this one, the Spidey senses yet again on alert for Dave. Madov has to score substantially less. So I don't know how players have these senses. I promise you they don't have earpieces in to hear us say things like this. But a weird choice from Dave that ends up paying big dividends. Madov's still up on the scoreboard by 34, but it could have been bigger had Dave chosen either relating or alerting. Dave can take the lead on this move right here. EMOSVWY. Best score available to Dave is down from the E in Acetos. E moves for 36, but the leave is WY. The S out at the bottom of the board in space. I don't know if you can play E moves here. What do you think, Robin?
I'm going to have to think about that for a second. I bet he's wishing that O was an I so he could play Viewy through the E in Acetos. That's for sure. E moves. Let's have a look at E moves. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Saving WY. Nah, I don't like that. There's a wove possibility. Yeah, that's also not great.
Be woven EW underneath the last E in Acetos, right? 25 points, open the quadrant at the bottom of the board.
Yeah, it's a possible. There's always the vow. No, you can't play vow because that's going to open up a triple row.
There'll be vow underneath the A and altering, setting up the front of vow that you don't have. That's crazy. You don't do that. Yeah.
You've got Covey setting up your own S. There's only one left. There's a really good chance that you're going to get to play that.
Ooh, Covey holding SMW. You set up your S and you've got some big clunky consonants to go with it. I love that, Robin. Nice spot.
Thank you. And anything with a T, and there's no double doubles or anything like that. You will have a little bit of paranoia about that double double. But he has no way of knowing that Madov has just picked up 6 consonants. And considering how many vowels are left, that's very unfortunate. I mean, it's a very even bag, 21 vowels to 22 consonants. In other good news, I believe I have just received a second win.
Good.
I am back.
All right. We got Robin back, baby. Robin and I have both kind of been struggling through. We've never commentated 10 games in a day, 2 days in a row. And Robin has had some lengthy travel before this trip in Europe for a while. Look at this. Dave has found it. This is so sick. Covey setting up the S. This does jump to the top after you run some simulation.
Fabulous.
And this puts Madov in a bit of a bind. He's got more threats to think about. ADDJRTX. My brain says play Taj right now and block the Y or the S hook on Covey. But other plays are available to him. Do you like Taj and some defense here, Robin?
I think when you're playing, the trouble is this. Okay, David just played Covey. He didn't play like a nice little 1-point tile word to set up an S hook. He played 2 ugly tiles, and you have to ask yourself, is he setting up an S or is he just getting rid of Drek? So do I need to block it, or should I do something like at D1 and play Adax?
Dave giving a shout out to one of our favorite players, Pakistan's Grand Master Wasim Khatri. I love Dave's always willing to have some fun with his racks. Dave is one of my favorite players to play phonies with as well, where you just come up with his inappropriate or hilarious words out of your rack or non-words out of your rack and play them. Dave spotting Wasim instantly.
It's actually one of my favorite things to do when I'm being streamed. And I wish they would give us like a little chalkboard that we can actually like write to everybody.
That would be so fun. Yeah. Wasim and Covey's would score 103 at the bottom of the board, but I don't think Madov would let that fly. Madov is making what I think is a strong play here of Taj, knock out the S hook. And I'm just connecting the dots on this, but remember, Dave held MSW. That means his pull. A-E-E-E.
Unbelievable.
Yuck. AEEMSW now. Wiegand trails the World Youth Champion by 40 points now and doesn't have strong plays on this turn. When you get a W and a ton of E's, you're looking at we or ew, right, Robin?
How do you spell you?
U-E-W-E?
Or? EEW, yeah. So he's got all of those things available to him. He can play Wei and EEW to the right of TE and AY that was just created by Taj. And he can also play, if he wants to open the board a little bit, and I think he might want to because he's behind, he might want to play EWE under the TER in altering. I kind of like that play. It opens up the board for him.
I'm a little bit partial to EEW, TEE, and AYE, as you said. Sure, Madhav may score 30 from the W at the bottom of the board, but EEW does take a front hook, another E. So Dave could threaten VE plays for a ton of points. Only 2 unseen E's with 37 to go, so that spot is Dave's a lot more often than it isn't. That seems strong to me. One other nice thing about playing EEW or EWE is Dave has a good chance with 5 unseen eyes to draw into Miss-Altering, an extension of altering, one of the 3 extensions in play. And maybe that's some of the reason Dave wanted to play this. Pre-altering, Miss-Altering, and Unfaltering are the 3 possible triple word extensions there. So keeping the MS, drawing an eye, you got 40 some odd points next turn. This looks pretty good for Dave.
Well, you definitely, I mean, I love really watching him do this because to me, if I were to look at a rack like that, I'm going, got 3 E's, got to get rid of 1 or 2 of them. W, got to get rid of it. And I also see him, and he's not playing any of the obvious ones very quickly. So he's really considering all of his options in a different way that I might approach the board. And certainly I think it would be a superior way of approaching the board. I also like the fact that I'm noticing that he's shuffling quite a bit, which is odd because I know him as Dr. Bing on Aerolith, and I know him that he's doing these fabulous, I can't imagine that he's shuffling when he's playing on Aerolith. You're just doing everything with your hands. So you're just typing. So it's very curious to see him moving the tiles around as much as he is.
This is not something I expected to see from Dave. Just OWE, drawing into a bag that's got almost as many vowels as consonants, but this is going to create more pesky lines at the bottom that'll stay open long term as he attempts to mount a comeback. So Dave making a bit of a sacrifice on his leave to shape the board the way he wants to. OWE. One other play that looked fun for Dave there was EEW and AW up at the top of the board, setting up a front E on a triple word line. But Dave opting to play OWE here. We'll see if it pays off for him. Madhav quickly looking at playing Drink, DRINK and ED. This looks easily like his best play out of a rack that's quite inflexible otherwise. So yet again, Madhav playing quickly and playing precisely on this move. He's up 41 now on tournament leader Dave Wiegand.
Do you notice what that does? Look what he leaves.
Oh, he's setting up XI and 4 I's, 3 U's to draw. All right, Madhav. Excellent stuff. You just got to connect on an I or a U here. Nope. Nope.
He is not picking vowels
Nope.
today.
There's the U. Okay, and there's the I. All right, Madhav. Nice setup. Nice connect. And we'll see Dave unlikely to block. Well, actually, Dave could block this. EAVE beneath the NK of Drink. Looks strong. The issue with that play is EAVE takes a back D with 3 unseen. That would obstruct Madhav's setup, but could give big plays back. And Drink looks like a play that's forced a lot of the time out of a rack with 6 consonants. Will Dave sniff out the setup? Will he obstruct it? Or will he go elsewhere?
Yeah, playing Eve. You suggested Eve underneath Drink.
Yes.
The trouble with that is it takes a D, and there are a bunch of 3 Ds unseen. So I think that's unnecessarily volatile.
We may see Dave try to set up this S yet again. From the K, Kava, Kave, holds EEMS, and you're unlikely to run into too much trouble with E's as there are just 2 to draw. Dave, looking at this option now, it feels pretty good to me.
What play are you saying?
Kava. Instead, he's going to play Ka and Ava this way. Yeah, that also sets up the S. This also looks pretty good. AVA takes 2 back hooks, an S, and an L. So Dave trying to set himself up here, no L's unseen to him. He hopes to execute on the spot. And now we've got a decision for Madhav to make. He has the X, but he's also got the S to cash in. Oxids and Avas 50 points. But XU holding DIORS for next turn
Yeah.
also looks great. The Madav probably making a bit of an inference. Dave doesn't play Ava there without an S too often. Robin, you've got to play XU, I think, though, right?
Do you now? Why not playing Oxids then, and take the spot yourself?
I think if you're pretty sure Dave has an X, Oxids may, or S, excuse me,
Yes.
Oxids may be worth thinking about, but XU is just so strong. Whatever, even if Dave has the S, just hold DIORS and bingo and win the game. Yeah, XU, Engine's preferred play, Madav's preferred play, and it's come down.
Yeah.
Madav up by a bingo now, and no bingo home for Dave, EEIMOSW on this rec. Will Dave cash the S with Ava's now? Will he hold back? Dave can make a wonderful board forking play. I guess he did give cat rubs. Meow, MIAOW, sets up the S on the bottom, creates another line on the right side of this board. This looks great to me, Robin. What do you think?
I'm thinking somebody in the chat is very clever because they say that Dave's rack anagrams to "woe is me."
That's cute. I love that. Woe is me indeed, but not quite. Meow is a great play for Dave to keep his odds alive. And we see an unseen blank is not on Madav's rack. Play Meow and connect on a bingo. Dave could be right back in this game.
I don't know. It could create more problem than it solves because Meow now, if right now the only way that Madav can reach the triple row is to have an S to hook onto Ava. As soon as Dave plays Meow, anyone, he can play anything to the right of it.
Yeah, but he can't block both the top and the
He
bottom.
cannot.
Block
He
the
cannot.
MI or the OW. Can't do both. Dave has forked this board. This is a great idea from him. And Madav now in a bit of a bind. This is a huge draw for Dave. He needs to connect on a bingo here. I, T, great start. U, C. He's got cutesy. It will play in one spot, but not the other spot as far as I can tell. And Madav far more likely to block the MI up top than the OW on bottom, I think. So we'll see a big turn for Madav now. How does he address the threat? If he's got Dave pegged on an S, DOD next to the OW of Meow makes sense. If you don't, you probably obstruct the MI instead and play something like Droid or even Droids alongside it. Madav's going to count before he does anything, and you really ought to here. 14 tiles is what he's going to count in the bag. Oh, big turn as Dave sits on cutesy. You know what? Dave does have a second bingo. Cutesy also plays with KAE, and Dave has threats down from the L in altering in Lucite, which he's set up now. I think Dave knows he's not going to get Cutesy and ME for 90. He's gone ahead and set up his second best option, knowing this is what he's going to play next turn.
And look what Madav is setting up droids.
Yep.
To play to the right of Meow and hit the Ava. So that is going to negate any bingo that Dave plays because it's only going to be worth around 70 points.
And it feels like this game going to come down to who draws this S. Droids will put Madav up by 80. Lucites will bring Dave within 10. If Madav's able to reach in and grab the next blank, he's good. But if he leaves it in the bag for Dave and Dave draws it, could spell trouble. So Droids feels very good for Madav. This game likely to come down to the blank. A huge draw for the kid trying to upset Dave weekend.
He also had Adios, ADDIOS, in the same spot, holding onto an R instead of an A. And in terms of the tile distribution, it's a split. So it's just a matter of luck what he picks out of the bag.
Madav was holding the case A, so Droids, I think, a slightly stronger play. Will he find the blank? Let's watch.
Yes, he does.
Immediately. So this is going to be now a very hard game for Dave to win.
Look what he picked up.
Wow.
Oh, it got worse with that U, but wow. Well, we're going to see Lucites come down. There's no question about it. Or we're going to see how much. Yeah, Lucites is going to be worth more.
Right now, as it stands, Madav has a playable bingo, but it is a 9 into the TE. So if Dave opts to play cutesy at the bottom, we could see Madhav with a fun test. Madhav's also drawn into unfaltering, but I think there's no way you roll the dice on that word if you're even remotely unsure.
For sure. Unless you have to.
And the only just one playable bingo here for Madhav is the bingo into TE. Loose sights would take it away.
Loose sights is worth 70 and cutesy is worth 68. This takes away the 9 that Madhav would have had, which was fortunate. Yes, if somebody else found it. And now it is unfortunate. Now, unfaltering is what, 45 points?
Oh, hang on. Dave has a lot of good draws here. He's going to be reaching into a bag that contains BDEEIORT. Should he draw orbited out of the bag, leave one of the 2 E's, Dave's just going to bingo out and win this game with D orbit. He can also draw bedright. So huge draw here.
No.
No, DEEIORT. Dave leaves the B in the bag and he's going to lose.
What is the score now? 3. He's down by 10.
Madhav up 10, yes. On turn as well.
And he knows that there's one in the bag. We know what that one is. If he were to play unfaltering, he wouldn't even need to bingo out.
If he plays unfaltering and Dave bingos out, he loses. So Madhav's going to look at this unseen pool. He's going to see 2 possible 7s, D orbit and KAT, or bedright, BEDRITE and KAE. Those are the only 2 possible bingos Dave could have anywhere on the board. So as long as Madhav thinks this through correctly and knocks out the bingo threat with the KAE line, he's a lock to win this game.
Right. Amazing. Amazing. 15 years old versus, what is Dave now, about 50, 51?
Somewhere in that range, yes.
Nice anagrams of each other.
15 and 51, yeah, flop them. How does Madhav actually block the K at the bottom of the board? Does he literally just what
does he do? Well, he could just play cuff.
literally just play the F, but he might get outrun then. He's only up 10.
Mm-hmm.
Dave's going to go out in 2 before him. So otherwise, what blocks do you have? Maybe you just burn the blank right now and play Furans, Furans and KAS. You leave just the O on your rack. You're guaranteed to go out next turn, no matter which of those 8 tiles you draw. Furans has to win this game just every single time.
Let's try to do some sims. Well, I'm not surprisingly, unfaltering comes up very, very quickly.
Yeah, as long as Madhav plays Furans at the bottom, he's a lock. No matter what he draws into the O, he goes out next turn. It's weird and hard to make plays like that. He's looking at OAR now. Where does that go? Roar? He's literally thinking about playing ROAR for 5.
Setting up his own S hook. I'm wondering, don't you find that interesting that he's saving the FNU?
He's having fun.
I'm thinking more unfaltering. He's holding on to that.
Maybe.
You could also play down. You could play faltering and a word down, starting with the F and hold on to the U.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so yeah, FU in blank. If you draw pretty much anything, you're going to have a 5 next turn. F in, yeah. If he draws an E, if he draws an E, he actually doesn't have a faltering play, but he'll probably be able to go out. Yeah, he'll be able to go out in different ways. Turfin, unfree, or if nothing else. Yeah, okay. I think there are many lines to win here, but to me, Furans and Kaz just burn the blank right now. Looks to be the most straightforward slam dunk. I can't lose. But Madhav has played this game quickly, and the one of the reasons you want to do things like that is you get to think very hard and for a long time to make sure you connect on these end games. This is the most important part of a Scrabble game, where you try to take your 80 or 90 win percent and convert it all the way up to 100%. You don't want to get beat by a bad beat or a long shot. He is grabbing that OAR. I think he's really looking at roar here.
I really like the fact that he's taking his time. That shows a maturity that you don't often see in people at 15 years old.
Yes, and it does take some guts here, because when you play Roar, you are exposing an A and an R for Dave to then hit 8 through. So you have to be quite confident that the A and the R aren't giving any new bingos to Dave, regardless of what's in the bag. Now, I've checked it and nothing available, but Madhav's got to be very, very confident and sure before he makes a play like that.
I like how he's chewing his gum, which would drive me crazy. I knew when you said the story about clicking, I said, oh my God, I think, you know what? I know that tournament because I believe that's when QI came out. It was the first time we had a tournament with those. And I just have a thing about clicking pens.
I mean, I'm sure a lot of people have a thing about somebody making an extraordinary amount of noise for no reason when they're trying to think very hard. But yep, I do remember that tournament. Core memory for me. It is not my key takeaway from the tournament. Mine was beating Dave Gibson at 15 years old.
Wow.
That felt great, but beating Dave Weekend at 15-year-old gonna feel incredible for Madhav here. My fun factoid about that game, when I beat Dave Gibson at the Dallas Open, I scored 297 points.
And you beat him.
And I won.
That's a very, very defensive game. Exceedingly painful.
You'd expect nothing less from the great Dave Gibson, a defensive expert through and through. Madhav has drawn the B, which is awkward for him. But even with that bad draw, I don't think there's a way Dave can crawl back into this game.
Yeah, he's definitely wanted to get rid of that S hook. Very worried by it, although I'm not sure why at this point. The S has just been played. What do you think that was about? Very interesting.
What was about?
He played Vor.
Yeah, he's trying to block KA, and if nothing else, he keeps buffs now. He's got BUFFS into the S.
Yeah, he's in
blue
good
sites.
shape. Yeah.
He's got this game. He doesn't need to find or spot unfaltering here. He's got a bunch of lines to victory. So Dave's gonna maybe try to induce a mistake out of his opponent. I think the obvious plays for Madhav are into that S, stuff like flubs or buffs. If Dave can take those plays away from Madhav and hold on to a high scoring out, can he maybe induce a mistake here?
This is where you really have to sit and have a lot of time to think. And because the most he can score is 27 points for anything that goes to the R, like Tired or Doherty or stuff like that. The bag is empty. The time for grooming your rack and trying to get something better is over. I don't think there's anything off of V and to make EWE in something that's really of particular interest.
Yeah, I mean, Dave's best end game is actually just to play vet from that V to allow Madhav to play buffs and then just to go out. But that's going to have Dave lose by 20, and it's just such an easy sequence for Madhav to see. If you can't actually win the game, you just try to make things as difficult as possible for your opponent and hope that they blow it. But Madhav is a strong player with a lot of time, and even if you take away buffs, Madhav still threatens flub and faltering for 29 points. So Dave can't complicate this end game enough. This is going to be a big W for Madhav, and it's going to make this tournament a lot more interesting.
I want to see him play unfaltering. I'm sorry.
I'd love to see it, but you can't afford to lose a turn when most valid plays are going to win you the game.
No, I want to see him play it because he knows it's good. Because you just get that feeling about him, right? You just get that feeling. You watch these kids in the spelling bee, and he gives off that same vibe of, I've studied my Tuchasov and I know how to play.
Would be one flashy way to end what's been a flashy game for Madhav. And I mean, I don't think Madhav has really done anything wrong except that GAP play this game. Everything else looks like it was either definitely correct or possibly probably correct. Halon, maybe somebody would play that first move a little bit differently. Otherwise, a well played game from a kid who's just 15.
Unbelievable. And he's had the smell and actuality of success. So it's not like an up-and-comer like, I don't know how many tournaments Adam Logan won as he was growing up. But this guy has won a massive major tournament. And that's going to do a lot to your self-confidence. What are you laughing at?
We've seen sad Madhav over and over. Now I was curious what he looks like when he's happy, and he's just kind of stretching back in his chair and chewing on his gum. He's got to feel very good right now. All right, I wanted to see happy Madhav, and now we've seen it.
I'm just wondering if now we finished 19 games now with this one. I'm wondering where he could go. He's 2 games behind Dave. Everybody's 2 games behind Dave. So Dave is going to retain first place after this game, no matter what happens. And in this case, he's about to lose it.
The worst case scenario in a tournament like this, where there is no best of 5 or best of 7 finals, it's just whoever's in first after 36 wins. The worst case that can happen for us in the commentary booth, for you watching along at home, is one player just crushes it and goes 3 games up and stays 3 games up. So for those of you who are interested in a photo finish, this is the outcome you want. For those of you who are fans of Dave Wiegand, maybe not so much. All right, Dave is going to try to complicate this in-game. He's going to play rides, take away buffs, and hold veto as a high-scoring outplay here. Does Madhav have to find unfaltering? No, he's got tons and tons of lines yet to win. But if Madhav doesn't see or block veto, could he lose?
And was it necessary for Dave to double the D in order to secure a win? Unfaltering is going to win.
Unfaltering is going to win. Even just FUB and faltering is going to win, but only by 10. Madhav's best sequence is actually to take away the high-scoring veto out from Dave by blocking it somehow. Right. But if you've got a 100% win against the world champion or a world-class player like Dave Wiegand, maybe you just take that. Maybe you don't get cute. Technically, best play for Madhav, though, I think, is to play FUB and Tef and IU at the bottom of this board. Take away Dave's out. Yes, that would be his best end game. Robin, your wish is coming true. No, he pulled it back.
We were about to high five.
But he saw it, and he knows. Even if you're 99% sure on the word, you don't.
He's doing it. He's doing it. No. Oh, I'm looking at the feed. That's why.
Yeah, you're looking at the delay. Okay, but this is actually the best sequence for Madhav. All right.
Oh, look at Dave's face when he took it off.
All right, credit where credit is due. That was a sick moment, but Madhav, even though he's seen it, he knows this plays better.
Come on,
right.
Madhav, do it in style.
Thanks for the content, Madhav. We got a moment to yell. I am now reinvigorated, Robin, after that.
I don't know what's going on between the two of them. It almost looks like they're talking to each other.
I bet they are, yeah.
Did he commit to anything?
Yeah, he played FUB at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's cut to overhead mic as we're done with this one now. Great game.
43, 4 done?
410.
Should be good.
I have a challenge.
Yeah, it's good.
Never can tell if it's long wins.
It's good, yeah.
Okay.
It's fine. Yeah. B was the left side to rock. Yeah, I was worried about D or it's not bad, right? Yeah, her fortune is coming down to me.
Oh.
Yeah. So she's actually good.
I get the blank, probably.
Yeah, I do know.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's hope we got it. It's just throw that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just slipping away.
Yeah, this was the setup of sorts. I had the X with this. I mean, I didn't have any good plays, but yeah, I was holding the X. I had one or two this as well.
Yeah, I couldn't do a lot about it.
Yeah, no, I wanted to block actually. I considered the Crossword here when I played X here. I don't know. I just felt like holding the IOR that I can go off and I think I did good.
Yeah, you did that.
I think it's a to AD to that. Maybe I'll look it up. Your code?
2-1.
All right. Well, what a game between Madhav and Dave Wiegand. Madhav winning by 23 points when it's all said and done, but a very, very well played game on both ends and a treat for us to watch here in the booth. A treat for you at home, I'm sure, as well. We've got one game left in today's coverage of the Causeway Challenge. We'll be back at 8:30 a.m. Bangkok time tomorrow. That's 13 hours from now. You can figure out time zones accordingly. But you're not going anywhere yet because we have one more game of Scrabble to go. We know Dave Wiegand's going to retain first place. He was 2 games up on the field, now just 1 game up. We'll figure out who his opponent is and when that game's going to happen. It looks like round 20 is scheduled to start in 12 minutes. So in those 12 minutes, you guys at home can click that thumbs up button underneath the video. You can pop over and check out streams 2 and 3 on the Let's Play Scrabble channel or on YouTube. And if you haven't yet done this, if you're liking watching Scrabble on the internet, make sure you subscribe to the Let's Play Scrabble channel over on YouTube. On Let's Play Scrabble, you'll find all of these feeds where you can play back in their entirety. Josh Greenway, who runs Let's Play Scrabble, is going to chop these games up into little VODs or short little 40-minute videos for you to watch later on as well. If you like Scrabble, you really ought to subscribe. It's free to do so, and you'll get tons of Scrabble, not just here at Causeway, but all summer long with the July 4th Albany tournament coming up, the Boblin Superstars with prizes up to $20,000 for the winner. And then you'll get coverage of the U.S. Championship and the Word Cup later on as well. So much Scrabble coming your way this summer. Subscribe. You really ought to. And you can go back and look at years and years and years worth of games built up. I can't wait to see the Will Anderson video on this one. What about you, Robin?
Oh, I can't wait to see everything. But what I really want to hear from everybody, I want you to write into the chat box how many games you actually watched today out of the 10 that we broadcast for you. And also, I want you to be honest. Once we go off the air after the next game, are you going to go back to yesterday's games or to Google's to see annotated games or other games from tables 2 and 3? How many games did you see, and how many more are you planning to see for the rest of the day? How great is your Scrabble addiction grown in the 2 days that we've been here?
I know how many games you're going to watch. It's all 30 of them between tables 1, 2, and 3. But how many have you had a chance to watch so far? What's the time where you are as well? We've got people early in the morning, late at night, and all between. Where are you joining us from, and how much Scrabble have you seen so far? But I know you're going to watch all 30 of these games at some point. We are going to step away to a break. Got another game coming your way in 10 minutes. Dave Wiegand for sure. Some sacrificial lamb to be his opponent, or perhaps some spoiler. We will find out shortly. You are watching the Causeway Challenge on Let's Play Scrabble.
Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Round 20 from the Causeway Challenge coming your way. This will be our last game of the day, but fear not, you will have 10 more games of Scrabble tomorrow and 6 more on Monday to round the thing out. Your last game will be featuring Dave Wiegand and a player we haven't seen yet on board 1 in Darren Koo. Dave Wiegand just a game ahead on the field. Welcome to the stream. Darren having quite the tournament. He's just 2 games off the pace. Number 1, number 5, coming your way now. Let's cut to the board.
I'm just so gobsmacked that only one person has broken the 1,000-point barrier in spread so far. Gobsmacked. 20 games.
So far. But yeah, I mean, again, just a testament to how good everybody is. You're not going to beat
100%.
up on the cream puff matchups because there is no such thing as a cream puff matchup here at the Causeway Challenge. 17 of the world's top 20 players, 23 grandmasters all in this field, vying for $10,000 and infinite bragging rights, winning perhaps the greatest Scrabble tournament of all time, at least thus far. CGU, some of the first tiles we see out of the bag, disgusting, but he does have the AO combination to give him guaco, a very, very useful word to pull Darren out of this rack. And Robin, do you like guaco for 20 here, or might you play a little bit differently?
I don't know that you have to play guaco. Yeah, it gets rid of everything that you want. I wouldn't mind saving a vowel. I like gamut personally, saving CO. I find those to be highly synergistic. I understand the allure of guaco. There's also a bit of an obscure word, motuca, M-O-T-U-C-A, leaving just the G. Guaco doesn't put anything dangerous, volatile next to a double letter score. So I think it's a bit of a toss-up between guaco and gamut. Which one do you like better?
I play guaco. Just such a useful word. It also slots nice and defensively on this board, the way it slots the C next to the double letter square. So guaco feels good, but motuca, a very strong play if you know that word as well. Darren, hailing from Malaysia, just a short little drive or flight here down to Thailand for him. Up to Thailand for him. I know geography. And Malaysia, where we're going to have the 2028 Causeway Challenge. Michael Tang vying for 1,000 players. I suspect Darren will be at least one of those, as the tournament's going to be in his backyard. Gamut lined up for Darren. Yep, this play feels all right. Guaco, motuca, gamut all feel pretty good here. What you don't want to do is spend 5 minutes deliberating between them.
No, I think he's taken away enough time. And at this point, you're just basically wondering what is on Dave's rack, and there's no way to know.
All right, so gamut coming vertically. I
say nothing.
Robin says nothing at all. She's got to roll with the punches. She's seen this happen so often at the tournament, and yeah, apologies, Robin. Dave Wiegand looks to respond, trailing 20-0. May take the lead, may pull close, may tie it up. We'll see. ADEEKTT on his rack. And kind of an awkward turn here for Dave. A big old nothing burger in terms of decent candidate plays. Maybe you look to keep the best leave possible, the ADET combination, and just play Keta, K-E-T-A, into the A and gamut. Like that, Robin? Or are you trying to score a little better?
It's a little bit volatile, sticking that E above the triple letter. If you want to do any word like take, for example, and stick it out to the left of gamut, you're setting up.
Stream wide, 1, 2, and 3. All 3 streams dropped, but we've got it back. Kudos to Andrew and Christian K, as well as Josh Greenway for getting things back and situated. Players were asked to pause their games briefly, but we're going to give them the green light to go ahead and start again. So thank you for bearing with us through that little delay. We're going to get action going, but it looks like we've seen Dave Wiegand play take.
Are we back?
And then Darren Koo respond with Coho. And I just confirmed with Josh Greenway, we're going to go ahead and give players the green light to restart now.
I think everybody missed us. I'm watching the comments here. You see how much you're addicted to this game? I love it.
Did they miss us or did they miss the Scrabble? It's clearly us, Robin,
I'm
right?
not going to push it. I'm just glad that all of the people stayed with us. We're down to 78 people. I'm going to watch that number rise. Hopefully everybody comes back.
Hit that refresh button, baby. Okay, so Coho, the play that we see from Darren, big score for him. That is one of the warts of having to play take there is KA takes the O and the A front hook. And this is one of the worst things that could have happened to Dave Wiegand. But Dave back on turn, ABDEGIT. He has two key hooks to Coho, both the back E and the back G. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a play that reaches out to the triple. So I wonder if we're going to see him cash the G hook now, just BIG and Cohog for 20 holds ADET, or maybe he'll try to hold back play elsewhere and save that spot for himself later on. GIB to the right side of Gamut, making UG and T another option. Robin, are you just pouncing on the Coho hook right now?
Yeah, I mean, the chances of getting a 6-letter word ending in G, even though he's got the IG, he'd have to wait to get really an N in order to make sure that he could get there. I like how he's got big date on his rack. It's not going to go down, but I like the idea of just taking it now and keeping a balanced rack.
Okay, so maybe him to pounce on it now. If he does want to play elsewhere, he does have 26 points in EGAD, making him, but no, Big and Cohog. His feels just too straightforward for Dave. He's going to go ahead and pull the trigger here, and wow, what a rack for Darren. The stream disappears for a little bit, and holy garbage. ANNNRRS. 2 lines for Darren. Line 1, throw it back, exchange. Line 2, try to fight through. 23 points available in NANS underneath Big. But that holds NRR, which is probably going to be more trouble next turn.
No, you got to pass.
If you do pass, Robin, are you keeping ANRS or are you going to throw a little bit more back?
There's no other N's out, but you got 3 on your rack. I like ANRS. It's very synergistic.
All right, so Dave now drawing into cheated, but the defensive shape of this board, there is no spot for it, and you can't have teached, only taught. So no playable bingos here for Dave Wiegand, but 41 points available to him. He has the Oka to Hoka front hook, just HA for 41. Got to do it, right, Robin?
Absolutely. 41 points. There's nothing else like it. There's EHED to the left, to the right of him as well. But this is a big, huge 41 points.
Yeah, just score, baby. Just score. Dave can take the lead in this game after the exchange from his opponent. And bad exchange from Darren. He kept ANRS. He's drawn UIW. Gross.
Well, it's good he kept that in.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate to pick WU. There's really, but you know what? This dictionary has uwu and iwi, and you've got all sorts of stuff that others don't. And he could just play uwu if he wanted to.
Uwu is such a good play out of such a terrible rack. All right. Uwu is kind of a cheat code in this book.
I don't think it's gonna. Well, he might play batched. Would you just do that? Just get rid of BATCGD. Just that's what I do. I just blow the board open.
Batched for 30 when I can score 41 and not give anything back to my opponent.
Yeah.
An emphatic heck no, since we're on stream, is what I think about batched. But I wonder what Dave is thinking about here.
He's thinking about playing for 41.
He's probably like, wait, I really don't have a bingo. I really can't put cheated or bingo anywhere.
That's what he's thinking.
This is it. This is all Dave's got. And now we're back. Gotta look at this rack for Darren. AINRSUW. Uwu for 10 holds reigns. If he wants to score, he can cash in the S. Wins beneath big is 29. So Robin, points or leave? What are you picking here?
Well, I was just looking for a second to see if there are any 6-letter words ending in big, but I'm not seeing anything there. What were you suggesting?
Either uwu for
Yeah.
10 holding reins or 29 for wins underneath BIG. Are you taking 29 points or playing uwu and keeping your lead?
I'm really liking uwu, but I think wins or even raw win. Well, you don't want to do raw wins because you're going to open up a triple row. But I think every once in a while it's okay to fish, and I kind of like uwu. What about you?
I love the idea of fishing here. Generally, I'm anti-fish, but you've got the S for stake at the top of this board, and
That's
that spot not going to go away unless Dave's got one too. Take the chance. Play uwu.
And of course, he's going to give Dave a triple letter to go on top of the U.
Of course, yeah. The one reason you don't want to play uwu is if your opponent's got the Q, you bail them out. And
2 reasons. You don't want to give them the X, but yeah, of course.
Q or X. Yeah, one of them on Dave's rack, though. But uwu looks to me like a slam dunk option here.
I like it. And of course, we can say what can go wrong. He saved one less. Oh, he's going to go for. Oh, he's not even going to stick it. Oh, okay.
Win.
Okay.
Okay. You don't win the game if you play the word win. But I actually do think if you're going to play underneath, we've said multiple times on the stream, the S generally worth about 8 or 9 points. Not here. With that stake hook just floating out.
Yeah.
I'd say that S is far more valuable. So I do think if Darren's going to score extra and forego the uwu, this is a way to do it. I like it.
Nothing much for Dave on this turn. He might be concerned that Darren is setting up a T hook that he can't block, but he can with words like, deceit, or he could also just go to the left and play iced, win and bid, but that would be kind of crazy to open triple for no reason. He can also consider going off of the IN and making words like incite or incited.
I think you might just pounce on the T hook. Deceit looks really good to me. DECEIT and twin, you're almost guaranteed QI for 31.
That's what I'm thinking. I think it's a lovely way to set up your QI, and it's really it's almost unblockable because who's going to play there? The 2 H's are gone for OH and AH and all that. Maybe the K is gone. So it's almost a certainty that you're going to play QI on the next turn.
Yeah, right. So Dave opting instead to exchange, and this actually, according to an engine, roughly similar to deceit, despite doing something very different. Darren now with a bit of a word knowledge check. He has 1 7-letter bingo on this rack, and it plays for 81 at the top of the board. So can Darren find it? It is not Solarum, as he's sort of looking at here, that one word Morulas, Morulas. And a fun fact about Morulas, it is actually an incredibly effective 6-letter stem, Morula. It bingos with a lot more than you think.
Interesting. Yeah. Of course, it will. Oh, it would have given a nice place for Dave again to play his Q for 48 points or so.
Yeah, Morula hits with a whole boatload of consonants: C, D, F, G, H, N, R, S, T. So surprisingly strong leave.
But I don't think he knows that.
Yeah, I think if he knows it, it's already on the board.
It's something you would see pretty quickly.
And if you don't know it or you don't see it, this turn becomes much harder. I think you play MOU as he's lined up here to the right side of the UT and Gamut. That's just 18. But if you don't know the word, this is really all you got.
You got to know the word. You're not going to last on this row of top players. Yeah, he doesn't know it.
He'll never forget it after he watches this.
Yeah, and if it costs him the game, for sure.
All right, so MOU, what we see, and Dave's exchange down to CDEIT. He's picked up another D and an O, and E would give him co-edited. Instead, no bingos available to Dave. Geez, what do you do here?
I guess you play COD, maybe?
No, E-COD is in this lexicon. You can't play COD under win.
E-COD.
Ooh, a fun extension for Dave from BI. Can play Bioside if he wants to open this board up. But after I've seen Darren play Win and then MOU, I'm suspicious. I think he's got some good letters left on his rack. I don't like setting up that S hook. I think the right play for Dave is Dodd, D-O-D, under the W-I in win. You can't set up the front hook, so play Dodd instead. Keep C-E-I-T together. I bet that's what Dave ends up deciding here.
Yeah, we'll see how he does it. Biocide's kind of sweet, but we can see that the gentlemen have made a decision to play the board a little bit tight. They're not giving them each other very, very much, but there are openings available. It's just a matter of getting the right tiles. And so you're going to see this little bit of futzing around with both of them and not making any large plays, any long plays, because it just doesn't seem intelligent of either of them to open it up for the other one in any great fashion. In the meantime, Darren picked yet another S, and he's going to regret missing Morilas.
Oof, yeah, that's tough. Unless he gets an E for revisals, he's in bad shape.
There's actually an anagram to revisals that I'm just noticing now. Rivaless, R-I-V. I don't know how to pronounce it. It could be rivaless without a riva.
Yeah, rival-less. Yeah, that makes sense. A female rival. We like that. Ooh. I'm seeing one more cool option for Dave that I didn't notice at first. M-O-U takes it back E. Coded, C-O-D-E-D, is devastating for the board.
Yes, for the board, yes.
I mean, there is still the T front hook for twin. There's still the S front hook for stake. Dave could play coded, keep twin. So that feels pretty good as well here. I think it's going to be Dodd or maybe coded here. He's going to play cod. What? Your opponent's
and
fish?
he's going to get away with it,
He
too.
is.
I swear to God, he's got a microphone somewhere. Let's check his fanny pack like Nigel had him.
I know there's a chess scandal about, well, okay, never mind. Be good, Matt.
That is so... How do you have the cojones to do that? It's unbelievable. First he did migrated and emigrated, right? And now he's setting up these E-hooks along the left triple row. It's almost like it's an addiction on his part.
I don't know what is going on with Dave Wiegand's Spidey sense this tournament, but setting up a lot of danger. I guess if you think your opponent has an S for stake, then maybe you need to try to open this board up. But how did Dave just do that soul read? I'm going to set up E-Cod, and you're going to do nothing, kid. Okay. Darren's setting up rival-less on his rack. That does not play. Darren's got a really awkward turn now. And oh no, I was worried. There are words like peas-cod, but I've made this mistake before. There is no scod. Dave, not just setting up E-Cod and baiting it, but baiting the front hook instead. Wait, what?
What?
Dave didn't challenge? Scod's not a word, is it?
No.
What the? What?
Wow.
Darren just played a phony 4 on Dave Wiegand, and Dave did not challenge it. A phony 3 to make 4.
I think we're not the only ones who are tired tonight.
Have we mentioned this is the 10th game these players are playing today? Maybe fatigue a factor. I can't believe what I just saw.
Yeah. We talked about it yesterday. That these guys know their bingos, but the 4s and the 5s can elude you. And this is what we're seeing.
Okay, we did get a report that Dave Wiegand accepted a phony and then responded with his own phony that also went unchallenged earlier today. But
Okay.
What?
Maybe he just wanted to play wifed to the left of to the right of rivals. I don't know. I think we're going to see it right now. Very, very interesting. Yeah.
I am at a loss for words.
And Darren has now picked up another S and the blank and the Z, but only one vowel. And you lose games like this. I mean, zaniness would be amazing.
Well, Darren has set up Zenness, which makes a lot of sense, and it plays on the board. This is not a word again. You already gotten one phony by Dave Wiegand. Why not just play whatever now? No,
No, he's not going to play Zenness. I mean,
He's looking at SEZ. This plays alongside the IFE of Wifed, 45 points. I don't like how this holds NNS. He can play ZENS alongside the right of MOU, making Ume, Ton, and Us. This looks way stronger to me. 43 points. Yeah, looks good for Darren.
Sometimes it feels like just about any combination of letters is good in Collins. It's just Ume. That would be lovely to have Ume. That's exactly what he's going to play.
All right. Oh, no, just Zen.
No, he should definitely play the other S.
It does give Dave a lot of free information. Then Dave maybe gets to knock out the stake hook or adjust, but I definitely would have played that S. It feels like anytime you keep two S's, you just draw the third S and die.
But the board remains open now for him to play off of Ton. And he could hook it. Yeah, well, let's see what happens. I think he's going to bingo. Look at this, unless it's a really bad tile.
He's got it. All right.
Patness.
So Dave is at least temporarily going to take the lead. LOX, a very straightforward play for him. And ANPSST blank for Darren. He actually has doubles available for 103 on this turn. So let's see it, Darren. You've got bingos for sure. You're going to do some damage, but can you find 103 here?
It's a French word, so it's not for everybody to know.
I believe it's also a chess term.
Probably, yes. If he doesn't find that, the first thing that came out of my mouth was patness and aptness, and those will play as well. That ZE is, wow. Isn't that a fabulous thing to have, to be able to play?
Yep. It's like once you have it and then it's taken away from you, it hurts your soul. But also it hurts your soul when people hit you with it.
But it brings up...
Oh, look, he's found it. He's found it. Passant. Now, you need to put the A where the blank is and shift it around. But, oh, God, yeah, you got to do some math now. 103. Are you freaking kidding me? Nice find from Darren.
He's also got Pissant, too. It doesn't have to be Pissant.
Oh, maybe he saw Pissant and not Passant. Passant is the double team that if the weather does not break and we do lose internet again, we will not pause play a third time. We're just going to have players play on through from there. And I think that's the correct directorial call. You don't want to keep interrupting play, especially not in a tournament with stakes this high. So we'll give the players the green light to start again, and we will not pause play again after this one. But Pants is coming down for Darren, gives him a 60-something point lead. Dave Wiegand's rack. Now, as the board has been strung open, EINNRRT. No bingos for Dave, but he's going to look to the P at the top of the board, either reprint, print, or in print, all available to him at the top. Robin, are you going to score 30 and play one of the 7-letter words through the P, or are you going a little shorter with just print?
I think just print.
I think whatever Dave Wiegand does, and that's what Dave Wiegand's going to do. That's also what Robin says. So I agree, guys. Yeah, print for sure.
Pre-print is still available as well.
Ooh, pre-print. We'll see if it comes down or comes up later on after the extension Robin manifested last game of Unfaltering. We'll see if pre-print comes up here. A nice post draw. Dave Wiegand holds ENR, draws the blank. Even that VU combination is not going to stop him from bingoing next turn. Hearing from our production team that a lightning strike hit the gateway, which caused this. It sounds made up, but apparently that's actually what happened. I did go out and look at the storm before the game, and it looked gnarly. So I believe it. Anyway, we will see. Hopefully the power grid and the the internet grid stays alive here for us in Bangkok. Here comes JA, 52 points. You can't like holding RRTUI, but this seems like too many points to pass up in my eyes.
Do you know that there's a bingo through an O in that rack he had?
Excuse me?
Juratory.
Oh, juratory. Sick. No O for him, but all right. Robin showing why she is who she is with that find. ENRTUV blank the rack for Dave. He's going to cash in the MOU to MOUE hook. I think we're going to see Venturi. Venturi, maybe Venture instead for one more point, but Venture has 3 back hooks, DRS. Venturi, just 1 back hook, the S. Those are the only bingos Dave has, Venture or Venturi. So given Darren has an R on his rack, we've seen Dave make multiple correct soul reads. I think he's going to pick Venturi here. Since
he better not do that. Venture takes an R.
Right.
And there might be a few R's in the bag.
Well, Dave just always seems to pick right based on what's on his opponent rack. So I see that Darren's got the 3 R's. Dave's probably going to switch to Venturi.
Perhaps that mout is a good MOU too. I don't know why. It just feels like it should be a word.
It does, but it's not.
But it's not. Yeah, I like Venturi anyway. I'd rather stick an eye out there. It's so easy when we know that this is the only thing available and they don't. I mean, I completely understand why they're taking their time, why he's taking his time. It's also not particularly pleasant where he has to stick it. There's still 1 S to go. All the blanks are gone.
Yeah, so if you look at the number of hooks, 2 Ds, 3 Rs, and an S for Venturer, just 1 S for Venturi. It is a 1-point sacrifice, but likely appropriate given your opponent's got 6 stabs at a hook for Venture. Dave is taking a lot of time here. I wonder if he's just whiffing the MOU to MOUE hook. Oh, God, he sees Curvette now? Dave might miss the spot.
I don't know if I see.
Curvette would come down from the sea and Scod.
I think he's tired.
Really?
Well,
How could you possibly be tired? Only flying across the globe and then playing 10 games of Scrabble twice in a row.
And they had these 2 massive breaks during this game. How often do you get a break during the game?
That really can throw folks off their rhythm. We saw Josh Sokol the last time I commentated a tournament. A couple interruptions due to director calls on an adjacent board, and then he just started whiffing really obvious things. So throwing these players out of their groove can be a big deal. Even things as small as clicking a pen can be quite distracting, can't they?
I think clicking pens is one of the scourges of the earth.
God gave pens a clicker for a reason.
Okay. I think the same kind of exhaustion that has prevented him from recognizing that COD doesn't take an S in front, or perhaps he didn't even remember at the time that he takes an E in front. I mean, I think this is so uncharacteristic of Dave to make these kind of errors, to not think of the moo hook, which should be absolutely automatic, tells me that he's not fully on his game right now.
There are several players I'm comfortable enough with. They'll come up to me after a game I commentate and be like, did I play well? Anything weird? And Dave, I do have that level of familiarity with. We've done it frequently. I'm going to make sure I don't bump into Dave after this one.
Especially if he loses, which I think he's on his way to doing.
First Scott and now potentially this. I'm not going to tell him. I can't.
Well, he'll do it to himself.
I know Dave has endurance. The man has run 17 marathons, but physical endurance and mental endurance in the same package is tough to come by. And Dave's probably never played a tournament quite like this one. He's missed it.
I'm going to watch his face when Darren sticks an E underneath it and see what he does. I don't think he's given him anything, though, really, to play with.
Yeah, Darren does not have an easy turn. He can backhook MOU with a different letter. MOU doesn't take the T as you wanted, Robin, but it takes a P. Moop. And Moop and Purty, P-U-R-T-Y, would be 20 points. Darren can do better, 28 for Pantry through the A-N at the top of this board, but RRU, the leave there, is pretty gross. Just kind of gross in general is this turn for Darren.
It's pretty gross. There's very few situations where you're not going to save URR or UR. There is per in the place that you suggested. There's also RURP in the same place that you suggested.
Please mean burp. Burp.
RURP. But he's going to play Pantry, which is much very nice play.
Yeah, well spotted for him. Take the most points available to you and just hope this URR doesn't go super duper south. There are a ton of E's unseen. They can help or hurt Darren with this rack. Dave does have a 7-letter word, botany, B-O-T-O-N-E-E, but no spot for that or any bingos on this board for Dave.
He's got Gobani as well.
Oh, Gobani. Yeah, well spotted, Robin. But no bingos here for Dave, and really no good plays here for Dave either.
He could play Noi. He could get rid of one of the O's and one of the E's. Bone is not a bad leave at all. So he could play Pantry, the Noi, and OE. I think that would go for 18 points. I like that one.
I'd be looking to score a bit more if I'm Dave. I'm trailing by 99. So if I fish for 18, I just don't know that I connect. But TOON down from the T in Pantry leaves BEE blank. That feels okay until you look at the unseen pool, which has 15 vowels to 12 consonants. And is that 7 more E's? 6 more E's. Yeah, you can't keep BEE. I don't know.
He's going to play the OE.
Yeah, okay. I think you got to do this, seeing how many E's are left, and just try to draw bingo ASAP. But this is looking very, very tough now for Dave Wiegand to come back and win.
Oh, he's going to triple. Oh, God, he picked 2 vowels. Oh, my goodness. Okay. The Ebonite. Man, what can he hook?
He's got Tenebrio from the T, Tenebrio. No triples to him, but a big threat at the bottom of the board. So a big decision here for Darren. Of course, with a lead like this, you want to block the triple. But can you afford to play FA in the bottom corner, keep DERRU, and draw more vowels? That sounds like bad news. You won't be able to score if you keep DERRU and draw, say, EI, which seems insanely likely. But you really don't want to give up the triple. I could see a case to be made for playing fraud through the R and curvet 26 points, but
saving 2 R's. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe not. Darren really ought to block the triple here.
Yeah, he could do that very effectively just by playing something like FE or FA, preferably FE, considering how many E's are left in the bag. He's got the lead. He's got a substantial lead, and it'll score sufficiently to keep the lead going and prevent the triple. And that's exactly what he does. But I think he should have done FE personally. But I think he likes the D. The E does go very well with the RR. There's no guarantee he's going to pick up another E.
So I think FE, as you said, Robin, maybe a little bit stronger, but it's actually going to work out great for him. He dodges all the E's and draws an A instead. Dave can still bingo here. Tenebrio was taken away, but he's got Ebonite, Ebonize, Ebonese, and he doesn't have to spot the MOUE hook this time. He's also played with BIDE at the bottom of this board, and I think Dave's in a pretty bad shape here. Is it psycho, Robin, to play Ebonize and set up that back hook, hoping to get lucky if you're Dave Wiegand?
Where would you play it, at 11D?
With Bide.
Oh, that's really... Wow. No, that's... I would just play Ebonese. I wouldn't make it the board volatile and give myself an opportunity to give my opponent a ton of tiles.
I think I would play Ebonize here. There are 2 unseen D's and an S. I don't know. Darren has those a lot of the time. Maybe you do just play Ebonize. Oh, God. Davis spotted Maui. Oh, no.
Maui? Oh, Moo.
Moo, whatever it is. Maui, Moo. Oh, I wonder if he realizes what he did earlier in the game.
I think, yeah.
I do like this. He's going to open a lot on the board. Just string it as open as possible because Dave needs not 1 but 2 bingos to catch back up in this game. But, God, overhead mic's going to be interesting in this one. Is Dave going to say that he missed it earlier on? Has he realized he missed it earlier on? Oh.
And that's so painful that he has to open up a triple in order to do that. And he's very
Oh, that's painful, Robin. Look at his post bingo draw.
I don't. Yeah, this game is not for him.
Well,
Oh, the
this-
cue is in the bag, so he's got quarried off the cue that is in the bag.
Or yeah, Karita would be insane. Querida if he draws it. But Darren likely just going to block that S, and he'll coast to a victory, as we know Dave's rack is so bad. So you're going to see Darren Koo knock off Dave Wiegand and make this tournament insanely interesting. Dave Wiegand 2 rounds ago was 2 games up on the field. A loss to Madhav of India and then a loss to Darren of Malaysia means this thing is now anybody's race. Whoa.
Yeah, I kind of like that. There was a tournament not that long ago that Nigel was in that I think it was at Nationals or that he was up like 23-1 or something. It was, and it's then it just becomes a bit of a freak show. Like just how much can he win? I like the fact that it's a very long tournament and that the lead is going back and forth and we don't have a clear winner yet. And it's also just a function of the even strength of these people. But I'd also hate to see that somebody win this tournament simply because they're younger and they can withstand all of these days of horrendous abuse.
I was wondering if the crazy format of this tournament, 10 games a day times 3, does that favor experience, the players who can stay even keeled through the ups and downs, or does that experience favor youth?
It's
and
yes,
the
yes to
infinite vigor?
both. Yes to both.
I mean, we get to paint the narrative, and I guess whoever wins, we'll just say that's the reason they won, right? It's kind of like the classic hockey. If you win 4-0 and you get 13 days of rest before your next series, is that a blessing or a curse? Kind of the same narrative here for us.
Well, let's have a look to see who's. Oh, well, my goodness, I think I lost the page with the power outage, but I had the page with all of the current standings. Let's have a look. No.
The one thing Darren is probably thinking about here is, do I want to shed this U? It's clearly the worst tile on my rack, and I'm pretty close to a bingo otherwise. Or do I want to keep it as insurance against the Q? I'm in the latter camp here. He's looking at Raiders into the S. This would set up QI, though, and I don't think you want to do that. If you play Raiders, keep a U, and then Dave hits you with QI back. Oh, that's not
a big
good.
mistake.
So
it's a big mistake.
he's going to adjust. Good adjustment here. He's going to play something else instead. Same idea, much better execution in a rides. Good adjustment, Darren. And
of course, he's making sure almost that he's going to pick the Q.
All right, and Dave unable to exchange now. Just 3 tiles in the bag means this one is super duper done. The only suspense left: will Darren draw the Q? Yes, he will.
I think he has to.
Oh, and he's got Quinellas too. GG. Darren's gonna smack this one shut. So with that. I'll invite a couple things. First, those of you who have been tuning in or are just tuning in, if you haven't yet, please like this video. Even though stream's going to wind down in the next 10 minutes, the more likes we get now, the higher this gets bumped up YouTube's algorithm forever. So give us a favor before you tune out. Give us a thumbs up. If you haven't yet subscribed to Let's Play Scrabble, this channel, the brainchild of Josh Greenway and Kieran O'Connor of Canada and the US, they put all kinds of big tournaments on in the US, both CSW and NWL play. And all they do on this channel is stream their stuff. Josh Greenway made a commitment years ago and said, every single time I run a tournament, I'm going to stream it. Even if it costs me $500, even if I have to decrease, even if I have to work and direct and everything else, I'm going to stream. And he has slowly built a really cool thing here at Let's Play Scrabble. Now we're up to almost 7,000 subscribers on the channel. So if you haven't heard of the channel yet, you really ought to subscribe to it. Live streams of Scrabble all the time, plus videos chopped up from some of the more exciting games. Show some love to the channel. Hit that subscribe button. It is completely free to do so. And the bigger an audience we can build here, the more we can get Scrabble exposure elsewhere. And if you're financially able, eager, and willing, you could also become a Let's Play Scrabble super friend by clicking the join button down beneath this video on YouTube. Of course, if you're joining us on MeWatch, you can't do such a thing. But if you do enjoy Scrabble, it's a $5 monthly subscription to the channel. But all of that money is taken by Josh and Kieran and used to make Scrabble bigger and better. Maybe building some more stable bandwidth to weather enormous thunderstorms in Bangkok. Maybe buying better overhead mics so we can understand whether players are speaking English or Thai. Using it to buy more cameras, more gear, to get more exposure. Maybe someday we even run ads on chess streams or poker streams or crossword streams. So that $5 monthly donation, having some steady and substantial revenue running the direction of the channel helps Josh and Kieran build more and more and more. So consider becoming a Let's Play Scrabble super friend. Don't consider subscribing to the channel. Just do that for sure. We appreciate those who have already done so. Welcome to all of our super friends. And one other thing, since I'm waxing philosophical, is maybe think about streaming your own Scrabble. I think Scrabble needs a bigger and better presence on the internet. And we showcase a lot of these very, very top players here, but I think it would be far more humanizing if we get, players rated 1,200, 1,400, 1,600, trying to put some content out there, because it can be intimidating to watch Dave Wiegand go absolutely beast mode over the board, but it can be far more approachable for players to see, hey, here's some intermediate play, some beginner level play, some advanced level play, a little bit more of a human aspect where you don't have to find the crazy disconnected nines and know every 8-letter word. So my challenge to y'all out there, stream your stuff. Even if you get an audience of 12 people, that's 12 people watching Scrabble who wouldn't otherwise be watching Scrabble.
It's true.
And when Josh started Let's Play Scrabble, there were audiences of 12 people, and then they grew to 50, and then 70, and then 100, and then 200. And then we ended up with the World Championship a few months ago with 3,000 simultaneous viewers. So you never know what you're going to build, but you can't build anything if you don't try. My challenge to everybody out there, get Scrabble on the internet and support other Scrabble on the internet. Watch the streams, hang out in comments, leave comments on videos after the fact as well. Let's build something great. I really do think a second golden age of Scrabble is coming after our initial big surge when Word Freak came out. If Michael Tang is going to do crazy things like run 1,000-man tournaments in Malaysia in 2028, if Nigel Richards still exists, if Will Anderson's YouTube channel can build tens of thousands of followers, let's take this momentum and make Scrabble huge. So I'm going to stop with that now, but thank you to everybody joining in and listening to me bloviate here.
Well, speaking of momentum, let's wish Darren Koo a little bit.
Yeah, Robin's like, Darren, just do something. You're going to win the game, so please just make a word here.
Make a word.
There is gold eye unseen to Darren, and you've got to be very scared. Greedily is actually a possible out bingo for Dave. If the O is in the bag, Greedily plays through the R in Curve It for 94. So this game isn't won to Darren, at least not yet. He's got to make sure there are no threats. He's looking at SUQ above Ebony's, and this would, I believe, lose if Dave has exactly DEEGILY. Yes, this is a losing play 1 out of 8 times.
Oh.
So Darren did not have that game on lock, even though it felt shut down, but alas, greedily not in the cards for Darren, and we're going to get to the end of this one now. 433 to 339, and again, I'm not going to make eye contact with Dave Wiegand after this game. We will definitely cut to overhead mic. The one question I have is, did Dave Wiegand realize that he missed Venturi and MOUE earlier on? We see now he's seen the hook, but does he realize the ramifications?
Well, did you notice him make a kind of face when it struck him? Yeah, you did.
I did.
Yeah.
I did. Yeah. He showed some emotion even before he played Ebony's that made me suspect he knows what he's done. So he might say it out loud. He might also just stay quiet and try to leave. But Dave is one of the best Scrabble players I've ever seen in my life, easily in my top 5, maybe in my top 3. That fatigue has definitely hit him this afternoon. Dave's going to go home and get some much needed rest after this one.
So it's just a matter of saving a little face, trying to save a little spread. Also being aware of what Darren has on his rack, and can he go out in 2 different places? If not, can you block it? That's all he's really going to be thinking about right now. He's got re-oiled over the V that he had set up, or red leg in those spaces as well. Darren has lay-in and inlay. Nothing off of the B, so I don't think he's necessarily going out. He has lay-in underneath the V, so if he plays re-oiled, he will block his outplay of lay-in.
Well, re-oiled gives lay-in back in another spot.
In another
Dave,
spot,
Dave
yeah.
does need to take away lay-in. His best in-game sequence is going to be playing ogled and OE above VE. That does still give lay-in back, but okay, whatever.
It's all bad. It's all good. It's all bad, bad, bad. Nothing good about any
Summary
of
of the
this.
game for Dave, it's all bad.
Yeah, he's almost 100 points behind. It's the end of a long day. He had a 2-game lead, and that has now disappeared. There we go. Red leg is a lovely play.
Sick from Dave Wiegand, making one
Although
more.
he gives him
Nice.
inlay. He gives him inlay to go out.
Well, I don't know that Darren is going to play inlay to go out. Darren has a yin, A-Y-I-N, underneath the B-O-N-I of
That's worth a
Ebony's.
ton
It's
of points.
45.
No, you got to take that.
Actually better to not go out
Yeah.
for Darren here.
Oh, that's so pretty. Oh my God. That is so lovely.
All right, well, 16 more games still to come. Again, we're going to be live tomorrow at 8:30 Bangkok time. That is about 13 hours from now, a little bit less than 13 hours from now. So you can do the math where you are and consider joining us as soon as play starts, or if that's crazy time for you to join. I know you're going to be joining as soon as you wake up, or as soon as it's reasonably acceptable. If you are just now waking up, joining us from North America or South America, go back and watch. We had several really sick games on this stream today. I'm hearing board 3 just had banger after banger after banger featuring David Eldar, and board 2 with Josh Sokol and Chloe
Yes.
Batsis on streams, bound to be a treat for you as well. Dave's going to mercifully get this one over with, and we'll cut to that overhead mic now.
Very nice.
Sorry, you got 45? This game?
478,
Yeah.
372.
Yep.
Saw the influx of ease back.
Yeah, you weren't.
All right. Well, welcome to the stream. Oh, now they're going to chat.
Actually, I don't think I only got 1 E. And this one, yeah.
All right, that seems like about it. Well, welcome to the stream, Darren Koo. First time at table 1, and you're going to knock off tournament leader and one of the best Scrabble players in the world in Dave Wiegand. Oh, Dave just pointing at Cod to Scott. He just saw it. Yeah, let's cut away. We don't need to see Dave start to kick himself under the table. Oh, Dave realizing a bunch of stuff went wrong for him in that game.
He's hiding. I thought, is he putting the child on his
Putting his phone away, saying, God dang it, I don't want to look anything else up today. Please, somebody get some curry in my belly right now. So we're going to wind down our action there. You see director Michael Tang, commentator Josh Sokol and Jesse Matthews hovering over the board. We are going to wind down for the day, but we hope to see all of you again tomorrow. Make sure you check out the video coverage we've had so far. Be on the lookout for a Will Anderson video breakdown coming as soon as Will's able to shuffle some videos together. Good morning, Will. You got a lot of work ahead of you because today's been a great, great day. Robin, before we part, what would you like to say?
I'd like to thank everybody for hanging out with us for 20 games over 2 days. Lucky you got some sleep in between. We didn't. But we love this game. We have tremendous passion for it. Hopefully, we're going to have vocal cords for it because we still have another 16 games to go. So one more day of 10 games. But I've enjoyed every single minute of it. And I've enjoyed your presence here and your comments and your supports and your love for the game. And I can't wait to start again in the morning.
Indeed. Yeah, none of this is possible without you viewers. So thank you all so much for tuning in. Thanks to Michael Tang for organizing, to Josh Greenway, to Christian K, Andrew K, Kumar for producing things behind the stream. There's no way we could do what we do without producers. So massive thanks to that. Thank you to WESPA, the World English Scrabble Players Association, for sanctioning this event and all they do to support organized Scrabble play across the globe. To VDO Ninja, the software we're using for free behind the scenes to do all the transitions and everything else. To John Chu for the TS